Welcome to beautiful South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. We've already done Newcastle a few weeks back, and you are with us here in and around the event site at beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Early morning scenes here. Everybody in heat preparations and warm-ups. And of course, the serious business for a lot of surfers of trying to get to the top end of the rankings to qualify for the first time. And well, a lot of surfers also looking to get back to championship tour level in 2026. Lots of faces and arrivals in and out of the contest area. It's a crisp, chilly air in South Africa this morning. We're just around dawn here in beautiful Ballito. And you see the Indian Ocean with a slightly fragmented swell that is left over from yesterday. And of course, you are with us for day 2 of the Challenger Series. It's a very good morning. It's a kunjani, as they say in the Zululand area. And it's myself, Gig Cilliers, alongside Kai Linde. Great to have you back, Kai. And we're going to be getting through a lot of surfing today with day 2 of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a big day. And if you look at the heats, if you wanted to see loaded heats, they're here today. Every heat you look at is just name after name after name after name. And we're going to see a very, very competitive day of surfing.
Well, what happens here in the Challenger Series is that mid-season cut on the championship tour. A bunch of surfers are here. They did their campaigns in Newcastle for the first stop on the Changa, as the Australians love to call it. Here we are for the second stop in Ballito. And it's there's already a sense of urgency for a lot of the former championship tour surfers. And as you mentioned, Kai, we're going to see a lot of them. I see the first heat this morning is going to be Jackson Bunch when we get there. So a lot of the CT surfers that got ditched at Margaret River are just chomping in the bits. And this is the round of 64 this morning. They're going to want to get their wheels on.
Yeah, and it's a tough one for them because, you know, you've just sort of come onto the CT, you're finding your feet, you're getting into your groove, and bam, you cut, and now you're back down to the absolute carnage of Challenger Series surfing. You've got to kind of dust yourself off and just get straight back into it.
Well, getting straight back into it, let's go down to Mark Frew and hear from him from the competitors area.
Sammy, you've been here for 3 days in Ballito. Great to see you back on the Qualification coastline. You had a free surf out there this morning. Give us an update on the conditions.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to be back here in Ballito. Always a fun event to be here. All the locals, you know, are really cool to us, and food is really nice. Conditions are fun. Waves dropped a little bit from yesterday. There's a little bit of air wind on the rides. Kind of looks like there's a mixed swell out there, like some peaks, you know, a little bit chunky, but should get better throughout the day with the lower tide, and we're going to see some good surfing.
You're up in heat number 4. Good luck with that one, and it's good to see you back.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, let's go.
Well, ever popular Sam Pupo, but there's an underlying side to the whole story with Sam and a bunch of other surfers. We mentioned Jackson Bunch coming up very, very shortly, Imai Kalani, DeVault, and a host of others on both men's and women's side of that CT getting the cut. And here, this is the business part of the process again, is to re-qualify for the championship tour in 2026. And they've got to do it right here. 6 stops in total. We'll talk a lot about that Challenger Series as the day goes on. But this is the second stop, and it's, as we mentioned, time to really activate and get some points on that leaderboard.
Yeah, well, I mean, interesting to have Sammy start the morning for the round because he was the guy who was literally on the cusp of that cut, you know, and it was a pretty emotional moment. You saw his brother almost like having a cry because it was so serious. And then you got another guy who's just come down from the CT, and Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of familiar faces through today's surfing here in Ballito. Many former championship tour surfers looking to do the hard yards. Names like Jadson Andre are back amongst others. And of course that Brazilian contingent always relevant here in Ballito. And everybody will be looking for results come end of this week. And we welcome you to competition live coverage of day 2 here at the Challenger Series in Ballito. Jackson Bunch from Hawaii off that mid-season cut. He'll be getting some business done in the lineup here in the punchy beach break conditions. Watch for Eli Hanneman. We had him as a championship tour surfer a season or 2 back. And then the newer names pushing to find their place amongst surfing's destiny and future. Riari Ito is in the lineup, along with a young Mexican surfer by the name of Lucas Cassidy. Watch for him as well. He got through his round of 80 yesterday, amongst other names like Federico Moraes and Pedersen Crisanto, Billy Stearman, and a bunch of others. So we're looking forward to a big day of surfing here, and we trust that you'll enjoy it with us.
Yeah, Gigs, it's interesting to see the sort of older gents, the experience came through yesterday. A lot of those names we've been hearing for many years on the QS and on the Challenger and CT really putting their authority down, including Josh Kerr with a heat win. And there's Luke Thompson. He'll be up for South Africa. 21st birthday boy today too.
Yep, lots to talk about here. This young South African on screen looking to make his mark. We saw him campaign well in the Ballito Pro a few seasons back, which earned him that wild card at J-Bay. Can he replicate the form? Can he be relevant? Names like Aiden Mason-Camp, of course, also holding up the Rainbow Nation flag here in South Africa this week. And we'll see how Luke Thompson fares. He'll be coming up in the draw in heat number 2 this morning. You are with us for heat number 1. No rides yet. Let's just drill into the conditions here. We think of yesterday, those big open swells that were marching in from the south. That onshore wind did rip it apart. But what it has given us is some consistency in the lineup and also some corners to work with. So perhaps a slightly different focus on the judging criteria this morning as well, Kai.
Yeah, Gigs, there's a couple of little A-frames all over the show. I was watching the free surf. I was a bit concerned early this morning, but watching the free surf, I saw some good surfing. And like Sammy said, that little light northerly wind up the face on the right is going to suit the natural footers who like to go to the air. I think we're going to see some seriously big aerials today.
Chilly morning temperatures, but that sun, the African sun, will bake it into a beautiful beach day here in Ballito. The crowds will be heading down. And of course, everybody sizing up and sussing out the barometer heat of the day, first heat of the morning. And well, as I say, everybody will have eyes on this to see where are the shifting peaks in the lineup forming best. It is a sand bottom wave here in Ballito. Water temperatures around 20 degrees centigrade, so that's your high 70s in Fahrenheit. Generally a little bit of rubber just to keep the dawn patrol chill off. And as we say, just a beautiful ocean and a wonderful part of the world, this qualification region.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the only time the water here actually does get a bit chilly is after that northeasterly wind. It tends to blow in some deep water. So after that gale force sort of northeast in the evening last night, the water might have dropped a little bit. And of course, with this big round to come, Gigs, we're looking to push through and finish it. It is the big one. We need to get through it. But there is that little spectre of a looming gale force northeast towards 4 p.m. today as well. So we want to kind of get through these heats.
So we're just passing through the high tide mark here this morning, not quite on the steepest of tides. We are in that neap midweek period. And of course, we'll have an outgoing tide all day. What are we thinking as far as, over the next few hours, the tide falling out? How does that shape up in the lineup?
I think when you start getting to the mid-tide at the moment in these conditions, you're going to see some really, really contestable waves. We've seen a couple already on the high tide, though. So, I mean, there are waves out there and there is swell. On the low tide, you might find that it almost bottoms out a little bit too much. And then as the tide swings in, you're going to see a nice little push in conditions. That first hour and a half after the push is going to be prime time.
Well, tour manager Travis Logie knows this location very well, grew up in the area. And he just held off the event start by around a half an hour or so to allow for the tide just to go through the turn. So we are expecting a lot of waves, a lot of opportunities for our surfers as the morning unfolds. You can see that brisk. In fact, there almost wasn't an offshore this morning, Kai. You were talking about that persistent, pesky onshore, which really just cut us a little short on day one yesterday. But this morning now, I just see that almost the first signs of that offshore wind, just giving a little texture to the water.
Yeah, a little bit of a late land breeze this morning, but it definitely started tufting as we walk towards the booth. So I think it'll clean up a bit. And, it's going to swing to the north first before it goes northeast, and that'll suit the guys on the rights for sure. But what is also nice is the northeast does break the swell up. You can see those V's out there. And that's going to mean you're going to see a couple of lefts throughout the day as well. It won't just be the rights.
Well, it is the Dolphin Coast. You see the Water Patrol ski out the back, just always keeping an eye on things. A little yellow buoy floating in the top of your screen also is called the Shark Net System. Of course, everybody gets a little cold shiver when you mention that word. But it is an ocean that is alive, and generally, for the sake of it, it is a safe place to be. And, well, look at these beautiful shots of your bottlenose dolphins. It is that time of year. One of those natural phenomenons of the sardine run as well takes place on this coast. And the other thing that takes place on this coast is surfing. And welcome back to Ballito, Eli Hanneman. He tore the lineup apart a few years ago to go all the way to qualification for the CT. And it'll be good to have him back. You know that his approach is really just pretty much 50% of his arsenal is in the air.
Yeah, he's got a big bag of tricks. And, you know, looking at the criteria for the day, the head judge sending it out to us this morning, they are looking for critical surfing. That's the big keyword, critical surfing, variety of maneuvers, and big one maneuver waves are going to score today. So you'll see a couple of people coming with combos, but I think the big focus for these guys is going to be finding that massive critical section and going as big as they can.
Well, beautiful scenes here in South Africa. Of course, 2 Hawaiians out in the lineup. It is the evening. It's a Monday evening in Hawaii, as everybody will be tuning in from there. And just referring to that judging criteria, Kai, committed major maneuvers in those pockets when they arrive is where we want to see the points this morning.
Yeah, they want to see, you know, guys committing to the heavy section, going as high and big as they can go. And those are the maneuvers they're going to score. I mean, if we look at the end of the day yesterday, even in those tricky northeast, you know, we saw the big full Rio going for an 8.0.
I like the last point there, extraordinary single maneuvers. That definitely played a part in yesterday's excellent score categories. And you may feel that that is a big carryover to today again, Kai.
For sure, similar conditions. So I think, you know, if the guys look at who scored late in the day yesterday, they're going to have a good indication of what they need to do.
Well, good to have Eli Hanneman back. Did visit Newcastle for the first stop on the Challenger Series. 25th there, so that'll be a throwaway for him in the context of re-qualifying in 2026. Waves approaching the lineup here, and let's have a look at Jackson Bunch, Championship Tour surfer of 2025. Didn't make the mid-season cut after Margaret River, and here he is trying to find his way through the Ballito Pro Draw.
Jackson was one of those guys, gigs, that came out a little early and surfed in the QS 2000 for a warm-up, and he went pretty deep into the event as well. So very similar conditions a couple of days of that event as well. So he'll know what to do out here.
Pay attention to this name, a young surfer by the name of Lucas Cassidy. Big things coming for him in the future. Young surfer representing under the Mexican flag. So perhaps Alan Cleland Jr. won't be alone in a year or two on the CT level. But you can see broken conditions this morning here, Kai. As we mentioned, we are expecting an improvement as the tide falls out. But it's a fair playing field. Everyone's got to try and pick their peaks out there. We spoke of that judging criteria, and we spoke of the focus of perhaps a single maneuver will unlock a score.
Yeah, exactly that. And nice little opener here. He got the first turn, went super tight on that second one. You just saw that little northeast sort of cross wave catching him out. And then the young Mexican here, just a little warm-up turn, really. That's never going to be a counter to get through one of these heats.
Well, Lucas Cassidy, we mentioned him there, representing the Mexican flag. He's been working the qualifying series in the North Americas. Meanwhile, live action for Eli Hanneman, gets a nice little jam. We know that he's explosive above the lip, little skid there, flat on the board, but 2-turn combo, so he'll extract something out of his second ride of the morning here. 30-minute heats on offer, best 2 rides counting, as is always the template. And right now, everybody just trying to find that little pocket to work with, and we'll, look for the flaring turns. You can see the sand churning on the inside as we go over the lineup here of Ballito this morning. So there is a lot of sand tucked in the coves here. And as I say, we'll welcome that falling tide this morning for day 2 of competition. Here's the lesser known and profiled surfer of the heat, a young Japanese surfer. Ito, Riari Ito. Love the Japanese push again that we've seen in 2025. A lot of skill and talent from so many of them. Always think back to the roots of Japanese surfing, all the back then ASP events that were held in Japan 15, 20 years ago really set the Japanese community on fire. And here we are all these years later with a strong contingent on both men's and women's sides of the draw. Have a look at Eli back at it. Lip line there with a free fall. So judges will now just work on 2 scores for Eli Hanneman. Not a lot at this stage, just sprinkled with 2s on the scorecard as we go under the 20-minute mark. Ruari Ito, the Japanese surfer, gets a flat 3 for his opener, Kai. And, well, we're waiting for that magic moment in the opening heat of the morning here.
Yeah, it looks like these guys just trying to find their rhythm. I'm not sure how many of them had the warm-up paddle this morning, but it is pretty tricky out there. But we saw on the free surf a couple of big maneuvers, so the scoring potential is definitely out there.
We spoke of the Brazilians here in Ballito. Look into the Red Bull athlete area. So Jadson Andre just pensively looking at the lineup and the opening heat of the morning. Here's that talented aerialist Lucas Cassidy, literally going over the inside rock shelves at the moment. You think of the first event in Newcastle. They were also finishing off on those inside sections. So, you know, you look at the results from Challenger Series Event 1 in Newcastle, and you sort of translate it over similar type of conditions, sand bottom waves, east-facing beaches of the 2 continents, respectively, Australia and now South Africa, and a very similar type of playing field. Bigger swells move into the sandbars, and then the smaller swells fracture up. So it's going to be very interesting to see at the end of this week when we can do a cross comparison of how people fared at Newcastle and how they fare here in Ballito. Someone that's faring quite well in the lineup is Lucas Cassidy. Also see a good number that's coming for Eli Hanneman. So the heat's starting to move forward now, Kai.
Yeah, and I think we just spoke about it. The judges are going to reward that big singular maneuver in the critical section. And Eli with that big hit over a big closeout section, getting the 6. So right away the judges showing these surfers what they want to see.
Scorecard has a meaningful score for Eli Hanneman. He's found a 6-pointer, so a combination of turns bringing that score to reality and locking into his top 2. Let's have a look at that 6-pointer as a reference.
So you can see a nice big section, gets the bottom turn, had a nice jab in the pocket actually to open, so it was a bit of a combo on this wave, and then flinging the fins out. So just seeing this one on the replay now, 2-turn combo coming in with the fin releases, and the judges like what they see.
Well, that's an indication everyone in the Red Bull athlete area will be just leaning an ear to that score of a 6, 2 turns. So judges perhaps, just adjusting the scale and interpretation for the playing field that is available here this morning in Ballito. But really everybody else just sprinkled with smaller scores right now. So Cassidy will be listening and going, all right, well, we've got to put maybe a combination together. Tied the lip line on these waves right now, not quite allowing the surface to go to the air. That will change as the morning goes on. But for now, highlight score 6 points for Eli.
Yeah, and Lucas just dropped a 4.0 for that little air reverse we saw over the section. It wasn't a big heavy section, and he got a little bit stuck on the exit, but the judge is still giving him the 4. So I think looking now as a reference point, you've got the 6, you've got the 4, sort of the slightly higher scores, the rest of them all in the 2s and 3s. So all the surfers in the lineup now kind of know what they're looking to do.
That's that surfer on screen, Lucas Cassidy, as we mentioned, been campaigning on the qualifying series, got that finals appearance at Pismo Beach, and well, had that finals with Jet Schilling, got a 3rd in Barbados as well. We love diving into all of the parts that make up the Challenger Series. It is a good morning from Ballito. We'll sit back and take a quick break. Stay with us. It is day 2 from South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Well, welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And let's have a look at that Surfline forecast as we get day number 2 underway. Of course, we are down at the bottom of the continent of Africa. You see Ballito situated in the subtropical zone. And of course, that Atlantic Ocean stirring up those midwinter swells. They feed up the side of the continent. And having a look at what Surfline has for us this morning, 3 to 5 foot faces as that tide starts dropping out. Slight decrease in swell, Kai, as we go through to the afternoon, and then we see that onshore coming again for us. So give us some launch opportunities. And of course, looking down the draw towards the back part of the week, an increase in swell, but steady swell. We'll see that all the way through with offshores and onshores to just mix it up.
Yeah, look, for the next couple of days, it's pretty much the same thing day to day. But the good news is after this afternoon, we'll see a slight shift away from those very strong northeasterlies, which is great news. We'll have lighter winds, and then Sunday morning is looking really nice on the long range. So we're hoping we're going to get a really good finish.
Well, we follow everything that Surfline does, and we see it come to reality here in this beautiful part of the world. You are with us on the East Coast for the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Early signs here, local time 8:30 a.m. in the morning. We did have a slightly delayed start just to allow that tide to fold over. And you are with us. Top left of screen was the updated. Well, we are waiting for a few scores to land during the break. Let's have a look at what went down, Kai.
Wow, big power hack over the top, blasted the fins out the back. So Lucas Cassidy has come out the gates firing in heat number 1, got a little snap to finish there. And then you see Jackson Bunch on this one. A little bit of work to do before the wave started to get going on the bank, but here he goes, big bottom turn, throws it up into the lip, so that was good surfing from the Hawaiian. And then also, looks like everyone got waves here. Eli looking to back up the 6th, first turn was good, and then a big heavy section to finish. You can see how much he enjoyed that one, and that's definitely going to be a good score to back up his 6.
Well, judges definitely appreciating the emphasized acceleration and the hard pushing through those turns that Eli Hanneman, we saw that score come in for his opener over 6, and he ripped through that first turn. And we're back with him now. Let's have a look at this replay again. Another. So Eli Hanneman just keeping that scorecard ticking over here.
Yeah, that one was a bit of fun. I don't think it's going to be accounted. You can see his body language too, but shows that they're starting to find the peaks out there, Gigs. It was a bit of a slow start. Everyone was trying to figure out where to sit, where to catch waves. And then suddenly looks like everyone's clicked in. The only person really taking their time and being very patient is the Japanese surfer.
Well, the Japanese surfer does hold priority. 30-minute heats on offer, and we're 2/3 pretty much through this now. Remaining 10 minutes to go here. Cassidy has sneaked his way into the lead, but judges working on a number for Eli Hanneman and also Jackson Bunch in that exchange that we caught up during the break. So we'll let those numbers land, and then we'll have a look at the exact shape of it. Of course, priority perhaps will start affecting the management of the heat. Nice little tail slide there. If anything, perhaps just lost a lot of speed was our young Japanese surfer there, Ryori Ito. We'll go back to the drawing board. Second wave of the set seems to be drawing off the bank here for Lucas Cassidy. He's in it to have a go, and he spikes that turn. So a couple of good moments now for the young surfer in green, the Mexican. And well, we'll see how those numbers interpret. Meanwhile, Eli Hanneman, still expecting a score, is now priority on the main peak.
Well, and that carbon CI is looking pretty spicy under his feet there, Giggs. He's getting a lot of pop off the top of the wave and off the rails. So it looks like a good call today. Probably find, I would say, at least 80% of the surfers will probably go the epoxy route today.
Yeah, interesting discussion. Always makes for a good yarn as well. Of course, that Spine Tech technology from Channel Islands. So Lucas Cassidy really looking comfortable on his equipment. He's on one of those happy everyday models. And we mentioned that judges were working on a score for Eli Hanneman. 5 judges on duty. Highest and lowest will lob off, and we'll average the remaining 3 for a score. And we're almost there. And we'll see the heat change shape here. Cassidy also waiting for a number. So we'll just let these numbers land. 8.5 on the clock. And see Eli Hanneman just wanting to know where he's at. How does he navigate the last 8 minutes 20 of this heat? He's going to find a 7.5. He's going to become the new heat leader. And that'll put Cassidy down into second. And a nice big separation now with Hanneman really dominating this this heat so far. Let's have a look how he's building his scores, Kai.
Yeah, this is a good looking wave. The first ball allowing him to just push the fins out and then straight into the big heavy section. So good call. It was exactly what they said on this morning's criteria. They want to see those big critical moves. Talking about a critical move, that was a pretty nice backhand hack from Ryoru Ito.
Big turn from our Japanese surfer, perhaps the best one he's brought to us. We'll peel back the tapes to see if there was a little bit more in that, because he is down in 4th, and he is, as I say, way off the pace here. Remember that cut-off top 2 advance through the heat, so we'll have a look at that. Let's, what are we liking in this, Kai?
Big bottom turn, whipped it off the top there. First turn was good, and then a nice big power hack. A little bit of a little wobble on the exit there, but I think the judges are going to reward that. That was a good 2-turn combo.
Good 2-turn combo. Should almost equal Eli Hanneman's 6-pointer. What are we thinking? Because those were 2 good, solid, well-emphasized turns from our Japanese surfer.
Yeah, looking at that sort of exchange, I'd say the Japanese surfer with the 1-up on the first turn. His first turn was really a solid turn, a lot of explosive energy going out of the legs and into the turn, and then also a solid second turn. So maybe Eli a bit stronger on the closer, and Ito a bit stronger on the opener. So I think it's going to be a pretty tight score range. It will be pretty similar.
Well, he's down in 4th, and he hasn't had a lot to work with up until that moment. Have a look at his requirements. 6 points required to jump up to second at the expense of Cassidy. So we'll see where that number goes. 6.5 now on the clock. Let's go down and find Emma Smith. She's down enjoying the Ballito Pro sounds and sights this morning.
Okay, so I'm down in the Red Bull athlete area. We found Judson, one of the most experienced surfers probably to come to Ballito. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, it has dropped a lot, but it's still a lot of waves right there. As everyone knows, Ballito's pretty much all about the wind and the tides. And first hit is out there, and every single surfer has one really good wave, so that is still a lot of opportunities. The swell direction has changed a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a really good day of surf, especially when the tide drop in.
Amazing. Well, we hope you're on one of those good ones, and good luck for your next heat. Cool. See you later.
Well, great to hear from Jadson Andre.
Thanks, Jadson.
As we mentioned, he'll be very closely watching the next heat, because his good mate Michael Rodriguez will be coming up in that one. And as I say, the experience of the older campaigners, a lot of them are the Brazilians.
Yeah, and they're kind of fortunate that they've got so much experience sitting in that Brazilian corner in the athlete zone, because the younger guys have got a lot of knowledge and experience and support there from guys like Emrod and Jaddy. And, you know, it's been a talking point of the tour for many years now, Gigs, especially here in Ballito. We've always seen it, the The Brazilians tend to travel in packs. They support each other. They were the first sort of country really to do that. We're not going to go travel alone and do the tour. We're going to go as a bunch. We're going to support each other. We're going to also save money by getting accommodation and transport, and it's really paid dividends because over the years we've seen that Brazilian storm. We've seen surfers really raising their hands and coming to the fore, and now you've got sort of the new generation of guys, Matthias Hurdy and that whole crew. And Matthias will say to you, he's like, a big part of how confident he is and how well he's doing on tours because of those older guys.
Collective energy is always a good thing. In and out is Jackson Bunch, as he is just trying to defend his position in the top 2 in this heat. As we mentioned, former championship tour surfer. Goes left here for a 6.5 Kai, and we're loving the release of the tail there.
Yeah, that was really explosive surfing. Still working his way right onto the beach for a little closer on the sand. Oof, that could have been a bad ankle right there. But that second turn was really good. I think the judges will love it. And he already dropped to 6.5 for that single maneuver on the backhand. So now going left, little 3-turn, 4-turn combo, including a very explosive fin drift over the top.
Well, the 2 former championship tour surfers in Hanneman and Bunch, both Hawaiians, both from their respective islands, are here trying to find their way through to the round of 32 and far beyond to finals day. Second stop on the Challenger Series here. Are with us for the second morning of competition. It's a Tuesday in South Africa already. Cassidy is down in third, so the heat has changed shape here. You see a pair of 5s there for the young Mexican who does have the priority. So let's see how this final 3 minutes plays out for this exciting young surfer. Still waiting for a number from the panel from Rory Ito, and we feel that he brought his best wave with that 2-turn backhand combination. And look at his requirements of just a 4.3 and a score to come. So it's going to be an interesting 2:45 remaining here, Kai.
Yeah, the score came in pretty. It took a long time for the judges. They were really looking at that, but coming in at a 6.77. So he's back in the hunt now. He needs another wave. Like you said, a 4.3, not a massive requirement when we're looking at some of the top scores in the heat. And Jackson Bunch also with a 6.5 in the mix.
What can Jackson Bunch do right now? Because he's down in 4th prio. A 4.3 for the 4th place surfer is all that's required. So, and 1 priority step higher. So 4th priority can't play 3rd priority. Going to be interesting to see. Let's have a look at that solid score for the Japanese surfer again.
Lovely punch to the lip on the first turn, and then really laying into the rail on the second. Like we said, he just had a little bit of a wobble out on that turn, so probably pulled the score down a little bit. But a 6.77, that's a good score today.
Well, prickly part of the heat now, 1:45 on the clock. See Cassidy, your surfer in priority in green, just navigating himself into a key position. But we're focusing in on the battle here, perhaps between white. I mean, here's your heat leader, Eli Hanneman. Love it when he goes to the air. That one will go incomplete, but he's done a good job of stitching together his 2 scores of a 6 and a 7.5. Critical wave here with priority as the tool, and he'll go down with no points from that priority play. So Lucas Cassidy will be upset with himself for that when he pulls back and looks at the heat review, perhaps on the way to the next Challenger Series stop, because it's a cutoff of top 2 advance. 5.75 requirement for the 3rd place surfer, 4.3 the only requirement for the 4th place surfer. We've still got a minute to go.
Yeah, the interesting one here is going to be for Riaru. He's not needing a massive score. He's up
and in
into
all
priority.
of that action, Kai, he's got priority. So,
yeah. So he's got priority now. So he's going to have to pull trigger pretty quick. I can see a bit of movement in the lineup though. 35 seconds though. It's going to be a tight finish.
Well, we'll see if the Indian Ocean delivers here for the young surfer from Japan, because he's been working hard on the Challenger Series. 25th in Newcastle for the young Japanese surfer. An opportunity perhaps still with 20 seconds to go. But you are seeing Hanneman and Bunch, those more recognizable names with the CT experience, sitting in 1 and 2 in this heat. A couple of sets approach here, and a couple of bumps with the countdown clock with us as well. Cassidy will go to the air, which we know he's very capable of. he's feeling that one. He's going to claim it as well. The clock will stop. We hear the horn outside. Hanneman won't be too phased by that. He has put together a solid heat. But we'll hang the question mark now on Lucas Cassidy, down in third. Is he going to attack that second place position of Jackson Bunch?
Oh, he was so lucky to get into this with 5 seconds to go. Launches it around. That was a really nice tail high. Thought for a second he had maybe started celebrating too early and was going to wash off the back. And, you know, the judges have been very critical about those finishings on the big airs. But it's going to be tight, Gigs. I think he might have got the score.
Exciting finish. We'll stay with this moment here. Let's just get a little analytical again. Perhaps the negative for Lucas Cassidy was that it was a smaller wave.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Tail high for sure.
I mean, if I look at the criteria, the size of the waves wasn't really in there, though. They were saying they want to see critical maneuvers. They want to see those big, spectacular, singular maneuvers, and that really ticked that box.
Was it a critical section, though?
Probably not the most critical section in the heat, which is why I don't think it'll go into the 6s and 7s. But a high 5, I think he could be in the game.
Well, this young surfer on screen, Lucas Cassidy, take note of the name. He is an absolutely... Well, let's have a look. Something else has happened here, folks, and we didn't get the cameras on it because we were locked onto it, but there's been an interference call. Jackson Bunch is going to pick up an interference. You saw the intensity back on the sand from the former CT surfer from Hawaii, and they're just breaking this moment down. He'll be absolutely gutted with this, but what that has also allowed is Lucas Cassidy the opportunity to go from third to second. So drama for the first heat of the morning here. Emotions are high, Kai.
Wow, so now the score doesn't really matter, although it'll be interesting to see if he got it. Nevertheless, just to sort of set a scale for the morning. But yeah, that must have happened in that last little exchange.
Well, interference, if there's a hindering of any other surfer's ability to maximize the score, you see the exact rule book definition on the left of your screen there, and Jackson Bunch has fallen foul in the lineup here in Ballito this morning.
And here's the other interesting thing. 5.75 required. Lucas got a 5.2, so he would have fallen short.
Wow, critical moment here for the opening heat of the morning. Either way, Lucas Cassidy is going to get a grace card here, and Jackson Bunch is going to be very frustrated with the outcome of his visit here to Ballito. We know his ability, but he'll have to wait now for the US Open of Surfing for the Hawaiian Jackson Bunch. He's going to finish fourth in that, so that's an official result. There it is. It's in the books. Opening heat of the morning. Eli Hanneman did a good job, though. Found the 7.5 in the lineup and backed it up with the 6. And the young Lucas Cassidy from Mexico will go along with him to the next round. Stay with us with the first heat of the morning. Plenty more to come here from Ballito.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
So much history for one of the longest running events in the world. It is now the Ballito Pro. So many years later, we love bringing you the coverage here from beautiful Dolphin Coast on the east coast of South Africa. It's a very good morning. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda in for the call, and we've been enjoying the first hours of today. Of course, that beautiful African sunrise as well. Really just, always sets the tone for the day here, Kai. And what about this heat coming up? Here's another biggie for surf fans. Lots to dive into here. Michael Rodriguez, former CT surfer, in the lineup. Watch for Dimitri Polis. He's on a charge to get to the CT level. 21st birthday boy Luke Thompson will represent the Rainbow Nation. And Ryan Huckabee's been building momentum of his own. And we'll see how they all fare for the second heat of the morning here in Ballito.
Yeah, it's going to be a great heat. Can't wait for this one. I've got to say, if you look at the conditions, Emrod's probably rubbing his hands together with glee. These kind of conditions just play to his strengths. And Luke Thompson, though, a lot of experience here on the bank in Ballito. He grew up down the road in Durban. He surfed hundreds of hours of surfing on this bank. So he has got the locals' advantage.
Well, talking of strengths, don't write off the two Americans in this, because they know how to generate speed and create magic moments of their own. Watch for Dimitri Polis. Watch for Ryan Huckabee. They're on a charge in 2025. And wow, just sort of just simmering on the opening heat of the morning there as we set the stage for the second heat. Let's get a replay underway first of all. This is the opening wave of Heat 2.
Yeah, Poulos with the opener. Just got a little caught on the section there. But I must say, Gigs, I've been impressed with Dimitri Poulos. Last year he had a good run here in Ballito as well. It was nice to see him in the event in America now as a wild card. And I'm a big fan of his surfing. Definitely one of the nicest styles out there.
Yeah, very smooth flowing connectivity between turns as well. All beautifully stitched together. That's Dimitri Polis in a nutshell. You're talking of his visit to Ballito last year, finished 17th. His best result, the Challenger Series of last year, a 9th in Sydney. So he'll be lapping up the beach break conditions here this morning on day 2 in Ballito. And as, of course, we'll chat about Ryan Huckabee and Dimitri Polis, the two Americans. But in the meantime, let's go down and hear from Eli Hanneman. He got through that first heat of this morning with a couple of solid scores.
Eli, congratulations. First heat out the way. I feel like first heat of the day comes with like a whole bunch of different nerves or maybe headspace. How do you approach that first heat of the day compared to a heat later?
Yeah, it was crazy. I was waiting for my heat all day because it was supposed to be last night. And the waves looked pretty fun. And I was kind of bummed they called it off. But then I was just kind of accepted it and just went, hey, it's not meant to be. So was able to get a good night's sleep and, yeah, come out and surf glassy waves this morning.
Amazing. And you weren't in Ballito last year. You were here the year before. How does it feel to be back? What were you missing?
Yeah, this is like my favorite, one of my favorite places on the schedule. I feel like the wave suits my surfing the best out of any of the waves on the Challengers. And last year I almost came, but I had some health issues, so I had to pull out. But I'm super happy to be back here.
Amazing. Well, we're stoked to have you back, and thanks for sharing us. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Well, Eli Hanneman into the round of 32 here in Ballito for the second Challenger Series stop of the year. Of course, we think back to the Challenger Series in 2023, got that win over at the US Open, beating Crosby Colapinto in that final and setting himself up for qualification in 2024, but then had the mid-season cut. And that is the story of the relationship also between the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour itself.
Well, Gigs, I guess the good news for the guys who are going to push through the Challenger this year and make it to the Tour for next year is mid-season cut is saying goodbye. So all the more reason to really push hard and get back to the Championship Tour this year.
Yeah, extra incentive and extra opportunity as well with 6 stops. Lots to talk about here in Ballito. What are we liking about this one, Kai?
Just really clean surfing, nice little punch on the second turn. Unfortunately, it just kind of washed out on him. But Dimitri getting into the action early here. We spoke about his style, really smooth, beautiful rail surfing. And I can watch this guy surf all day. It's really pretty surfing.
Just a touch of Dane Reynolds in there, and you'd expect that, being from the same beaches up in Ventura to the north of Los Angeles. But speed, power, and flow definitely summarizes Dimitri Polis with those moments of flair and magic. We like his surfing. We want to see more of it in 2025. And for now, we'll want to see his talent come out on the score sheets. Pretty empty score sheet right now. We're 7.5 minutes into it. 30-minute heats on offer. Best 2 rounds counting, as is always. And as we mentioned, just there seems to be these slightly slower patches. We had a nice flurry of activity. Some similar timeline unfolding here in the second heat of the morning compared to the first, Kai. We had those couple of softer moments, and then we had those sort of scattergun moments of just lots of action coming our way with the random sets approaching.
Well, Emrod starting things off here. Said he'd like these conditions. Nice big power jab, and then getting the second turn. So not probably what he's going to want to keep in the heat, if I look at like the totality of the heat, but nice little start getting the legs warm.
Judges will have a ponder on the power on the rail for Michael Rodriguez. Of course, Emrod, as surf fans affectionately started dubbing him when he made the championship tour quite a few years back, full-time competitor on the CT back in 2018, 2019, qualifying along with names like Federico Moraes. They were all part of that campaign in 2017 to get to 2018 CT. And of course, an up and down career, as is always, re-qualified for the championship tour through 2022, and then CT did the CT in 23 again. So Michael Rodriguez easily the most experienced in the lineup here, Kai. But again, he fell short of that mid-season cut in 2023. Let's have a look at live action here. This is Ryan Huckabee, the other American. Just a wave selection there, letting him down. So back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time for Huckabee. Of course, Huckabee out of Florida, Flagler Beach. Young 21-year-old American looking to make his mark on the Challenger Series this year. Crusading, got a 49th in Newcastle, so opportunity here at the second stop to get a few heats under the belt and move forward on the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, and I mean, if he comes from the East Coast, he's going to be used to sort of smaller, broken up beach break sessions, I mean, especially around Florida and that part of the coast, so he's going to feel right at home today in these conditions. Emrod starting with a 4.3 gigs. We said he had a half decent start, and like you said, really similar pattern to that first heat. Couple of like 3s and 4s and 2s going down, and then the guys kind of started to feel their rhythm and find this, their pace in that first heat, and it looks like it's exactly the same here. Yesterday we had those like heats that were really on, like just back-to-back waves, and then you'd have like 2-3 heats that were absolutely dead. So hopefully today we're going to see more of this pattern with all of the heats getting those opportunities.
Well, man with the most experience in the lineup, Michael Rodriguez. Highest score thus far, the 4.33. As we mentioned, his pedigree, championship tour surfer back in 2018. Re-qualified in 2023 again. Had a good run in 23 as well. Bells Beach made the quarters in the CT. But mid-season cut, he tripped on that. And he'd like to be part of 2026 and a full year ahead for all the CT surfers as we change the format next year. Meanwhile, Michael Rodriguez back at it. Just a little soft through the white water there, but nonetheless establishing a second counting ride and playing to the conditions on hand here, Kai.
Yeah, I like that first stab. Big power sort of jab, but that wave just kept going a little flat on him. It had a beautiful bowl as he took off. But the first turn was good. I mean, he's going to back up the 4.3 and at least have 2 scores on the board. You watch here, this looked so good. Bow, just gave it. But unfortunately, the wave hit a huge flat section. And just a little bit of a wobble on the second turn. It's pretty crazy when you look at his stats gigs. 30 years old. It feels like he's been around forever. And he's already, like you said, he's been on and off tour 3 times. He's still got quite a lot of time ahead of him.
Is Yangadora the only Brazilian without a beard?
At this point, maybe.
All of our Brazilians When you think of Philippe Toledo, the two-time world champion, you think of Jaddy Andre.
Italo.
What's with all the facial hair? Anyway, we like it. It's all good. And let's have a look at Huckabee here. Spoke of the Floridian and how he should be lapping up the conditions here this morning. Nice jam, hard off the tail for Huckabee. And it's been a while in coming. It's a 21st birthday for the South African hopes in this heat. Priority at play at 12 minutes. Have just gone away, and Luke Thompson will not have anything special on the scorecard just yet. And that's a bunch of concerned faces there from the South African camp.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a bit of a terror start for the South African camp in this event. We had carnage yesterday. But like I said, Luke's got a lot of experience out here. He knows how this bank works. He's had a lot of success out here too. So I think he's just got to take a deep breath, refocus. There's lots of opportunity in the lineup. We saw quite high wave counts in the first heat.
Well, a 49th in Newcastle. We'll see him come to Ballito for the second stop, ranked 45th. He's had a good run on the qualifying series. He's kept his tools sharp. A third in Morocco, falling to Jürgen Kuzenay in the semi-finals up there in Tagazout. And of course, local qualifying series dominating with wins at Vic Bay, and recently, as a week or two back, at the eThekwini Pro.
In Durban, yeah.
So he's looking sharp. We know what he's capable of. Just 20 years of age, a lot of experience. He's been to those World Junior Champs a number of times. We saw him have a stellar run through the Ballito Pro back in 2022, already finished 9th, and that gave him a wild card to J-Bay. But all of that is in the history books. It's all about what's in front of you today and here and now, and living in the moment is Dimitri Polis. He'll put together a couple of nice slices. You see how broken it is there. Surf line just indicating that that swell will hang around with the falling tide. And just in the background there, you saw Luke Thompson getting something off that. So the heat will start moving forward now on paper for all four surfers.
Yeah, it's just a pity for Dimitri that that wave didn't give him that one more opportunity. I think it would have been a really good scoring wave. Two great turns to start things off, nice flow down the line, but just no closeout section to finish on. So if he had got the big finish there, that would have been a major score.
Meanwhile, heat lead belongs to the most experience of Michael Rodriguez. And that backup score, just a flat 4, Kai. So no real big numbers yet. We're waiting for those special numbers to come. What are we thinking of Dimitri Polis's flow and critical hits here?
Well, loving the flow down the line and big power hacks. Maybe a little bit of too similar for the judges. You know, they want to see some variety as well. And then the big washout at the end. So, yeah, good surfing. Then Luke took off behind him. Nice little jab, and then did very well to get off the bottom and back up into the lip there. That was pretty critical surfing. And Emrod also with a wave now. Bit of a soft turn to start. Now gets the rail activated. Another one of those power hacks. And I don't think that's going to be one of his keepers.
So plenty of waves coming at us here at the midway mark in this second heat of the morning. Judges will just get stuck into all of those numbers for us. Dimitri Polis, meanwhile, has fetched a 5.17, so he's got the highlight score. We feel that Luke Thompson, as we just reflect on those replays there, Kai might be coming in with the best score of his own very shortly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, solid little jab to the top of the lip and then straight off the bottom and into the big closeout maneuver. So sort of ticking some of the boxes on that judging criteria. Here goes Michael.
Emrod back at it. Nice and loose. Flowing on that board. Snaps it, swivels through the hips for that. And that one will just peter away there. So a couple of opportunities. There's peaks and bowls as they come at you. You've got to slam into them. You've got to put a lot of pressure on. And Emrod, particularly that first turn, really grinding into it.
Yeah, a lot of power in those turns. You know, he's always had such a good solid base. Really surfs off his hips as well. And that's what makes him so dangerous in the air too. He's got, like, very similar to Felipe. He's got that really low center of gravity. That was a lovely little power hack, even drifting the fins. Cut the second turn a little bit short, and then again we see another wave just sort of washing out and not giving the finish. So look, 5.17 for Dimitri. Michael might go a little bit higher than that score because I think a bit more power in those turns. And then I'm very interested to see what the score is going to be for Luke. That was a critical section, the first big critical section of the heat.
When you think about Michael Rodriguez, looks like he too, much like Philippe Toledo, has filled out and built a lot of muscle bulk over the last few seasons. He got a 9th in Newcastle, losing in the round of 16 to eventual winner Jacob Wilcox. So we're expecting bigger things from Michael Rodriguez in 2025 again. Motivated, as you mentioned, 30 years of age, but you know that age category, we discussed it quite a lot. Our surfers peaking at the end of their 20s into their early 30s as far as strength, as far as mental aptitude. It's a good discussion, and I think perhaps quite relevant to think of the ages for surfers like Mick Fanning when they won their world titles in their late 20s into their early 30s. So perhaps Michael Rodriguez, still plenty in the cards for him through 2025 and into 2026.
Well, even gigs, I mean, I think it's shifting even more. Kelly pushing well into his 50s. Geordie Smith now on a tear in his 40s. And, you know, Josh Kerr, well, Geordie not quite at his 40s, but getting close. And then Josh Kerr at 41, you know, he's ripping.
12 minutes to go, and judges are going to bring the single best score to the cards for Luke Thompson, a 6.5. And as we shape the heat up, we'll just sit back, take a quick break here in Ballito. We'll be back for an exciting second half to this heat out in the lineup.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Qualification coastline here in beautiful sunny South Africa. His surf season at the bottom of the continent. And it is the second stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Welcome back to the lineup. Just under 10 minutes to go. And, well, an updated scorecard for you top left of screen. Former championship tour surfer in Michael Rodriguez, using his power in the pockets here in Ballito to get the lead at this stage. Dimitri Polis from Ventura, California, sitting in second, just a small decimal or two behind. Not a big requirement to steal the lead as well, 4.44. Meanwhile, South African, just before the break, got the best single number of the 6.5, and a very small requirement for him to move into the advancing positions. Let's have a look at the smooth surfing again of Dimitri.
Well, I don't actually know how you got to that second turn. Hit a bump and came off, but carrying it all the way through to the beach and getting a little closer there too, Gigs. So not bad surfing. Here goes Luke though.
Well, back to live action. Luke Thompson slams into that lip of his own. So nice exchange here between Dimitri Polis and the South African Luke Thompson. Everybody celebrating the South African support there. Daniel Emsley on screen. You saw Seth Hulley from Team Oakley behind him. Everybody invested in the birthday boy here, Luke Thompson. And well, he's going to bring himself right into the picture here, Kai, with around 8.5 to go. Meanwhile, heat leader Michael Rodriguez. That'll be inconsequential, but South African Luke Thompson on the move now.
Yeah, it looks like that last wave gave him a bit of confidence after the fail on the first one. And like I said, he knows this lineup. He knows what to do in these conditions. He's got a big support crew on the beach. A lot of people here rooting for him. I know his mom, Dee, is on the beach. Steve, you know, her partner, they've been here all week supporting him. His sisters are overseas, but they will be sending in the WhatsApps and the messages for his birthday and wishing him luck. And hopefully he can pull off a nice birthday present for himself.
Well, a 5.87 is a nice 21st birthday present because he's now in the lead over this man on screen, Michael Rodriguez, who's trying to build another number of his own. Rodriguez sitting on 2 scores for a total of a 9.6. We know that he's capable of big numbers. And Emrod still trying to shake a 4.33 out of his top 2 scoreline. Meanwhile, new numbers for Luke Thompson in the lead with 7.5 to go.
Yeah, and I think you can really tell the experience of guys like Emrod and Jadson and some of the other sort of older guys on tours, how fast they react to changes in the heat. And immediately they're Luke dropping another score and taking the lead. And you almost see Emrod take off on a wave immediately because he knows that he doesn't have a lot of time to react and try to take back the lead. This was that wave getting down the line. Nice little punch with the fins out the back. And again, we spoke about the criteria today, is critical sections was a big sort of 2-word combo from the head judge, and that was a pretty critical section.
Well, power off the rail, then to a release and a free fall. Single maneuver for a 5.87. So the South African will just absorb the moment here. He's in the lead, 6.5 to go. Down on the priority scale, though. Let's talk about Dimitri Polis, who's now sitting with the priority. And he doesn't have to chase a very big number, 4.44, to put Emrod under a bit of pressure here. So a lot of fun still to have with this heat with 6.5 on the clock.
Yeah, and Emrod's in 4th priority now, so he's back at the queue. You're probably going to see him start hunting around on the inside and looking for waves that maybe offer some potential under the notice of the other surfers. But Poulos with priority, and he's a really good surfer. You know, like you said, he comes from that crew from Ventura up in northern Cali above LA. And the guys he hangs out with and surfs with every day, the Chapter 11 guys, they're all pretty big into the new school of surfing and big aerials and stuff. So he's certainly capable of pulling off a big score with one maneuver.
Well, looking for an exciting finisher from both Americans, both capable of finding the numbers respectively. Ryan Huckabee out of Florida, 6.77 requirement for him now as we go down to 5.5 on the clock. Talking of Huckabee, came here last year on the Challenger Series, got a 65th, so fell out in the first round in Ballito, did the Floridian. But then a much better 9th place finish. We got to see some of his potential over at Ericeira in Portugal for the then 4th stop of the Challenger of last year. This year, of course, 6 stops in total. Very exciting stuff. We'll bookend it all as well with Newcastle featuring twice on the Challenger Series to set up a very big 2026 for the sport.
Yeah, it's going to be a glorious year for the Challenger Series. Can't wait to see these guys and girls at Pipeline as well. I'm just, you know, looking at Huckabee. He's a very good surfer. He is a big boy, though. You know, if you put him up against the other 3 on the seat, Luke's not such a small kid either, but Ryan's like up there with like Geordie and Cole Hausman. They're big kids, and you know, these waves are not big and a little bit tricky, so might just be a little bit working against him today.
Well, there's no doubt that the bigger you are in your physical frame, the more easy it is to play to that power part of the criteria. I mean, no one doing that better right now than Cole Hausman with that win over in Rio de Janeiro 2 days back. We're looking forward to seeing what Cole Hausman and the rest of the championship tour brings to J-Bay this year. But you think back to Ballito and Cole Hausman's win here 2 seasons back to set him up. First year on tour as a rookie, wins bells. So the big blokes, it's not a disadvantage in any way in the modern era of the sport.
Yeah, it's crazy too, just how far, for example, equipment has come in that equation. You know? And obviously back in the day, the guys were riding little toothpicks, but now if you look at like someone like Geordie's boards, the volume is there, and the boards are allowing him to get the scores in small waves.
Well, beautiful scenes here in Ballito, clean Indian Ocean. It's great beach festival vibes. Let's go down and find Emma. She's down there amongst it. Well, Team South Africa just all invested in Luke Thompson's heat lead here. A very slow start, Kai, for Luke Thompson. As I say, we were deep into the heat and there was really nothing meaningful, and then he took off using priority and actually fell on that priority wave selection, and we kind of were a little bit perplexed ourselves here in the booth, but good job so far with the back half of the heat for the South African.
Yeah, and only 3 waves surfed, so after that first little sort of wobble, he's really capitalized on the next 2 waves and steadied the boat. But now you can see him sitting in the lineup. He'll be a lot more relaxed. He's got the heat lead. He's feeling his confidence back. The beach is making some noise every time he steps up.
You made reference to Michael Rodriguez catching that wave immediately post Luke Thompson's wave. Did he do the right thing? Because A, he spent the priority. He's protecting a very soft second place, and this is now a priority play. Third place surfer Dimitri Polis just on the search for a 4.44, and dynamic flow here from the American. Is that going to be an expensive mistake that Michael Rodriguez did a few minutes back?
I think you're right, Giggs, and that was some really, really beautiful rail surfing from the young American, really putting the board on the rail. And you know, we've been looking and talking about explosive surfing, but there's the other side of the equation, just beautiful rail surfing.
Well, judges are looking for big moments. They're looking for explosiveness, so much flow and just smooth surfing from Dimitri Polis. Let's have a look at Michael Rodriguez, who knows perhaps he's under a bit of threat here. Former CT campaigner, the Brazilian Emerald, very capable of power on the rail also. Very happy to go to the air. The rotation's one of the inspiring surfers from a decade back as far as the aerial movement goes, Michael Rodriguez. But down to 1 minute, and it's the sticky part of the heat now, Khan.
Yeah, and here's Dimitri again, so now it's fired up, and this time goes to the air. Wow, was able to hold on to that air, literally just gripping with the toes on the nose and going through for a nice little finish on the beach. Emerod's in trouble with that one.
Wow, so flurry of activity here. Dimitri Polis and Michael Rodriguez in a little duke out just to wrap this second heat of the morning up. As we mentioned, South African Luke Thompson has just sort of sat quietly now for the last minute or two, built those 2 solid scores. But just thinking again of what Luke Thompson did in the lineup as well. 1 maneuver out of the lip for a 5.87. So judges want to see stuff in the critical sections. Here's Huckabee as the clock counts down. Open sweep for him. This is a smaller tapered wave. It's going to limit the potential. And we're going to see Huckabee through to the inside. And we're not feeling, just as we summarize and just simmer on what has happened over the last 2 minutes, big duke out between Dimitri Polis and Michael Rodriguez. Judges will be invested in replays on this. What are we thinking and what are the surf fans thinking, Kyle?
Yeah, I've got to go with Dimitri there. Big explosive maneuver. Managed to hold it down and then still getting the little sort of exclamation mark onto the beach. And you could see the body language. Well, first he got taken out by the shore break and then getting to his feet. Watch this air, bam, right around. And in a pretty difficult section to land that and pull it off. So he did really well. And then coming through to the inside with another nice aggressive turn. And you know, what was he looking for? A 4.44. I've got to feel like he's going to get the score.
Remember, Michael Rodriguez went to the rail and attacked as well. So a frenetic moment of exchange there between former CT surfer Rodriguez, up-and-coming Dimitri Polis. But that man, he's going to be happy with his 21st birthday present. He's going to be in the next round of the Ballito Pro, South African Luke Thompson, who's looking like a fit and strong unit in 2025.
Yeah, he's always been a bigger boy, but he's really filling out now. Interesting to see he's also been much like his mentor, Jordy Smith, just trying out a couple of other blades and getting some feedback through his feet. So interesting to see he's on the DHD there. But I spoke to him about it, and he said, you know, much like Jordy, they're just feeling out things, experimenting, bringing that feedback back to Graham and the Smith Shapes team. So it's good to see that these guys are not just zoning in on one system and one piece of equipment as well.
Well, Team South Africa will be happy with the numbers that came out of the lineup there for Luke Thompson. 6.5 for the two-turn combination, and then Kai we spoke about, and just referencing it back to what the judges want to see, 5.87 for that knifing turn to release out of the lip.
Yeah, nice critical surfing from the young surfer, and Emrod getting a 4.2, so not going to change his situation, and now we're just waiting on that score for the air to turn from Dimitri.
Luke Thompson just debriefing with Quinton Jones, the coach. You see Seth Hulley from Team Oakley. Also, everybody just on the camp of Luke Thompson. We mentioned, of course, that he's performed very, very well this year thus far using the regional African qualifying series. Got that semi-final finish in Morocco. Got the wins at Victoria Bay. Got the wins at the eThekwini Pro just a few weeks back. So he's fit, he's focused and sharp for his 21st birthday.
Yeah, and Dimitri, 5.1, jumped Emrod into second place.
Well, results are official, and it was enough to ditch Michael Rodriguez down to third. Dimitri Polis from Ventura, California, is going to stay in the draw with Luke Thompson. An exciting heat for heat number 2. Sit back and relax. We'll take a quick break, and we'll call in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, and Jess Starling for the call. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Another gorgeous morning in Ballito, our drone. It's not battery powered, it's just fuel purely on vibes here. And the energy great again this morning as we're looking at some incisive surfing, a local fave in the form of Luke Thompson. It's his birthday, he's belted a heat, he'll be stoked, he'll have some momentum into future rounds. Speaking of momentum, we had a great day yesterday and we're expecting plenty more today. Let's say good morning to Jess and Greg. How are we doing?
Great this morning. I mean, got up, the sunrise was incredible this morning. There's something about South African sunrises that are just different, and the waves are still here, the swell's still here, the wind hasn't picked up yet, so we're on for some clean conditions.
Yeah, your take on conditions this morning, Greg?
A bit high tide, a little bit of a smooth lump on it. There is still a bit of that size, a bit of power in the ocean, and as that tide drops out, we will see conditions improve. But good news of the morning. Go Tomo! Luke Thompson, the local boy, getting through.
I like smooth lump. Way to bring sort of glass half full. I like that. Just having a look at Matthias Hurdy, Levi Slauson, Finn McGill, Fred, Kikas Moraes. So once again, you see the quality of surface hitting the water. Hurdy, a lot of attention on him in the close of the CS last season. How close he got those last couple of events. Someone that has been kind of earmarked for greatness for a while now. Interesting character in lots of ways. His surfing, he has a bit to say as well, which I really like. He's got plenty of spark about him. He's just in terms of his overall riz, he's definitely kind of a CT sort of surfer.
Look at you with the lingo, riz. He's already got this heat underway though for Matthias, and does it in the exact way that we knew he was going to do, with a full rotation there for Matthias. And he's fallen short of qualifying by 1 or 2 spots the last 2 years. And it's going to sting when you get that close, you know, and you're so close to tasting glory. And for him to keep coming back and just wanting to dream more, and that desire is still there. He's hungry for it. And this year might be the year. He started off really electric at Nui, and he's looking good in his first wave here. It was a 6.67. And Freddie on this one here, Greg.
Yeah, so working this one through. Oh, lovely second maneuver. So Freddie getting quite a quick start by his standards. We mentioned yesterday he can be quite a patient surfer. But Matthias Hurdy with that ritzy start. Is that a big word or not?
Riz.
Oh, Riz. I'm using ritzy now. I'm adding to it.
Yeah, it's South African lingo. I like it.
Yeah, good number in for Matthias, 6.67. So just relentless, really, straight out the gates. There's the vital statistics on kickers. We'll be looking at a qualifying season. Want to get back on the CT. He'll definitely feel like he belongs there.
Yeah, plenty of experience for Freddie. And I mean, he got brutally injured at the start of the year. That ankle, I don't know if you've seen the Instagram footage of how broken that ankle was, but it was not in one piece. Let's just put it that way. This is the slow-mo replay of Matthias Hurdy. Really late to that section, but it kind of gave him that pop out in front of the lip that he needed. Spun around beautifully in the whitewater there. And that was kind of textbook Matthias Hurdy. I mean, I don't expect him to start a heat any differently. It just seems like he's got those on lock for a stock standard score at the very start of the heat, and he only builds from there. So first wave we've seen of him of this event so far, he's looking switched on, and the pressure, it's still on, but it is slightly relieved now when you're starting off with a 6.67.
Yeah, Greg, question for you. If you say like Matthias, you come real close, he had a really good late season last year, he got real close, didn't quite get there. Coming into this season, do you think about that? Is that your fire coming in, or do you kind of like start fresh, kind of wash that off, almost that Men in Black, hit the little button, erase the memory and kind of start again? Do you carry that through?
Well, it's a problem if you carry it through. You don't want to be going back. I missed it by one turn, one wave. If I didn't fall on that wave, you got to erase it. It's a clean sheet, and every single heat you go into is a clean sheet, and you're starting from scratch. You got to build those scores, and so I don't think Matthias will be going through that. You know, he's from such a big family history of surf. Of course, his dad, Alexandra, a big wave surfer. Gil Hermy, championship tour surfer, his uncle. So, you know, they'll be calming him down with that. He's got good advice, and I mean, for me, he's a future CT surfer for sure. You look at his history as well. World Junior Champion 2018. In fact, there's quite a bit of junior talk in this heat. A lot of these surfers had illustrious junior careers, and that's a talking point.
Yeah,
Levi
Finn
Slauson,
McGill.
he got second and a third, 23-24. Finn McGill.
Yeah, he won in 2017. Yeah.
So lots of big points on the junior side for these surfers. And of course, Federico Moraes, he is the senior in the heat, 33 years of age, but he'll be using that experience.
Is it too early for a list?
Too
soon?
We're starting a new one
today.
today.
Too soon for listing?
No, there's never too soon.
Leash on the front foot surfers.
Oh,
Gil Hermy was a leash on the front foot surfer.
That's a good one. That's a gimme.
Yeah.
Have we got any others? You're going to have to dig in the crate of Australian and South African surfing.
Not that I can think of.
I've got one from Euro. It's quite a little bit niche. I've got a Portugueser. We'll come back to that after checking out this backhand work from Hurdy.
It's nice to see these guys just have sharp backhand attack too. We've obviously got this A-frame bank this morning, and Matthias just belted that one twice. And we go through a lot of right-hand points thinking about when we go to Portugal, but when we have beach breaks like this and Newcastle and Brazil, it's game time to show off what you can do on those lefts. And Matthias Hurdy was looking spicy on that one.
So he's got the best of the start, backing up that first wave, so getting super busy. So the 6.67, let's see how he backs it up. I had a little surf this morning, just next to the contest site over there at Bathers, and we just see live action here again. Matthias just finding heaps of waves and goes for the rotation. Doesn't quite ride it out. And I had to be honest, I was thinking it had such a Brazil beach break feel to it this morning. Bit of lump, a little bit of backwash, all happening out there. And for me, it just felt like the Brazilians are going to have an advantage today.
Yeah.
Time to go say happy birthday to Luke Thompson. He's 21. He's won his heat. He's with Emma Smith.
quick.
Luke, our birthday boy, I would sing happy birthday, but for everyone else's sake, I won't. Very stoked for you. You're obviously only the ripe age of 21, but you were surfing that heat like a veteran.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, all I wanted for my birthday is to make that heat. I couldn't imagine losing on my birthday and then being grumpy for the rest of the day. So I'm pretty happy that I got that one out of the way. It's been a couple of days warming up for this. We had the QS before, and then just been here for like 2 weeks. So it's been a lot leading up to this day, but I just wanted to kind of get the job done. It was a stressful, slow heat. I knew it was going to be slow on the high tide, but luckily I had some good strategies and they ended up paying off.
Amazing. So we obviously know you to usually be quite patient in a heat. You said today you had planned to not be patient and be busy in the beginning of the heat, and that didn't really go to plan.
Look, when it's high tide like this, I feel like it's like so hard to have priority and sit and wait because you never know if a wave's actually going to come or not. So my plan was to just kind of start and just like pull the trigger on anything and just try like get waves. And then that didn't really work out. So then my plan was to wait and then just get a bomb. And then that didn't work out either. And then I was like, okay, well now I just need to put a couple of scores on the board. So just managed to gun down the beach, get one, and then come back lucked out into priority and then put another score on the board and then just wanted to control that last 8 minutes.
Amazing. And just a last question, how good is it to win at home?
Yeah, it's super nice. I mean, this is my favorite time of the year, coming to Ballito and competing at home. I grew up 30 minutes from here, so it's pretty much home. And I love being back here, seeing all the familiar faces. And it's nice to get the ball rolling, get the first one out of the way.
Amazing. Well, you're having a good birthday. Enjoy the rest of it and go have some cake.
Thanks, Emma. Just over 19 minutes to go in this heat. Early work been done by the young Brazilian Mateus Hurdy. Decent. He's built himself a bit of a platform. Got that 6 early on. Just trying to back that. Just saw a wave from Finn McGill. Went for Levi Slawson to get involved. Hasn't been interested thus far. That's why he sits with Prio. There will be a bit of patience involved with 3 other combatants in the water. Maybe a little spin wide from McGill. A little cupped out section for him. A bounce for some speed. And a little ollie over the white water to an incompletion for Finn.
Yeah, we know Finn to be a power surfer. I mean, he's got such a strong rail game. He absolutely charges from Hawaii, and that's kind of how you're raised and the type of surfing that you're used to. So for Finn, this is a really cool set of conditions for him to showcase the other side of surfing that he has, which is this air game, which is what we're seeing from him this morning. He just hasn't quite stuck one yet, but he's definitely got it in his repertoire. And I feel like, when it's big, if we were to have really big Ballito, Finn would be one to watch because he's just so good when it gets well overhead. So this is maybe not his most favorable conditions, but he has all the talent in the world to, match some of the world's best airs. He just hasn't stuck one yet for Finn McGill, but he's kind of come back recently to comps. I feel like he took a bit of hiatus after he won his World Juniors, competed on the QS for a little bit, took a bit of time off, and he's come back in fine form on the QS, and now his first year on the Challenger Series.
Well, he was the 23 Vans Triple Crown champion. Of course, that was video footage, digital event. 2 waves from Haleiwa, your 2 best waves from Sunset Beach, and your 2 best waves from Pipeline. Now, to win a prestigious event like that against all your top surfers from around the world, this shows you that you've got everything in waves of consequence.
Does it really count, though? Virtual Triple Crown? It's not quite the same thing, is it? As doing the actual 3 events. In terms of sort of cultural cachet, I mean, obviously it's amazing, but do you know what I mean?
It's definitely a pivot, but think about all the people who would have submitted it, like all the amount of people that would have submitted those videos from around the world and some of Hawaii's best, and he still got the win. So, I mean, I think it is still a crazy accolade to him, even though it's not in that competition format as Freddie's up and riding here.
Kick-ass. He's had major success on the North Shore. Happened to qualify. Came in. Basically needing a win, if I recall. And he blazed his way onto the CT. Meanwhile, Slawson, here he goes. Look at the spark from him. Whip off the bottom. Incompletion. Out of the lip, though. And Slawson will go down. He's waited almost half the heat. And ultimately, not really what he was looking for when he did finally catch that wave. Good choice to wait, but just couldn't quite get it done on that bouncy inside.
Yeah, it was the right idea to sit and wait and find himself that way because the shape to it, the pace of the wave, it had energy behind it. It wasn't one of those small ones where it's one big turn and then it dies out. So it had those big 2 sections, had every potential to go 6 and above. Unfortunately, not making that second turn is hindering the score, but as far as decision making was, this is a great looking wave. I mean, it had a really cool cupped out bowl on this second section, attacked it beautifully. He was right there. All the hard work was done and he just buried the nose there for Levi. So he's going to try and get back out there and back into that priority. And then Freddie here, 1 turn at the start and then a little bit hesitant. It felt like towards that second one, got there a little bit late. Maybe was in 2 minds whether he wanted to go above the lip or just stay on the face of the wave. But he's got himself, you know, the second highest wave score in the heat. He's in second, but it's not a very comfortable second. I'd still be feeling quite vulnerable there if I was Freddie.
Midway point in the heat here. It's still Mateus Hurdy, who came flying out of the gates in this. Big momentum. That's still the high score. The first wave we saw ridden in this 3rd heat of the day. It's the Ballito Pro, stop 2 on the Challenger Series. And our forecast is for waves throughout the week here. Might drop off a bit, then pick up again for a thrilling conclusion to proceedings towards the weekend. Sunday will be the last day we can run. It's like Saturday, probably looking most promising as well. So we're pretty excited about the surfing we're going to see and also getting a better look at that early qualification picture. Still lots of events yet to come. Time for a quick break here this morning. We'll be right back with more live action from Ballito really soon.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
The voice of Turpel in the morning, like a warm and friendly hug for your eardrums. Just held for just the right amount of time as well. Make you feel good, set up your day. Get you stoked to surf. Greg's had a dip this morning. He's ripped some waves. We've been watching them. We're pretty excited about what's out there in the water. People that get excited include Mateus Hurdy.
Yeah, during the break, he has just been catching so many waves here. Didn't seem to go in his top 2, came undone on that second turn there, but going about it the right way, because if we take a look at what the judges' notes were for today, single, progressive, powerful maneuvers are going to be scored, and he found a section to give himself that. Freddie P looking to do the same. But the judges really identifying that if you can get 2 turns, great. But a lot of the waves out there are offering one big critical section. So potentially today, less is more. And we saw that yesterday, even with, Emrod, he won his heat with 2 turns on 1 turn on 2 waves.
Time to go and chat with the Fru Brute, Mike Fru. He's got a very special guest.
Okay, we'll go again. .920 remaining in this heat. Mateus Hurdy, strong start, still affording him a bit of a cushion in this. Chasing him down, Fred Moraes. Got the medium scores for him. McGill and Slauson, their work is still ahead of them in this heat. Haven't quite got hold of it yet. Here's a purposeful redirect from Hurdy as he'll head just a little wider in third priority at the moment, so maybe looking for scraps. Not always a bad place to be. You've got a little bit of extra energy, get in motion, why not?
Yeah, I feel like we heard Luke talk about that in his post-heat interview. The plan didn't go to plan at the start of his heat, so he went down the beach, found himself a couple of scores, and then came back up and held on to it. Levi trying to answer back here, though.
Yeah, here's Slauson. Bit of spark for the first turn on a lumpy section. He'll slide out the tail, and you can see a bit of disappointment for him. Didn't quite have the momentum, or rather the wave didn't quite have the momentum. Actually, nothing really wrong with what he did, but wave just died a sudden death underneath him. And he badly wanted just to finish off that combo there, put something a little bit substantial on the board, get some momentum into this heat. He still needs to do that. There is time. It is a short paddle out, Greg, but sometimes in a heat you just feel maybe things just getting away from you slightly.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting away from anyone. It's really only Mateus Hurdy with those couple, with the one decent score. Funny enough, I took my pencil this morning and put a little star next to this heat as one to watch. I thought it was going to be a really spectacular heat.
Have you rubbed it out?
Not yet, but I tell you, it has been a little bit of an anticlimax. The surfers haven't found their waves. I mean, on paper, you're looking at this heat as a really hot heat. And I think about these heats and the mental game of our surfers. Of course, you've got a whole event that's going to run into Sunday, and you've got to get momentum and build your strategies. But it's a long competition. But each heat, you think about a half an hour heat, so much preparation goes into it. Each heat is a competition on its own. You're focusing only on those guys. And you get a stacked heat like this, you can't be thinking ahead. You're just taking it day by day. This is like one rugby game. And then you got to wake up tomorrow and do another one. If you get through, of course.
Yeah, honestly. And I thought the same thing when I saw this here. I was like, wow, that's a pretty stacked heat. And thinking about, past results here too, Freddie's had a second, Mateus has had a fifth. Whereas for Levi and Finn, they haven't had results here in the past. So there's almost this redemption sort of fact that they would be looking for in a wave like this. And I feel like everyone has that event where they want to get past that little lump that maybe they haven't got past before, or at least do one heat better than the year before. So all these guys would have personal goals in relation to this event as well. But right now, Levi and Finn, they really need to kind of ramp it up in these next 6 minutes, because you really can't be expecting to get through heats with twos, but it's been nothing to do with their surfing. They just haven't been sticking those big final manoeuvres, but they're going for it, and that's what we want to see.
Here goes McGill, uses prio. It's got a bit of substance to go out here. Nice first clip off the top. Displaces plenty of water, uses that power. And that one turn at the beginning was really the moment on that wave. But nice to see someone applying pressure with a bit of speed as well, throwing a bit of spray.
I like that from Finnegan. Looked pretty solid. Thunder was looking good on that one. He's making a comeback here. Watch this. So looking for that one big single maneuver. I love that spray off that turn, and then mixes it up with a nice vertical crack on that second maneuver as well. So kind of been a little bit behind in this game. He's sitting in fourth, but with just over 5 minutes remaining, that's definitely going to give him something to hold on to.
Yeah, that's going to chip away that 5.63 for sure. I mean, Finn, I feel like he was waiting for that wave with that little bit more power that he could push back on, because like we mentioned at the start, he's a power surfer, and he found himself that really nice first section, and heaps of water came off the back of it. And that was something we even spoke about when we saw the women out there yesterday, especially at this time of day, when there's still just that little bit of glare left. To have water kind of fly off the edge like that, it makes the judges go, oh, okay. There was a little bit of extra something behind that turn.
And spray has never actually been in the criteria, in the history of the judging criteria. But what the criteria says, if you stick to the criteria, your surfboard will generally throw a big spray.
Yeah, it's a hitted one. More spray equals more points. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it does basically, because you've stuck to the criteria if you're throwing spray. So we'll see where that one goes. And it does come in. Is that the 3.43?
Yeah, 3.47 that one. So chasing a 4.43 now.
So not a massive score, but it has put him back in the game. And he would have felt quite good on that wave. It's, you know, there's not a lot of opportunities. It's a bit slow out there. So I wonder if he just sits a bit wide and tries to find something down the beach, because obviously on fourth priority now.
Yeah, he's brought his requirement down. And if he can get a bit of momentum from that last ride, let's try and get something sort of sooner rather than later. Inside 4 minutes to go here in this heat 3 of the round of 64 for the men at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. And this one's been really fairly scrappy, that high tide, deeper water, and then all of a sudden it's quite abrupt and not really bringing their energy into the shorey. And what that means is these sections, they kind of square up to hit it hard, and it has just kind of died underneath them.
You know, the good news is when the sets do come through, there's always that power here at Willard Beach. You know, the waves have that thickness to them. We speak about that continental shelf. It's only 10 nautical miles offshore from here. So if you head straight out to sea 10 nautical miles, you'll head down into the Mozambican basin, and that's pretty close. So it comes out of that deep water and rushes in towards shore quite quickly with holding that power. It's not a big continental shelf, a long one that loses its power. It arrives quite quickly off that shelf.
See what happens in the remaining 2 minutes and 40-odd seconds here. Still early with that lead. That 6.67 that he got at the beginning of the heat is really significant in the context of this one at the moment. If you take that away, it's pretty similar in terms of scores between everybody else. Slawson, bit of work to do. He's got third priority as well, which isn't really in his favour. And he's been stuck in the twos so far. Seeing just glimpses of him on his board, how much speed and spark he's generating. Hasn't quite found the sections. From above, we'll see how close together a couple of these waves are. So that longer period swell has been replaced. Basically, this is from that wind that whipped up yesterday and blew through. So a little bit of a local wind chop, just confusing things a touch.
There's a couple of mix of swells. If you look at the swell charts, yesterday we had that straighter swell, and then that wind really blew in a wind swell. So we've got about 3 to 4 swells running here at the moment. That's why we see these crossed up waves. And when we see a decent wave come through, that's still the leftover stronger swell from yesterday.
McGill having a look there, unable to really connect with that. I think that's a good choice to go. It's from where he was. Not offered a whole lot, and these will be nervous moments here, Jess.
Oh, definitely. The last 90 seconds in a heat, it always is just tough, you know, depending on what position you're in. I feel like even if you're first 90 seconds, you never know what can happen in the last 90 seconds of the heat. I mean, that last heat, it really did turn on its head right as the wire came down. And I mean, Dimitri got that last minute score. So 60 seconds is a long time, but if you're at that point where you're like, okay, 60 seconds to go, a pair of twos, you're definitely going to be looking back at this and thinking, okay, was it, you know, my lineups? You know, they'll be reviewing this and trying to come back to Huntington just that little bit stronger. Levi here chasing a score, but you can see it's just frustration right now for Levi. He's such a good surfer. I mean, he came pretty close to qualifying last year, just out of that top 20. And yeah, he's just been struggling to find his feet in this heat.
Not a lot of movement in this heat. It's been a slow heat. You can see how clear that water is from above. There's not much white water about. There hasn't been many waves.
Everything he possibly can. He's in the hunt for a 4-4-3, multiple maneuvers. He did well just to get himself that wave and ask a question. What's the answer going to be?
You could tell he was really surfing for it. I mean, he's chasing a 4-4-3. There was one beautiful roundhouse in that wave, and we were fangirling over roundhouses yesterday, but I just think it didn't have that one big X factor that's going to get him over the line. And the scores come in. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough there for Finn McGill. So Freddie P, you could see he was scratching into it on the side of that, knowing that he didn't want to let Finn get that one. But he's got through the heat, and this guy won it from the very first wave.
Yeah, nice work from Mateus Hurdy. He'll get a little tube on the inside in a prone position. A little float on the end as well.
That's a score.
He's enjoying himself out there. He'll be through to the next round. Confidence never been a problem for him. Let's see where the results come in Ballito. He is an entertainer. Fred Moraes will make it through as well. We'll bring you more live action from Ballito right after the break. Welcome back to beautiful Ballito, flying high above the coast to Quaracuza, the Dolphin Coast. And looking delightful once again this morning. It's fringed with white water. It was quite big last night as that wind whipped in. Things have dropped off and becalmed a touch this morning. Still waves out there on offer. And some great looking matchups to bring you through this round as well. We'll bring in the big guns. We'll have a look at Samuel Pupo, Jacko Baker, Ballito Munoz, Luke Swanson. So tons of CT experience. CT caliber surfing. Think about the likes of Samuel Pupo, and he's been in that kind of limbo between not making the cut and then easily qualifying, just crushing the Challenger Series a couple of times. I kind of expect more of the same from Samuel. This is how he started his heat.
Yeah, Sammy, we're expecting big things from this heat. He's just so fast. That second turn was clutch, and he finished it off beautifully. We haven't seen a wave with that much power and that much cupped out wall in the last 30 minutes. So he's found himself within the first 5 minutes of this heat. Jacko, wow, big opening turn, and then backs it up beautifully in the board shorts there for Jacko Baker, surfing like he always does with power and aggression. Great way to start off this heat. This is more like it. Energy for this one.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the last one started off pretty well, didn't it, as well? So, you know.
That was a spectacular start. Sammy Pupo, Jackson Baker. I mean, those turns were straight out of the championship tour. Let's be honest. These two guys, I feel they shouldn't be here. They should be champions. You know, they should be an everyday fixture on the championship tour. And up and riding now. Swanson, so working that one through. I think we're really going to see two big scores for those opening turns. You spoke, Jess, about what the judges are looking for today. One of the key points were the big maneuvers in the big sections. And we saw both Sammy and Jacko finding those big sections and not just sort of doing a turn through them, but putting everything on the line through those major maneuvers. And I think that's where we're going to pick up big numbers.
Baker again here, throwing shapes as he just belts a first section. Second one was a little softer for him. Look at the paddle cadence as well. He's fired up. He's got a couple of scores already on the board. Surfers with this level of experience, if they see a slow heat like that, what does that tell them to do? What's that instructing them going into this heat?
Take every bit of my 80 kgs and put it on the rail and absolutely slam those sections in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Take it away. Basically from the others. He's done exactly that.
And, you know, we talk about these guys and their careers and how much CT experiences there is, and this is just putting it on display. I mean, Jacko, it's a smaller wave. It didn't have a lot of power towards the end, but he just laid into two really nice turns there, backing up his first wave beautifully. And Luke, he should be scared of the guys in this heat, but he's surfing like he's not. He looks really comfortable up against them. He is the underdog in this heat. That's... You know, he has the least amount of experience when it comes to being on that top stage, but Luke has such an incredible repertoire. He's really well mentored as well by, you know, a pretty low-key guy, John Florence, so, you know, whatever. No. And Carlos, he wants to get himself back on that tour, first ever Costa Rican to qualify for the championship tour, and he surfs so well. Probably not the way he wanted to start his heat with that one. There was a little bit of downtime in between that wave, but Jacko looking like he's come back from his last year's injury in fine form this year. Missed the first two events of the Challenger Series season last year and then went on a pretty good run, came close to getting in that top 20 with only 4 events. So Jacko, he's come back and he's come back with vengeance.
Yeah, good numbers filling in from the panel for Jackson and for Samuel. You see Baker 7.07.
Samuel Pupo on that replay.
Wow.
That's a second wave for him, right? So he's just put together another really good wave. And we also got a wave for Jacko Baker, a second ride for him. So it's amazing how quickly these guys have got out the gates here.
Seen some big turns go down in this one. Let's go down and hear from winner of the previous heat. Mateus Hurdy is with Mike Frew.
Mateus, it was quite a delay for you to get here from Brazil. You like to get here 5 days before an event to prep for your heat. You only had 2 days because of a couple of flight disruptions, but that must have felt really sweet to get the heat win.
Oh yeah, it's I think it's 4 a.m. in Brazil right now. I don't know. It's still a little bit jet lagged, but yeah. Usually I get here way early. Yes, last year I got here like 10 days before. I love Ballito. I love South Africa. I've been coming here since I was 14. 15, so it's been almost 10 years. Yeah, I'm getting old.
Run us through the conditions out there. The swells dropped dramatically over the last 24 hours, but still some peaks, multiple peaks out there. What was your strategy going into that heat?
Yeah, I mean, our heat was tricky. It was I saw the heat before, and the first heat was, you know, it was really fun. It looked really fun, but then we paddle out, and then it was weird. But my first, I spoke to Jackson, and Jackson and I were staying together, and we were like, all right, let's just build a few waves before, you know, like in the first 5-10 minutes, and then wait for a good one. And then this ended up being the best the best strategy for that heat because I went on a closeout in my first wave and ended up being my best wave. I thought that was going to be a throwaway, to be honest, because I saw the waves that were coming before and yeah, but ended up being my best wave and worked out good. 603.
Mateus, it's super early back in Brazil, and I know a lot of people supporting you would have woken up early. They're sitting there with their morning coffee. Do you want to give them a shout out in Portuguese?
Yeah, for sure. Obrigado, galera, quem acordou de madrugada aí para assistir. Pô, tô amarradão, primeira bateria ainda de fuso horário, mas é isso, vamos que vamos, o campeonato só tá começando. Obrigado.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Mateus Hurdy getting the job done in that heat. A little bit of a scrappy one. He showed the quality early on. We've seen loads of quality already in this. Here's more. Munoz, speculative off the bottom, realizes the wave got a bit of bounce to it. He's out the back, but some of the numbers already in pretty healthy. Pupo with a flat 7 for his opening wave. We've got a second score to come. How are these guys doing such big turns on these sections already in this? They're just willing it, using power.
Yeah, it really is just coming down to making the most of the opportunities that they've got in front of them. They're backing their surfing over wave selection. So basically any section that comes their way, they're not thinking, oh, there's probably a better wave or a better section coming. They're just going, I'm going to belt this and try and make it a score. And these guys are all so talented to be able to do that. And that's exactly what Carlos has just done on that wave. That was a section that all of us probably would have done a carve on, but he's just laid into a massive maneuver there for Carlos. So now he's bringing his CT game and experience. And the thing I love about heats like this is they all bring the best out of each other. You know, Luke is surfing out of his skin. That second turn on that wave during the interview was huge. He got hung up in the lip there, came down, had to hold on to the explosion. So I feel like we're going to see a heat where all 4 of these surfers are going to lift and push each other so far.
So we see a replay here from Jacko Baker. A couple of nice turns, strings together those 3 maneuvers. So looking good. And I'm just watching this lineup. And this is Carlos. Oh, going for the little rotation on the backhand. Whips it up vertical into the whitewater. And this one softens out into the hole. And this is Luke. So he actually had a couple of two good turns on this one. Nice and vertical on that second maneuver. So that will be his best wave. And looking at live action now. Carlos up and riding again. So looking at this peaked up swell. A couple of the surfers, you look at how they gain momentum and speed at the start of the wave and then really slicing through sometimes a smaller section because the waves are tapering off. I think the surfers have to set that takeoff up on that peak and really get that first maneuver quite tight in that bigger section of the wave because the waves are tapering off quite a bit, and the judges will go, okay, who can hit that big section with a major maneuver in the biggest part of the wave before we see that taper. You don't want to get all that speed from the big section and not capitalize on it and then do your turns on the smaller face. So I think that's a point of difference. Who can really hit it up there? We saw Sammy and Jacko do it on their first waves. They found that big section early on.
Even listening to some of the coaches down on the beach this morning for the warm-up sessions, a lot of them were saying, take off behind the peak, come back from around behind so you can really capitalize on that first big steep section. And I feel like every single surfer in this heat has done that on one of their waves. I mean, there's been a lot of drama in this heat and big moments, and the judges would just be licking their lips for this right now, having people capitalize on, you know, sections that people are riding through and trying to get to that next one or figure out the bump in the wave. They're going, no, I want to surf exactly what's in front of me and absolutely belt it. And we've already got 2 7-point rides in this heat, and now Sammy backing up with a 6.33.
So at this break, things you got to take note of is you got to study the charts. Yesterday morning, we woke up with those drawn-out, perfect 14-second period swell, long lines. So you were chasing it down the line, getting the bigger sections towards the end. Today, as I mentioned, there's actually 3 to 4 swells showing on the charts. So if you get the raised view over the ocean, the drone view, you'll see those chopped up swells crisscrossing each other. So if you're a surfer and you're staying on the beachfront and maybe on a 3rd or 4th or 5th floor, you'll have that advantage of looking down on the ocean and actually taking note of these swells. And it's actually a good idea for the surfers to get one of those buildings here and actually looking from above and seeing what's on offer.
Live action, here's Swanson getting involved. Just a little tricky to surf that one. Didn't offer him room to really drive that bottom turn. So we just kind of had to mid-face it a little bit in the pocket. Not exactly the kind of wave he was looking for, but he's going to need to find a bit of quality here because this is a quality heat. Just the energy we've seen throughout. I mean, a bit of a feeding frenzy. There's nothing that's come through that is sort of semi-worthy that hasn't been absolutely belted.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys are just capitalizing on anything that comes their way. And I think this is going to be that turning point in the heat where competitors will be watching this heat right now thinking there is a reason why this heat has probably been just a slight gear above the rest. I mean, these guys are just capitalizing on every single opportunity. And it's guys like Matty McGill on your TV who are probably going to do the same. He has that CT experience to go, yeah, let's belt it.
Well, I was just going to mention, actually, you could stay on a third or fourth floor apartment, or you could maybe jump out of a plane or sort of wingsuit down in the morning like Maddie and get that aerial view. Check out the swell from above.
Yeah, he's fearless, this guy. I love his approach. Another surfer that needs to get back onto the championship tour, and he will. Look, he's looking good. He's smiling. He's seen those sections, and he's a dangerous surfer in those big sections on the rail. You know, another surfer like Jacko Baker got a bit of weight behind them and can really push water back out to sea.
15 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this, our fourth heat of the round of 64. Seeing some of our very top seeds enter the fray here this morning at Ballito. Samuel Pupo with the lead in this and some healthy numbers, just 2 ways ridden. 13.33 is pretty solid. As we see Imai in his warm-up done. Be coming up next, so just pure quality throughout these heats now. As we see, let me just look at the names in that next heat as well. Everyone really worthy of going really, really deep into competition. It's about finding the ways to do that, looking to do that. The youngster, Swanson, on the backhand, nice and smooth, displacing some water. Decent rhythm to that wave from him as he just kept kind of plugging away. Attritional style surfing. Didn't really have that explosiveness that maybe we saw from Pupo or Baker early on. But I like the way he's got a clear strategy. He's sticking to it. Meanwhile, a little bit of everything we've seen from Carlos so far.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. We've seen power surfing, we've seen air games, we've seen big single maneuvers. Thinking of Luke, though, when it comes to probably age and stature, he's not as powerful as someone as Jacko or Sammy who have that little bit of extra age and strength behind them. One thing that Luke has is an incredible air game. He has to be one of the best aerialists in the world. I mean, I think I mentioned it yesterday. He did one of the best backflips I reckon I've ever seen in the Japan wave pool. And I think for Luke to make a heat like this with 3 guys who have championship tour experience, someone like Sammy and Jacko who open up with 7-point rides, he's probably going to have to rely on that air game to get the edge over these guys. I think at this point in the heat, we should really start to see him go above the lip.
13 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this time for a quick break here. It's a really entertaining heat at the moment. It's CT Vets, Pupo and Baker with the lead over another CT Vet, Munoz. Luke Swanson, a little bit of work to do, more live action from Ballito really soon.
are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're in the Qualification region of KwaZulu-Natal. It's the middle of winter. Look at this behind me. It's a glassy winter's day. We've got everybody on the beach, surfers enjoying the lineup. We actually had dolphins come through the lineup a little bit earlier on, which was fantastic. Game reserves only an hour or so away. And what a beautiful region of South Africa this is. Plenty tourists coming down to enjoy the Ballito Pro, the premium sports event on the Natal coastline this winter. Back to you guys.
Yeah, love that, Mike. Thanks so much. Absolutely is a delightful part of the surf world, and we're stoked to be back. It's a real privilege to be here and watch it all go down. Another delightful morning. Not so much if your surfers chasing scores at the moment. They happen to be Swanson and Munoz. They got a little bit to do. Sevens looming quite large on the scoreboard in terms of the steepness of the hill they need to climb in the remaining time, 10 odd minutes. This was during the break, Pupo.
Yeah, really nice tails drift to start this wave off and continues that speed down the line and drifts the fins. Holds on as he's falling down the lip. Sammy Pupo is looking so switched on. It's looking like he wants to be back on tour. And then this was Luke right on cue, going above the lip. That's exactly the game he needs to bring in these last 10 minutes and go big. Go big or go home, because we know he's got that repertoire of producing some pretty great airs.
Sammy Pupo is going to get the wave of the heat there. Those two turns were absolutely massive. And that really set up for those, you know, that he got that first big maneuver and that wave stayed big. It didn't taper too much and allowed for that second solid maneuver. I think that score came in. Yep. What's that score?
That's huge. That's an 8. He's gone excellent. 8-point ride for Pupo. There's the spread from the panel. And just desserts, really, for the type of surfing he's doing at the moment out there. You know what? I feel like seeing this again.
Yeah, let's break it down again. Sammy started this one off really classy. Wow. I mean, just the drift around the corner, all 3 fins were out the back of this wave, and then came through here, lays into it, and continues pushing as he's coming down the wave, which gave him the force to re-engage those fins with the speed and ride out of that with ease. I mean, that is just bread and butter for someone of Sammy's quality, and now he's got himself an 8 and a 7, highest heat combination we've seen all events so far, and no one else that we expect it from than Sammy Pupo.
Luke Swanson came in with a 4.5. I think he got a little bit caught up before that aerial, like he was eyeing it out, and he just caught that nose a little bit, slowing him down. So I don't think he got quite as much projection as he would have liked, but still, he got his best number. He's into 3rd place, but chasing a 7.4, which by today's standards...
Yeah, I mean, at least a 7.4. You think about Baker, he's got priority. He's got that 4.83 as well. Good chance of him improving next time he stands up, and if he does, that could get real tough for Swanson and Munoz.
And looking at these conditions and how tough it is, as we see, this is Carlos having a look. The surfing that Sammy's done for his 8 and his 7 has been pretty flawless. I mean, those 2 scores are great numbers, but he's really surfed those waves hard.
Yeah, I mean, that 8 in particular, as he paddled into it, it wasn't kind of screaming 8 at you. If you're just looking at the wave, you really have to put that down to how hard he's pushing his surfing, commit to that first turn, and that made him kind of late coming to that second one, which made it dramatic. He's going again on the backhand here as he'll release the tail.
He almost feels unstoppable in these conditions. He's going to find those waves. Carlos blows the tail. That was a solid tail high air reverse. So that would have felt good for him. He's going to be pretty stoked with that. Could that just put him back in the heat? He's sitting down in 4th, but he's going to have to start challenging a better number.
Tactically, it feels like exactly what he needs to do here, Jess. He's seen some big power turns go down. Doesn't necessarily need to try and match that. He can, but with that explosivity above the lip, that spark that he's got, good way of climbing up the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what he needed to do, especially at this point in the heat, because 7 minutes is a long time. You can see Jacko paddling down the peak, trying to get really close to Carlos because he knows the caliber of surfer he is and how easy it is for him to generate scores like that. That's going to really chip away at that requirement. It needs to be a 7-3 to get into second. He goes really tail high and just stomps it super clean. It just looks like there was barely any struggle with that air for Carlos, which is definitely a good tick because it's going to make the judges like that one a little bit more. Whether or not it goes as high as a 7-3, I'm thinking back to Jacko's 707. I feel like that wave had a little bit more punch in it. That first turn, I feel like you were kind of surprised by it. You're like, oh, wow. So I feel like Carlos, he's definitely going to chip away the requirement, but it's not going to be the 7-3.
Yeah, just FYI, guys, this was the heat that I started my pencil this morning.
Oh,
I sort of
yeah.
hovered it over heat 3 and just heat 4, just started it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that definitely happened.
100%. In your yoga this morning.
And nothing quite like hindsight,
Oh,
right?
mate. Yeah, I tell you what, though, what a heat it's been. It's been really entertaining throughout, and still 5.5, just over that yet to go. Could we see a twist in this story? Feels like it's kind of set up from the very opening exchange the way it's been heading, but how many times have we seen late drama in heats? Gets us out of our seats as well. Let's see what goes down here, because Munoz and Swanson will both feel like they've got more to say.
So Carlos back in it.
Right back in it with his last number, dropping into a 5.9, brings that requirement down. In terms of inside your own head, obviously numerically it's a lot easier, but you go from a 7 to a 6, it almost feels more significant than just a point of difference, because he just needs something marginally better than what he just had.
So I thought the disappointment there for Carlos, if you look at this now, he goes into the tail high air reverse. I mean, flawless on that maneuver. Now imagine there's another section, he finds a wave where he does that, comes straight off it into a big vertical or something. That's what he'll be looking for. Sadly, that wave tapered off into that bit of deep water, so it didn't offer an extra turn. But if he can find that and combo it up, I think he'll be chasing that number and looking to go into the top 2.
Yeah, well, think about it. He needs 0.11 more than what he did on his last wave. So 6.01 is all he's looking for. He came so close on that last wave to getting something really similar. And I feel like that's that air again, or maybe even bigger, is going to be a 6 or a 6.5. And then if he gets something that is smaller perhaps or the same size, it's just a second turn after it that in theory should get him the score, but it definitely still needs to have that X factor element to get him across that line for a 6.01, because a 6 is a certain type of wave, that's for sure, but it can be done in one big turn, and he's come so close on that last one. And Jacko, he's being pretty chill. Oh, from this drone angle shot, I was going to say he's being pretty chill, sitting up the point a little bit. I was going to say, get down there, Jacko.
I was wondering where Jacko was. I was expecting a shadow to start following Carlos, because Jacko does have number 1 priority, and he needs to protect that second position now. You don't want to give Carlos too much space. He can take it away pretty quickly.
Yeah, 4.83, the backup score. He's had priority for a little while. Obviously, he's not seen anything he feels particularly worthy of that. What sort of a wave is he looking for here? What kind of thing does he want to go for to try and get that 5 or better and really put a bit more distance? Jackson Baker.
Jacko. I don't think he needs to get another wave. I think he's just got to keep that priority and keep his job right now is to keep Carlos off a wave. It's yeah, he'll be saying to Carlos, wherever you go, I'll find you. There's a bit of, I mean, it's down into the last 5 minutes, right? You've got to be tactical here. There's not a lot of waves in that ocean. Carlos still looking for a 6.01. He needs a good wave to get that score. And Jacko wants to avoid going on waves. If anything, let Levi sort of have a wave, you know, with second priority. Let him go and keep Carlos off as well, so that can use up one wave, and then he can use up the other wave in the last 2 minutes or so.
Baker looking to go full bunny boiler. Here he goes on a wave, and he likes it, and he tears in with a big slash, full-blooded. Another one, ripping off spray. 4.83, the backup from him. Will the judges be more excited than they were on that wave? Will it improve his scoreline? He's given himself a shot. Sat there for a while, couldn't resist that wave. It had a shiny face on it. He wanted to attack. That's exactly what he did.
the first turn was really nice, had a lot of speed and aggression behind it, and he kind of had to make the most of this. Carlos was on the inside, lays into that first turn, and again, rips through a second one. So Jacko has so much power behind his surfing and that he makes 2-foot waves just look like they're going to get demolished, really, by Jacko. I mean, that first turn was just so clutch, so high intense, and it looks like Sammy Pupo down the beach here.
Pupo is loving this as he surfs with typical spring in his step, but just an absolute ton of speed as well. And you see the momentum from him in that red jersey on these waves. Looks like he just had a little bit of an extra gear. He's finding a bit more energy. Let's have another look.
Yeah, Sammy on this one. He's just so clutch. That was a really nice first turn. Use the coping of that wave there. I mean, so many people would have read that section as, I'll just try and like carve down or get a nice hook or slash in. But Sammy goes, I'm going to go and just throw away a reverse in there. Why not? Unfortunately, it wasn't a ride out for that, but he's just looking so switched on. And I agree what you said at the start of the heat, Greg. He belongs on tour. He really does, especially with the surfing that he's displayed this morning. It's been a gear above everyone else, and I feel like Sammy's on the road to get back there.
For me, it's more accelerator than clutch. He's got his foot down hard on that accelerator.
Done. Very nice bit of business.
No, but
that's like dad joke count 7 in the last 24 hours.
Touche. All right. Settle down, you two.
But yeah, job done. Sammy's looking good, and it looks like Jacko will hold on to second place. And they were the form surfers in that heat.
They really were. And I feel like if that's the bar that they're setting for themselves this event, watch out, because they look really switched on it and really connected with this wave too.
I love that heat.
Yeah, fantastic entertainment there. You look at the names in the heat and you think, all right, we're going to be treated. Doesn't always go down that way, but that one, it sort of hyped itself up just on the names in it, and it absolutely delivered. Brilliant surfing, great competing, highly entertaining. Expect plenty more of that throughout the morning here at the Ballito Pro. Time for a quick break. When we come back, the dulcet tones of Giggs and Kai, more live action from beautiful South Africa really soon.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide,
Doesn't get better than that.
this episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Surf fans from all around the country of South Africa headed down here to the sunny shores of beautiful Ballito. We are on the east coast of the African continent for the second Challenger Series stop of 2025. Beautiful scenes here from the contest site itself. It's a warm welcome to Willard Beach in Ballito. Giggs Hilliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. Tide is dropping out mid-morning now, heading towards 10:30 local time. And as we spoke about when we got the day going a few hours back, tide's fallen out, lots of multiple peaks in the lineup, and particularly some excellent numbers coming from Sammy Pupo in that last heat.
Yeah, the guys are finding some ramps out there now, some big turns. Waves are super clean. It's almost gone glassy on us. So I think we're going to see some good action over the next couple of heats.
Well, you'll see the theme of names you recognize well, former championship tour surfers. In this case, it's Imai Kalani de Walt, mid-season cut after Western Australia at the CT level. He's here amongst it now on the Challenger Series second stop. He'll take on Kaijiri Nisha from Japan. Watch for Shion Crawford, young surfer building momentum of his own, and then the experience of Billy Stearmond. On screen, he'll pick out a runner for you across the lineup here in Willard this morning. Just back to conditions here. Tide has dropped out. A little more consistency perhaps in the lineup, and opportunities for surfers to start stitching some combinations of waves together. This morning, very peaky. Now a few more walls stretching out for the athletes.
Yeah, it's definitely lining up a little bit better. Banks a bit lower, so giving them something to work with. This was during the break. Mr. Nishi with his signature red hairstyle, and it was just a small score. It came in at a 2.67, 2.6 for Imai Kalani de Walt, so nothing big. And then we saw Billy Stearmond in action there, the evergreen Billy Stearmond.
Well, let's have a look at it.
So taking off, nice bottom turn, nice little hook in the pocket, but that wave just dying off. So still some of them a little peaky and fadey.
Those ghost peaks.
Yeah, Imai Kalani getting into this one. I mean, you know, no matter what the wave does, he's going to surf with power. Maybe just not riding out of that clean enough for the judges, and that's why that score was there, and straight into action again for the red hair.
Well, Billy Stearmond has his hands in the air, just asking for an update from the beach announcers. Beautiful morning here in Ballito for the second day of competition. Of course, Willard Beach, also call it Surfers Point. There's 4 or 5 coves right here in the Ballito town itself, all offering world-class waves on their particular days. But Willard Beach is the main access down. It is what we call the main beach. And of course, everybody taking a break from what has been pretty chilly winter around the rest of the country. Cape Town continues to get hammered by cold fronts and rain, but that's what generates the swells, and we're happy to sit here in the warm weather and receive those swells right here at the contest arena. Let's go down and hear from Sammy Pupo, because he put on a stellar performance in that last heat.
Sammy, great heat win to start your campaign here in Ballito. You got a 7 and an 8. What was your game plan out there to get the biggest heat score of the day so far?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to be open-minded, kind of. I feel like the heat before mine, it got really slow. So I was just trying to be open-minded, like, oh, if the waves stop, I'll just be more selective and be sure that I'll be on the best waves. And if the waves start pumping, I'll just start surfing anyway. And then it started pumping on the first few minutes. So I was like, I'll just take advantage of that and get 2 quick scores. And then after that, it just went flat for so long. And I got priority again and just knew that I needed a way to get some distance from Jackson. And that happened, you know, that was probably the last good wave that came through the lineup, and I was in it, so I'm happy with that.
There'll be some folks that would have set their alarms back home and woke up very early in the morning to watch your performance here. Do you have a message for the folks back home?
Obrigado a todo mundo que acordou para assistir a bateria, né? Feliz de avançar a primeira bateria, isso é importante. A condição tava difícil assim, né? Tipo, um pouco nervoso de entrar no mar que tá meio devagar, pode ser que as ondas não venham para você quando você estiver com a prioridade, mas eu tive sorte de estar com a prioridade na hora certa ali e fazer um 8 e conseguir ter uma boa distância ali na liderança. E obrigado a todo mundo, valeu, tamo junto.
Thank you, Sammy. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And you know, you can see Sammy Pupo. I can't help having a little extra compassion for that mid-season cut and for Sam Pupo. I mean, of course, you feel bad for everyone that's fallen off at that mid-season, but particularly for Sam Pupo, he just really does belong in that top category.
Yeah, and it was a pretty close and brutal finish for him there in West Oz as well. In the break, we had some action, lots of waves being caught. That guy from Hawaii, Imakalani DeVault, just got to love the style and the power in his surfing. And then, of course, Billy, all the way out from Raglan in New Zealand. Two-turn combo, just fighting it out on that last one. But a couple of mid-range scores now. We started with a couple of small ones in the twos. Now 4.5, a 3.83 for Billy, 3.57 for Shion Crawford from Hawaii as well, Gigs. So heat's starting to open up a bit.
Yep, everyone's staying busy in the lineup here in Ballito this morning. Billy Stearman with the best of it, the 4.5, as you said there, Kai. But just back to that mid-season cut on the championship tour. You know, Sam Pupo just ever so close to staying in it until season end and into 2026. He's now got to spend his travel time on the Challenger Series, and it's the same story for Imai Kalani DeVault and a number of other surfers, as we'll see who can challenge them in 2025 into 2026. It's a reworked Challenger Series for a whole new look to the Championship Tour in 2026. But so much fun we're having. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show around the world. South Africa, the second stop here on the Challenger Series. And it's always, Ballito never disappoints. There's always so much fun. The longest running surf event, we trace that history all the way back to 1969 to the Durban 500. It was essentially the first professional surfing event. Of course, Bells Beach getting going around the same time. And well, between Bells and now Ballito, these are the longest running events in our surf culture.
Yeah, a lot of heritage there, Gigs. I'm pretty sure you were running around in a nappy at the first Gunston 500s.
I won't reveal my age, but no, I wasn't. I was not a surf fan then. Most kids kind of get into surfing, 10, 11 years of age. How's that for a nice clean turn for Shion Crawford? Nicely to the air. Smaller wave on the inside, Kai. Of course, going to the air on the bigger sections is going to get the bigger payouts. But that was nice, clean skill from Shion Crawford as we move down to the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, taking off on this one. Got the rail set early. You could see him eyeing out the launch. Bang, just threw it right the way around. And it was a full rotation, so certainly will earn some points there getting all the way around.
Young Shion Crawford, just 20 years of age, from the Hawaiian island chain. See how he fares here in Ballito. Got a 49th in Newcastle, so a slower start to the Challenger Series of the year. Was a wild card at Pipe in 2024. Got to see him amongst the world's best at Pipeline, and that experience will serve him well when it comes to the Challenger Series stop. Let's just break this one down again, Kai.
Well, nice to see that he's got the full arsenal of maneuvers, and that was a big air rotation. Like you said, not the heaviest section, but to get the full rote and land in the flats so cleanly, it was some good skills. Getting a 6.0, so the judges rewarding that maneuver on a smaller wave. But yeah, Gex, he's definitely one of the guys that is rubbing his hands together with glee with Pipeline in the mix.
Exactly.
He's got a lot of hours out there. He charges Pipe. He's one of the standout young Hawaiian guys in the lineup. So he's going to have a major advantage at that event.
It's a new look Challenger Series for 2025. You are with us at the second stop, but it's an exciting schedule. We did see Newcastle a few weeks back, now here to Ballito, and then on to the US Open of surfing. And as you were saying there, Challenger stop 6, Pipeline, Hawaii in early 2026. That is going to play right into the hands of surfers like Shion Crawford and his friends.
Yeah, and they'll be able to, maybe some of the other stops are going to be, a bit more sort of random waves.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a mixed result out of Huntington Beach. You get Hawaiians winning one year, Californians, Australians. Irasira is more the point break type of lineup. There are certain surfers that tend to be consistent and excel there, but you feel that the Hawaiian contingent, when it comes around to Pipeline on the Challenger Series platform, is really going to bring out the specialists.
Yeah, and if you look at the Challenger format, if you're getting a 10,000, i.e. you're winning a Challenger, you're really putting that springboard there, because you're taking a major jump in the points. And generally we're seeing that if the guys that sort of tend to win a Challenger event, they have a little bit more of an easy time qualifying.
Well, 6 stops this year. There'll be 1 or 2 throwaways in that. But if you can get a win and then back yourself up with a quarter, you're pretty much going to get into Championship Tour status for 2026. It's always interesting as the year unfolds to see who's in the mix, who's not. It's a whole story of its own. And no mid-season cut for 2026 as well, so everyone extra incentive to get back into that full calendar. And one of them will be this man here, Imai Kalani Devault, nicely whipping through that turn there. So 2 Hawaiians in this Challenger Series heat in the lineup. They'll both want to make the advance. And of course, Imai, again, we spoke of Sam Pupo, the mid-season cut. Imai Kalani had that same pain and anguish at the end of May, at the end of the Australian leg.
Yeah, and he's such a good surfer. He really is. And I thought he was one of the guys when he got into the CT. I was like, right, now he's home. He's going to fit right in. And, you know, sometimes the guys just struggle with that jump up to that level. You've got to realize you are really against, like, the best of the best, and it can get a bit difficult.
Heat preparation for David Silva, another classic case of the mid-season cut. Back here to the Challenger Series to get the work done. But it's all smiles. Everyone's very happy. An interesting hairdo there for David Silva this year.
And no beard.
David's never really sported a beard, but that's a kind of sporty little speed stripes that he's got. And of course, we saw David Silva. We'll talk a lot about it in the heat to come. He's looking fit and motivated along with the rest of the former CT surfers. We want to get back there for 2026 and produces very smooth surfing, a win here as we mentioned. We'll talk about him a lot. Right now out in the water, Shion Crawford is out front, and that smaller wave but nice and lofty in the air is a good number for Shion Crawford.
Well, there's a man the whole beach will be keeping an eye on for the next heat as well, Aiden Mason-Camp. So we've got plenty of solid heats coming up for you. And Shion,
wow!
Oh, that was awesome.
That was straight into picture, live coverage. Shion Crawford, well, he found a 6 on the previous one, so back to the formula. He's going, okay, we're going to make this single maneuver contributions to get the score in your favor. And as we hit the halfway mark in this heat, Kai, that was lofty. That one had flight. Guys like Taj Burrow will sit back and have a big glee on their faces with many of the other specialists when you get above the lip. But Shion Crawford, that was very special.
Well, that was a lofty punt, and I got to say, I'm going to want to see the replay, of course, but I'm going to go for, that's my favorite move of the day so far. I love a big straighty. So took off on this one, and he's already got the big full rote. And just goes, boop, just beautiful little loft there. Clean, got a little grab in there. Yeah, got the method. And for me, that's one of the best maneuvers of the event so far. I love a big straight air.
Wow, love the style out as well. Beautifully done. Love how he compressed as well. Look how much he bent his knees. It just brought that board right up to his body center of gravity. That was beautiful. Expect a big number for that, and that is going to send him way out in front of the rest of the field. And while we wait for that number, let's think about the rest of the field. Billy Stearman's been working the lineup, a 4.5, but nothing special just yet from him. Imai Kalani is trying to get out of second gear here. We know he's got the ability, he's got the goods. We'll switch to him. Just letting go the tail there. Imai just not going to bring much to the scorecard with that, but plenty of time, 13.45. But wow, we saw a highlight score from Shion Crawford, just waiting for it to become an actual number. But that was beautiful.
Yeah, and he clearly listened to the brief this morning from the head judge. Singular maneuver, high impact, variety. So he already had the full rotation. He's like, what else can I do to really impress the judges? Well, let me just go to the big method punt on my front side, and goes a full point above the rotation.
Beautiful. 7 points from the panel. And he's way out over the rest of the field now. Second place will have to find an 8.5, so there's going to be a tussle here for second place, we feel. 13 minutes remaining. It's lots of entertainment coming to you from Ballito. We trust that you're enjoying us. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Red Bull athlete Sky Brown, and we're very honored to have an Olympic athlete and X Games athlete with us here in Africa. Sky, it's your first time in South Africa here in the Kwadukuza region. How's it been? How's your week been so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. I got here quite a bit ago, and yeah, just enjoying South Africa, the food, the people. It's been amazing, good weather. But yeah, I've been loving it here so far.
Knowing that you were going to come to South Africa, what, besides the waves, what were you most looking forward to?
It's actually one of my bucket list things to come to is South Africa. So I was just excited to see it, you know, the culture. I travel a lot and I just love seeing different cultures, different people and different foods. I always enjoy trying new foods and stuff too, so yeah.
And Sky, I believe that you're going to be going from Ballito down to Jeffreys Bay as well. That's so cool that we're going to see you at one of the world's best right-hand point breaks too. And are you going to catch any game reserve, go and see some wildlife while you're here?
I would like to for sure. I'm not the best with animals though, but yeah, I'm super stoked. I got invited to J Bay and yeah, going there to surf some good waves. It's been really fun here, but yeah, super excited.
And then Sky, you were down earlier this morning. We were watching the men's heats in the water. Such massive swell yesterday for the ladies' rounds. Give us some feedback about how it was out there and the conditions compared to yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday looked a bit cleaner and had some more swell. Today it definitely looks a bit harder, but I think the boys are definitely figuring it out and smashing it through. So good to see.
And then I got to touch on it, just a little bit behind us here as part of the Kwadukuza region in Ballito. We have a little skate bowl. Have you managed to check out the skate bowl yet? I know you're going to go and have a look while you're here in Ballito till the end of the week.
Yeah, for sure. I actually just came straight here from the X Games, so I decided to leave my board over there so I can just go surf. But yes, I never really don't bring my skateboard, so it was kind of weird. And seeing the skate park there, I was like, oh, a bit bummed. But yeah, I definitely love to check it out. Maybe borrow someone's skateboard. But yeah, for sure.
Sky, it's great having you here with us, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of your week and your time in South Africa. Back to you guys.
Well, great to hear thoughts from Sky Brown. She can, of course, just walk up the road to Groundswell Surf Shop. It's right behind us.
Yeah, I'm sure John will hook her up.
But fantastic to bring that discussion of multiple disciplines across the board sports topic. You know, that blending of snow, skate, surf. It's always a great topic. And, well, Sky Brown, just an absolute peach at it.
Yeah, and I mean, these days more and more, you know, you're getting people moving across the sports spectrum, you know, they're doing all of it. Skating and surfing have always been sort of integrally linked together. I mean, there's always been a bit of bleed over between the two sports. So in the old days, though, the skate more sort of the rebellious street culture, you know, whereas surfing was kind of following on in a slightly different path. But these days they completely blend and merge. I mean, even from the commentary perspective, gigs, I work across both sports, you know, and very similar sort of outlooks these days, and both sports pushing so hard at the moment, especially in female, you know, in female sports across skating. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. These young girls like getting X Games golds, they're only 14, 15 years old. So you're going to see that bleed into surfing for sure.
Well, talking of surfing, back to the lineup, and let's get serious about what's going on here. That man on screen, Imai Kalani DeVault, former championship tour surfer, mid-season cut. Here he is in the Challenger Series. And, well, just having a look. 17th out of Newcastle. Here he is at the second stop in Ballito. And he'll want to get his skates on, as Paul Evans, our fellow commentator, says. You want to get the skates on and get going here and find some numbers in the lineup. It's not a big requirement to climb. 3.5 to get out of third to second. Remember, four-man heats, top two advance each time. The rest go home.
Yeah, and sitting with a 4.8. Good score if you look at the rest of the heat. And just needing to push a little bit. Took off on this one. Nice little whip to start off. A little caught up on that flat section. And coming around with a nice jab to the lip. Comes in at a 3.0 though, and that talks to the size of the wave. Not a lot of power. And not really getting anything critical done.
Well, Imai Kalani absolutely skilled at all of the stops on the championship tour. He'll have experience for Pipeline as well when the Challenger Series gets there for the sixth stop. Let's have a look at live action. Yeah, this is heat leader Shion Crawford, fellow Hawaiian, with a 7 and a 6 already. And now back to the air again. That one incomplete as we slip under the 6-minute mark. But a good heat stitched together by the young 20-year-old. And as I say, he'll be pretty much just steering this now to the finish line and into the next round. It'll be a good result for him as you want to keep moving through the rounds here as the week unfolds in Ballito.
So here's a bit of action from Billy. Got a nice little hook in the pocket there. Goes to the rail again. Now needs that completion. Gets it, but not a major section, so didn't really help his cause. One day we talk about skating and surfing. I wonder if Shion Crawford's a skater gigs, because he really gets a lot of pop out of these small waves. It's incredible the amplitude he's getting in those airs.
When we were talking of the skate topic just now coming off the Scar Brown interview, I just couldn't help start thinking about the journey that John Florence went through, just always keeping the two sports linked and relevant to each other. I'm not sure every surfer does that, and that's why it's
Probably
a great topic of conversation. But when you think of how skilled John as a 3-time world champion is in the air, a lot of that out of the skate foundation. And John was always participating and traveling with both sets of equipment.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, his brother Ivan, a pretty accomplished skater as well, you know, and we've seen him on the Vans team doing things in the bowls and skate events for quite a long time. Now, of course, traveling around with brother number 3, Nathan, on their appropriately named slab tour. But it's a great sport for surfers, especially when you look at sort of new age surfing. You know, skating is going to teach you a lot about projection, about the consequences of landing as well. You know, if you want to talk about that concrete bowl at the back here, there's a lot more consequence for a fail than in surfing.
Well, Kajiri Nisho just having a little bit of a nightmare in the lineup there. We saw him burn up a priority on the previous wave. It didn't pay out a single thing. Then he quickly turned and went on another for a fall. So a little bit frustrating here for the 26-year-old Japanese surfer. Kept himself sharp, came to Ballito early, got a second in the Ballito Open presented by Flowhose as a warm-up, the QS Regional just before the Ballito Pro here. 25th in Newcastle, so we expect a little more from Kajiri Nishi in this heat, but right now it's down in fourth and trying to find his way out of Struggle Street with just 3 minutes 20 to go.
So another big heat coming up. That's that guy Zietz we saw yesterday in action. It does look like he might be related to Sebastian Zietz.
Well, Nishi back at it here. Perhaps even bringing his best number here with 3 minutes to go. It's going to be a late charge. That's the look at the heat, top left of screen. We do owe Blue a number now. It's going to go a little bit more perhaps than his 2.57, but that's what he needs, a 6.1 to attack the second place of Billy Stemmen. And let's just hang the story on former CT surfer Imai Kalani DeVault here. Just a 3.94 requirement. He's been patient now. He was busy in the lineup. He settled it down. He's up to second priority. So in with a shout now. 2 minutes 35 on the clock, Kai.
Yeah, he needs to find something with just a little bit of grunt. Nice heavy section that he can unleash on. He's got a big heavy back foot in his surfing. Really good at getting that tail out as well. And If he can find a nice bowl just to get maybe a 2-turn combo going, he'll be through the heat.
Waves have also been coming in clusters. There's been groups of them. So generally when we get surfing, we get 2 or 3 rides going. So you feel that even with the priority with Cheyenne Crawford, heat leader, Imai Kalani's going to get his chance perhaps here with 2 minutes to go. Love his surfing. He is just so fluid, fast. He's brought that to the championship tour a number of times. You can see how many waves he's caught in the lineup as well. 9 waves. So he's been active. He's just settled it down now. So we'll see if he can just pick a plum at the end here for a really attainable score as well. I mean, we love his surfing. Championship tour from last year, he got 3 different quarterfinal finishes at the CT level. And again, just pulling the trigger with 90 seconds to go, feeling a little frustration here.
Yeah, he's also separated himself from the rest of the heat, so he's paddled down the bank a little bit, trying to remove himself from any kind of priority battle or paddle battle. Doesn't want to get into that situation like we saw with the other Hawaiians in heat number 1 of the day, where we saw an interference come out in the last second. So he's going to try separate, find a wave, but I can see someone starting to hunt him down as well.
Well, you can see the separation in the lineup here. 4 surfers, there's about 50 yards between them. Imai Kalani is paddling at a furious rate away from Billy Stearman. Here comes Billy. Play the sound of Jaws in the background. Here comes Green. 45 seconds to go. Can Imai Kalani stay within the contest area? A 3.94 is something that he can get in his sleep. And let's have a look at the interaction. Meanwhile, back on the main peak, it's all been going Cheyenne Crawford's way here in this 5th heat of the morning. He'll just take that one to the beach. He'll bank it. That's his Uber home. But let's go back to that Stearman and Imai Kalani DeVault showdown with 20 seconds to go now. And Billy Stearman's going to block. So that was a blocking wave. Now we just watch the clock top left of screen. I think it's going to leave an abandoned Imai Kalani DeVault in the lineup here.
Yeah, it's not looking like much. There's one little bump, but 3 seconds to go. I don't think he's going to get to the feet in time. This is going to be heartbreaking. Here's the wave, but the clock's done.
Oh, the horn is blowing. Hands have not left the rail. Imai Kalani DeVault will be upset with himself for that. That was on the plate and ready for the taking. But all credit to this man on screen, young Cheyenne Crawford. Great job in the lineup. 7 and a 6 for the heat win. Billy Stearman, the experience of the elder Kiwi surfer. And we'll lose former CT surfer Imai Kalani DeVault and Japanese Kajiri Nishi. That is now an official result. That is an official result. Stay with us. Heat number 6 coming up next from beautiful Ballito.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, by Corona Cerro, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
World Surf League's Challenger Series. We're back in Ballito for the second stop of the CS. So good morning as we fly by the Connes site here. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda in for the call. Temperatures are climbing. People are making their way to the beaches. It's winter in South Africa, but nonetheless, it's beach weather in Ballito.
Yeah, the influx of travelers from the north of South Africa are here for the school holidays. For good reason. Beautiful balmy days, warm water to swim in, and a whole lot of action at the festival in and around the Ballito Pro.
Absolutely. Beautiful scenes here looking south along the eastern shores of South Africa. You see the beautiful Indian Ocean here, warmer currents moving down with those northeast winds feed in this crystal clear water this time of year. Of course, an ocean that is alive with perfect surf and plenty of fishing and other recreational opportunities. It's just a beautiful place to be. And if you're in South Africa, then, well, if there's no better place to be for winter.
100%. I know the guys in Cape Town are all crying right now. It's cold, wet, raining, howling winds. They've even had some flooding there in the Cape. Eastern Cape, of course, you do have glorious waves, but it's pretty cold. And up here you've got the sort of the trifecta. You've got the waves, you've got the weather, and you've got great entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. Many surfers call this stretch of coastline home. One of them, three-time big wave world champ Grant Twiggy Baker. He knows all the coves and sand, and he knows how to read the swells here, and plenty of perfect surf available in this part of South Africa. Out in the lineup, new heat hitting the water. It's a pretty stacked one as well. The theme of the Challenger Series continues here. Former CT surfers in David Silva and Ian Gentile in the lineup, and they'll be fending off young surfers like Lucas Vicente out of Brazil and Oliver Zeitz out of Kauai. Hawaii representing the Netherlands flag. It's a very good morning as we get stuck into another exciting heat. It is the round of 64 men. Of course, yesterday, day one of competition, round of 80. And of course, on the women's side, we got through the round of 48 women. Today, all men's competition to take us through a full day two. Spoke of that Mozambican current and, of course, the warm Indian Ocean here. And everyone's enjoying themselves in Ballito.
Yeah, and looking like we're going to have a early start to the heat. David Silva has had some great results here in Ballito over the years, and showing why. Wow, what a big hack to start the heat.
Well, David Silva, electric backhand. CT surfer not making the mid-season cut. And here he is in Ballito, and he knows how to read this lineup. And a spicy set of turns there, Kai, to get his campaign underway here in heat number 6.
Well, one of the best backhands on the tour for sure, and always brings a lot of power to his surfing. Just watch how he comes off the bottom and just whips that first turn, displacing water. More of a check turn on the second, but he was waiting for this section coming. Goes upside down. A lot of commitment there, a lot of power, and a little bit of variety too, so mixing it up.
Well, while the judges ponder one of the best waves we've seen of the morning, we'll just let this wave unfold for young Oliver Zeitz, as we spoke about, the young 19-year-old out of Kauai, surfing with the Netherlands flag, but slamming into that one as well. So he'll open his account here in the heat number 6 of the morning. And with that, let's go down and hear from Shion Crawford, who put a very successful heat together. He's down there with Emma Deal.
Okay. They said QM.
Open QS 2000 event, so just leading up to this Challenger Series event.
Okay. Shion, so 2 waves, 2 airs. Was it the mullet or what was the strategy?
Yeah, I think it's the mullet. I just cut it like yesterday, or no, yeah, 2 days ago, and I guess it's going good.
Amazing. So you've got the rest of the day off before preparing for tomorrow. What are you going to be spending it doing?
I don't know, probably cruising, just go eat. Yeah, just go cruise with the boys and have fun. So probably drink some wine and just play cards. Yeah, have fun.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the rest of the event and go rest up. Enjoy.
Well done, Shion Crawford. Excellent surfing. And nice solid heat win there with a 7 and a 6. Talking of Hawaiians in the lineup, let's have a look at how former CT surfer Ian Gentile on his trip to Ballito this year can go for the second stop on the Challenger Series. Ian just switching direction. Haven't seen a lot of lefts in the lineup this morning, Kai, so quick out the gates for Gentile.
Yeah, and Ian was one of those guys who got onto the CT and managed to avoid the cut first time round, so he hasn't been in this position as yet in his career, but like one of those like seriously underrated surfers, kind of just cruises below the line and doesn't really you know, pop up in the media a lot and stuff, but just a solid surfer, and he certainly showed at the CT level that he deserves to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't make the mid-season cut. His best result on the CT this year, 2025, was a 9th at Bells, and mostly when it's the right-handers, it does always suit Ian Gentile. He's just got that absolutely fluid flow. I mean, lovely surfing on the back end. We owe him a score for that. We'll wait for that number to settle. But his forehand is just so flowy and smooth. And of course, that paid huge dividends on the CT before. Let's have a look at this left-hander.
Nice little carve to start things off, then found the section and good whip over that section. So that's going to get a score on the board, but more interestingly, we saw that first wave. The judges waited an age. They really deliberated and put it up against a couple of other waves. An 8.0 to open for Silva.
Yep. David Silva, we felt it brought one of the best waves of the morning to us when we went to beach interview. It's confirmed with an 8-pointer. So CT level surfing here at the Challenger Series, and the pace is set for the heat already with that 8 points ride. One judge, well, one's down at a 7.5, but we'll lob that off. So yeah, 8 points average. Let's have another look at that one, Kai, because he absolutely stung this thing.
Yeah, took off with intent and just drives off the bottom and whips the tail out the back. Pretty classic David Silva. Little check turn in the middle, and then found another nice walling section to go upside down over the critical section. And yeah, no doubt about it, that was excellent surfing.
You know, he may have been cut mid-season on the CT, but technically David Silva just produces flawless surfing. I mean, you could run a manual off a lot of his body mechanics, the way he places his turns. I'm always surprised. There should be a slightly better results resume for David Silva, considering how technically sound his surfing is.
Yeah, David's kind of like one of those funny ones, because on the QS side, he's Mr. Destructo. I mean, he has had an outrageous qualifying career. He's won loads of events, including this one. And then he gets up to the CT level and just hasn't really ever gone the distance. He's had some good results, but just seems to not put the dots together as much when he gets up to the CT, but certainly one of the most talented surfers on the planet, and he is like that classic power surfer, really, really good surfer.
Talking of talent, Morgan Sibilik coming up next. We continue that discussion of surfers that have operated and flourished at the CT level, and then find themselves here at the Challenger Series platform. Plenty of names in that next heat. Pedersen Crisanto amongst the others as well, looking to go back to CT level, and we'll throw a bit of South African spice in for that one as well. A big heat number 7 coming up next. But Morgs will just be soaking up what's going on in the lineup. He'll notice the positioning of David Silva, where he picked up that 8-point ride from. Ian Gentile just being paid out with a 4-pointer for the left-hander. It's a score for now. He'll work with that. And then Oliver Zeitz, just a 3. So not a lot on the scorecard at this stage, but plenty of time remaining. And I'll go back to that topic of technically good surfing from David Silva. You know, Abu Dhabi, the wave pool, is probably one of your best refining processes in the pool. And, well, I mean, he fared very, very well, did David Silva. A 9th in Abu Dhabi. I thought his surfing was pinpoint on those Slater designs.
Yeah, no, he surfed it really well. And that's the thing. He's a technically brilliant surfer. You know, we don't see him doing too many airs. But when you talk about classic bottom-to-top surfing, he's one of the guys who can certainly put his hand up. There's Aidan Masenkamp coming up next with his coach Phil Nell out of Cape Town. And Aidan's... He's really been trying hard. He's got a lot of focus, and he definitely wants it. Out of all the South Africans right now, I think Aiden's probably got the biggest hunger to get there.
Yeah, I'd counter-argue with Luke Thompson in the discussion as well, but there's no doubt to me that Mason Camp and Thompson are South Africa's two best hopes right now at the Challenger Series. Of course, there's a number of other talents, but looking forward to that one coming up next. CA Mayhem surfboard underfoot of Aiden Mason Camp coming up. Of course, out in the lineup as well, Ian Gentile on the same model. And, well, Ollie Zeitz. Didn't see what Ollie was riding. Did you notice his board?
I didn't, but we'll keep an eye out for it now.
Might have been a Parzel or a Sharp, I'm not sure. But David Silva, speaking of boards and technicalities, he's on those slated designs, various models as well, does David Silva ride. But, as we mentioned, just loved what he brought to the wave pool in the CT jersey. And 9th at Burley as well, so the sort of smaller shoulder-high waves really suits David Silva to a T. You know he's always going to find good numbers when the surf is in that size range.
Well, and the backhand. I mean, his backhand is outrageous. One of the best backhand attacks, I think, in world surfing. So when he's given that opportunity and fun right-handers, he's always going to get the scores.
Well, we haven't seen anything yet from this man. A quick snap and out for Lucas Vicente. On our screens, just going down. Ian Gentile back in picture. So everybody picking out opportunities, multiple peaks. It is a fractured swell from yesterday. Day one, big and solid south swell, but overnight that onshore did pummel it down quite a bit. So still 2 to 3 foot, very playable here in the late morning as the tide falls out. And also relatively high wave counts per surfer.
Yeah, and I've just realized something about Ian Gentile's surfing. As I always wondered, like, who did he remind me of? And it's just come to me. He is definitely out of the Joel Parkinson camp of surfing.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good.
Like that's super relaxed. Like, he's doing pretty radical stuff, but he's making it look so calm and genteel.
Okay, all right, I'll go with that. You want to talk about Ian Gentile? I'm happy to do that. I mean, Ian, as we mentioned, really loves the right-hand flowing waves. I mean, a 3rd in El Salvador back in 2023 in the CT journey, a 5th at J-Bay. But you know how the CT surfers can perform, and here's David Silva just nagging the scorecard up a little bit. Not a great number. He'll go back to the drawing board with 18:45 on the clock. But you kind of already feel that the pressure of this heat is pretty much off David Silva's shoulders, care of that 8-point ride.
Yeah, and looking at his surfing out here, you know, I think of Matty Wilco as well. Kind of the goofies, the big, powerful goofies have had a good track record here in Ballito.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great story and one that we'll track back over the days to come. Of course, Dane Gadauskas as well, when I think back 15-odd years to Goofy Foot wins.
Yeah.
So many Goofy Foot stories here. What do we see here, Kai?
Well, he absolutely laid into that turn. Kind of buried the nose a little bit towards the end, so that would have scrubbed some points off. But it's a little back up to the 8. It's going to get his points up and increase the requirements for Ian and Lucas and Oliver. So he won't be too upset about that. And, you know, with that 8.0, he's got the luxury of kind of shopping for waves now. He can be a bit more picky.
So Gentile, rapid fire in the lineup here. Nice little rail jam there. And just making a little error there as well. You feel that Ian is just forcing the situation there. I think he realizes that there are these long lulls in the swell pattern here in Ballito for day 2. So just staying busy in the lineup there, and well, perhaps a building block score just washing away there with that fall for Ian. Meanwhile, other side of the peak. Okay, that'll be useful in the context of the heat for Lucas Vicente. Joins the dots all the way through, punts it into the left. You'll see a lot of water moving right to left across your screen. So those left-handers tend to just stay almost stationary in the lineup and move towards the beach, dead in front of the judges' tower. So they'll have a good old look at that and think, well, where does that go? Meantime, it will be a second counting ride for Lucas.
Yeah, you saw him take off in this, and it always gives you that first bowl. So he gets the air out, nice solid landing. Unfortunately, these lefts, especially as the tide drops out, tend to run into that first finger of rock right in front of the judges' tower, like you said. And they can often not give you any more scoring potential other than that first bowl.
Former CT surfer Gentile back at it. Nice little jam there. And again, just rapid fire in the lineup. Just multiple waves in the sort of same category. Does he need to just switch up the pattern here, Kai, as we start moving towards the halfway mark of the heat? Does he want to just slow this down a little and just try and find something a little more special?
Yeah, he's been keeping busy. Highest wave count in the heat. The first turn really was nothing to write home about, but nice second turn, got the fins out the back. But again, it's not going to be a massive score, and he's got the 4.0, which outside of David is one of the biggest scores of the heat. So I would say he needs to find a critical section. That's got to be his goal right now.
So judges' scorecard open for Lucas Vicente and the left-hander. That punt to the air. You see the overview of the lineup here. Multiple waves in the lineup and another in and out for Gentile. So he's just trying to work the one section of the bank. And I think that's probably already wave number 6 for Ian Gentile in the lineup. But really his best one, still his first one, Kai. 4 points for the opener for the Hawaiian and blue.
Yeah, and hasn't really found anything else. He's been catching a lot of waves and trying. We have seen a couple of guys this morning with that game plan working for them, just catching waves as much as possible. But at the moment, I mean, if we look at the heat leader here, David Silva finding one good wave, a little backup. It's working for him, being a bit more picky. It's still pretty calm out there. It's nice. The wind's not blowing. There's definitely opportunity. We've seen some big scores in the last 2 heats. So guys just need to maybe be a little bit more patient and try to find the bangers.
Finally, wave number 2 for young Oliver Zeitz. Let's go of that. Kai's sort of liking the loose, skatey feel of that turn off the lip. Perhaps not a power turn, more just a release to flow turn from Ollie Zeitz. Either way, it's going to be welcome on his scorecard because that was only his second ride. Prior to that, just a 3-pointer as we down inside the second half of the heat already.
Yeah, but I like that. First turn was good, and then you'll see he took off here, looking down the line, sees this little bowl pop up, nice big power hack, and then coming off the bottom here, just drifts the fins up and over, getting a lot of pop over that section. So I think that's going to be a decent score.
Well, either way, it will go a long way towards the scorecard of Ollie Zeitz. Nice backhand jam there for Lucas Vicente, who found a 4-5, Kai, for that left-hand punt. So bringing himself into the story here, and judges will now think about this last ride of the young 23-year-old Brazilian. Starting to make his mark here in Ballito and here in this heat number 6 of the morning.
Really surfs off like a very tight fulcrum. He compacts himself off the bottom and off the top. Quite explosive. He's not the biggest guy, but he does manage to really get the board to change direction.
Judges will be bringing us numbers from that exchange between Lucas Vicente and Oliver Zeitz. While their numbers firm up, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide,
Doesn't get better than that.
this episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
It's perfect beach weather down here in beautiful Ballito. Day 2 of competition for the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a good morning. Giggs and Kai in for the call, and we're enjoying all the vibes in and around the beautiful scenes here in Ballito. And of course, we mentioned the rest of the country, Kai, being in the colder zones. Lots of wet weather in the Cape. And everybody coming down to the beach here just to enjoy from all parts. It's vacation time in South Africa. Meanwhile, Ian Gentile with a little bit of a strapped up knee, I see. Was that not a strap? No, that's just his board shorts. Just having a look at that. But Gentile keeping busy in the lineup.
Yeah, and that was a nice power hack right there to finish off. Got a little caught on the exit, but I think that will probably be his best wave thus far. Yeah, good two-turn combo.
Well, the pace of the heat being set with that excellent opener for David Silva. Everybody trailing and everybody trying to build numbers. Nice whippy turn from Ian, though.
Yeah, a little exclamation mark on the carve there, then getting across.
Wow.
Looked like it was going to be a bit of a soft section, but he put the hammer down on that second turn. So it's going to be interesting to see what score comes out from the judges.
Well, scorecard open for Ian Gentile, who's still plagued with a couple of softer numbers. Lucas Vicente sitting in that second place position. Gentile doesn't need a lot, though, to steal it back. 4.41 requirement. But you feel a surfer of Ian Gentile's caliber needs to find himself a 6 or a 7 in this lineup soon, and we'll see if he can do that. Meanwhile, someone that wants to just quickly ditch the 2-4-3 now and add to that excellent 8-point opener, stinging turn from David Silva. And signs of a lower tide now for the first time today, Kai, in the lineup. Just that one just really bottoming out on the sandbar.
Well, I mean, David Silva making it rain across the Indian Ocean there. He really does displace water. Another fantastic first turn. And then really hammering into the second as well, but just didn't get it. Just watch how much drive he gets up that front foot on the backhand and then destroys the second turn. But like you say, just bottomed out a bit too hard and didn't get out of that second turn.
Well, before the break, we also were waiting for a score from Oliver Zeitz, who found a 4.27. So updating the scorecards, we just owe David Silva one. All he'll do is extend his lead when the number comes in, just under 9 minutes to go. It's a battle between this surfer here, the 23-year-old Brazilian Luca Vicente, who's snapping away his own, bringing his own version of David Silva attack to the lineup. And Ian Gentile, again, just flowing and catching lots of waves in the lineup. Gentile already up to 7 waves. And slight improvement for Gentile, a 3.77, but it falls short of the requirement, Kai. So 8.25 to go, lots of work and lots of stories still to tell in this heat number 6, including a nice whippy turn from young Oliver. Inside section for him now, loose on the tail. Just keeps the center of gravity together, just pumps it out. He likes the feeling of that. Have a look at his requirements, also very slender, 4.14. So rapid fire now in the lineup in Ballito with 8 minutes to go. Heat leader just looking to build a further lead over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, he's trying to get that backup score a little bit up. And it's interesting, you know, you look at the difference in surfers. It's very interesting to see, like Lucas technically surfing in the same place on the backhand as David, but when you put them up against each other, just because of the size of the surfer and the power that he's able to put into it, just looking like on a different level, even though the technical aspects of those big backhand turns are probably pretty similar.
Good point you make there, Kai. Either way, judges will have the final say. Silva and Vicente, the 2 Brazilians. Nice comparison here on the backhands for both of them.
Yeah, you can see he's really off the bottom, pivots, gets that weight onto the front foot and releases the tail. So good surfing. Like that first jab there. Wave went a little flat on the exit, but manages to get the third carve, and then finishing on the inside did well. So that was a good 3-turn combo.
Well, judges will wait for all of that. They get chances to do the reviews. They can re-look at it. It's a pretty tight scale that we're working with, particularly this morning on day 2 here. Other than the 8-pointer, everything else is clustered in around the 4 and 3-point zone. See how clear the water is as well, just getting that look of the Indian Ocean water here. It's relatively warm as well. Full 2 mil wetsuit for Luca Vicente, who's nice punchy wave there as well. So everybody just staying really active in the lineup, Kai.
Yeah, it's pretty high wave counts. Most of these guys, except for David on 7 waves, Zeets 5, 6 waves, and here he goes again.
Well, rapid fire, 6 now on the clock. Lovely little zap of energy to that turn. Ollie Zeets, that's going to be a useful score. He likes the feeling of that. He's already telegraphing that to the judges. Prior to that, a 4.27 and a 3 on the scorecard for our surfer in green. So he feels that he's lifting the pace. Meanwhile, a little bit of patience for the first time in this heat from Ian Gentile gets him into a priority position. So we'll see how all these stories plait together. A tapestry of details for the last 5.5 minutes here. Many stories to tell. Of course, this surfer looking more nuggety and fierce in 2025. Pedersen Crisanto, a former winner here in Ballito. He'll be taking on a stacked field in the up-and-coming heat.
Yeah, it's a good-looking heat coming up, and of course we've got back-to-back heats with South Africans, so the beach is going to get pretty loud. Here's David. Just love the action off the back leg here, as you see him just drive and extend there. Unfortunately, the wave didn't really give him much more. Lucas is woken up now in the back end of the heat. Some tight surfing in the pocket from the small Brazilian, but certainly surfing good on the backhand. And then I really like this one for Zeets. Nice turn here, whips it out, and then drives another carve. Managing to find one more little bowl down the inside for a third turn. He loved it, and we can confirm it is a sharp eye under his feet.
Well, he's done that 1,000 times at Pine Trees, but now bringing it to the Challenger Series. So a pretty spirited heat here, everybody in it. Just that highlight score of David Silva, and finally he gets to go left here, Kai.
Jason drives a really nice carve there, comes off the bottom and whips another one. So he was maybe tired of us talking about how brilliant his backhand is. He's like, gents, I can put a rail down on my front side too.
Well, we saw David Silva in the CT jersey. As I mentioned, I liked his technical surfing in the wave pool in Abu Dhabi. I thought he did a great job there. Saw his backhand in the smaller conditions for a 9th place finish in Burley as well. But David Silva, just one of those all-rounders. You know, he's going to be around for a few seasons to come. Could perhaps expect him back on a full CT schedule in 2026. Let's chat a little bit about Ian Gentile again, who's in the meantime, Kai, we're getting scores in, and Gentile has dropped down to 4th. Still another score or 2 to lock in for Vicente and Zeets as this heat starts to firm up with a little over 3 minutes still to go. Let's have a look. Oliver Zeets, we like that backhand sparky. Only a 4.9 though, smaller wave that tracked through the inside directly in front of the judges' tower. 4.9 though, useful number. It's got him so useful that he's from 4th up to 2nd.
Yeah.
And one more number to lock in for Lucas Vicente as well. So let's just talk about the requirements of Ian Gentile, because that is firmed up even if we are waiting for the David Silva score. Gentile with priority. My feeling is the more clean a wave, the more appreciating you can be of Ian Gentile's flow and style. You mentioned a little similarity with Parko, and he puts together 2 nice energized turns there. Good flow. I feel I made a good point there, is that the more perfect the surf is, the more you're able to appreciate the details of Ian Gentile's beautiful lines. The more sloppy the surf, the little more you sort of overlook his details.
Yeah, a lot of subtlety in his surfing, but also some power, as you saw him lay down that first turn. And nice critical section on the second maneuver, Gigs. So he's definitely, I think, going to improve possibly on the 377. And he needs a 517. I'm not sure if it's going to get all the way there. But
do we agree that was Gentile's best wave thus far?
I think that's a good call. Okay. Definitely his best wave.
So this is going to be a neighborhood call here, folks. 517, the requirement for the man in blue. And and it could land on either side of it, Kai. Let's have another breakdown of this one.
Like how he just drove into that, really extending the back leg as well, and then had to hold back a little bit on the entry to the second turn because the section was coming pretty quick at him, but he did really well, and it was a critical section.
Well, he hammered into that. There was no shortage of power there. It was a sucky, punchy section in the Ballito lineup, and we'll just hang on this moment here. Clock is whittling away on us, 1:15 to go. Judges pondering that. They will have done exactly what we've done, surf fans. They will have pulled up a replay, thinking of where it compares with the rest of the rides in this heat. Meanwhile, teeing up for something here is young Oliver Zeitz. That'll go lateral in the landing, and he'll come off inside the last minute now, Kai. We're still fence sitting that score. Meanwhile, this man will be trying to defend that second place position. He'll throw a claim to the judges as well. A little bit of air under the fins, not particularly lofty though.
Yeah.
And yeah, score awaiting Ian Gentile with now 30 seconds to go.
I think the pressure was telling me. I don't know if that was worth the claim, but we'll see where the judges come. I think they're having a real good look at Ian's wave because it's an important wave in the heat, especially with such little time left. And from the replay, it looked better than the initial look.
Well, David Silva found a 4.77 in the meantime, so he's solidified his heat win here. He's on to the round of 32, and here he goes back with live action. That'll be a throwaway, and that's just fine for the former CT surfer. Is Ian Gentile, who's back in the prio, and the horn will beat him there. We still have an open scorecard here, so we'll stay in this moment. You saw Gentile maybe wasn't perhaps convinced himself, really trying to clamber his way over the ledge of that last wave. We are hanging for a previous ride in this action. Ian Gentile's requirements, just a reminder again, a 5.17. All good for this man on screen, David Silva. Thank you, Lord. He's good. He'll be saying his gratitudes, and he'll be on his way to the round of 32. Looking good on that equipment as well, Kai. Just that board particularly suited for, he picked that one out, and it looked really good underfoot.
Yeah, certainly that board works for him. Able to find so much speed and power in these waves. You look at some of the other performances today. David really stepped it up at the power department, putting out big spray, and that 8.0 is certainly one of the standout waves of the morning gigs.
Wow, 4.77 in for Ian Gentile. Requirement of a 5.17 will lose another former championship tour surfer out of the Ballito Pro right here. Mid-season cut for Ian, and now a throwaway result in Ballito. Ian Gentile will be packing his bags and thinking about the US Open of surfing. All good for that man on screen though. Good, consistent surfing in the lineup. Found a left for the 4.77, but it was that cracking opener on the backhand of an 8. Oliver Zeitz, let's give him a credit, is on the way to the next round as well. Stay with us. We continue at the Ballito Pro. Bring in Paul Evans, Greg Ansley, and Jill Starling for the call. It's beautiful Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Qualification, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. Dreamy scenes again from above. A blue sea, golden sands, a green verdant hinterland. Key ingredients for a good time. Waves are important too. We're enjoying what we've seen so far this morning. In terms of the action, you guys, you've been impressed with what you've seen so far? Performances, surfing?
Absolutely. Thinking back to that heat with Sammy Pupo and Jackson Baker, that CT quality, that CT experience has really set them apart. And for me, that was the benchmark, and I feel like we're going to have a turning point from there onwards. And the waves are still here, the wind is still clean, the sun is out. It's a very nice day outside as well. So bring on what we have for the rest of the round of 64.
Greg, we brought in the top seeds, the big guns today. Their performances on par with what you would expect. They exceeded it.
Yep, absolutely. On air, it's been amazing surfing. On the beach, on our heats off, it's been spectacular, and we're in for another big heat. We see Pedersen Crisanto, a former champion year, 2018. Aiden Mason-Camp in the QS year of 21. He was the champion, so 2 former champions in this heat.
Yeah, we've also got Hiroto O'Hara, Morgan Siblett, of course, the former Final 5 surfer as well. So stacked talent once again, only 2 can stay alive after this. The next 26.5 minutes or so. Peterson during the break.
Yeah, love catching up with this guy. He is so swift and lightning fast on his feet. Found on those waves where it had these double walls and he really had to decide, okay, which one am I going to take? Got some nice carves in out the back. It didn't have that energy he was looking for on the inside. Aiden Mason-Camp getting started though, back from injury, first year back on the Challenger Series, lays into this first turn, brings it back around again, and he's found one that is going to provide an end section and just goes, okay, thanks for coming on that one. And Aiden starts off in a very classy manner.
I was speaking to Aiden yesterday, and you know, he was asking me a bit of advice, and that I've been mates with him for a long time. And I said, Aiden, it's very simple. He's the opposite to our list. He's not a surfer that needs to wait. He's a very energetic, hyperactive surfer. I said, you are the surfer that needs to get out there and take it away from the other surfers early on. You need to get that first wave, back out, find the backup. And he said, I agree with you, Greg. That's when I do good, when I'm really energetic.
Yeah, just picking up one of the themes that you've been talking about, Greg. Surfers out of this region, loads of success as juniors, kind of winning everything. And then when you step up to that global stage, it can be hard for a couple of years. Aiden, as we're watching live action now, he's sort of done those years, hasn't he? He's sort of really grown into his fully fledged, mature type of surfing. How do you feel his chances are this season of unlocking and going real deep in these Challenger Series ratings?
Yeah, well, he's taken those years to mature, as we see up and riding Pedersen going to the air, incomplete. He's taken those years to mature. He had a lot of immature years through a youngster where, he couldn't, if a heat wasn't going his way, he would completely lose it and just couldn't pull it back together. He had a lot of work mentally, and he's done so well to put it together. He acknowledges it, and he's so mature now. He knows how to put it together, and I reckon it's his time.
Massive number on the board for him, 7.67 so far. So good for South Africa in the heat right now. A big number posted. Crisanto, a 5.33. That's solid. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat. David Silva is with Emma Smith.
Okay. David, you and Ballito are just great. This is your 10th year here. You've won before. Talk us through that 8-point ride and just being back in Ballito.
Yeah, Ballito is special for me because I win for 2019. This spot is really good. I think the people is good. The waves is the same to Brazil. I think so. It's trained a lot for this condition. And yeah, my first wave is 8-point. I think so. It's more relaxed in the heat, but I think so. It's more scary to the first hit for the challenge series is maiden. But I'm very happy to make for the heats and then go to next round.
Amazing. Well, I know you've got lots of friends and family back home, and you've already been eyeing out Boggs for another surf. Maybe you can send some love to anyone watching back home.
Yeah, thanks so much. I go now to train a little bit more in the surf because the waves is really fun. And thanks so much. Muito obrigado a todos que estão no Brasil assistindo. É de madrugada aí, queria mandar um beijão para toda a minha família. E é isso, amarradão, vamos tudo para a próxima.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the next round, and thanks for sharing with us. Cool.
Thanks, Emma. All smiles from Silva. Going big up the scoreboard as well. One giant score for him. No real surprise seeing him. He's always been kind of too good, really, for this tour in terms of his quality. He's just attacked small, particularly the small rights. Sort of almost like a bit of a league of his own in terms of some of the surfers on this tour. Hasn't always quite worked out for him, though, on the CT. Another one of those surfers kind of yo-yoing a bit between the two, but we do kind of back them in terms of their overall quality and their chances of kind of schooling some of the up-and-comers here, Jess.
Absolutely. It feels like it's been a theme that we've seen here today, especially, I mean, if we take a look to this heat, Pedersen, he's had CT experience, had his first year in 2019. Morgs had that crazy year and that run of events where he got 5th in the world in that 2020-2021 season. Hasn't been back full-time on that championship tour level, but this year got 2 wildcards, got himself a 3rd and a 5th with 2 wildcards during that Aussie treble, those CTs we had over here, and he's getting his campaign started now.
Here's Morgs ripping in. Nice rail work. Just swinging around.
Something he's really changed in the last couple of years is, you know, this year actually more than ever, he's working with Nathan Hedge and having that backing from someone like Hoggy, it feels like it's a game changer because Hoggy's been here. He's had that experience where he's been on tour, he's fallen off, he's needed to find that inner fire to get back onto that top stage, and they seem to have this really cool relationship between the two. But this guy, he's trying to get back there as well.
Crisanto gives it a good swing, displaces some water. Another one of those sort of nuggety statures, a bit like Silva, the opposite stance, but loads of momentum behind him as he swings off the bottom and able to rotate that body and displace plenty of water with power, with aggression. Key ingredients to looking good. Plenty of time to go in this, but that will be a second score that will count for him. What did he get done, Greg?
Oh, just look at this amazing first turn on the rail. So much spray. Quickly up into the next turn. That board's looking alive. He's looking sharp. We saw him yesterday with a solid win. He got that 7.33. And what I really like about his surfing, when you think the wave's done, he's already got a couple of turns. Next thing he flicks into a little quick rotation and he gives a little bit extra. He's got that speed. The board looks amazing. And I think that's going to be a huge advantage for him through competition over the next couple of days.
Something that we were saying in Newcastle, because he's had a hiatus from competition. I overdid my years yesterday, but he hasn't really been in a competition since 2022. And we were putting question marks around him for his first heat at Newcastle, thinking, is this the return of Pedersen, and what kind of Pedersen are we going to get? But he has this perfect combination of power, yet with these cat-like reflexes where he can lay the rail and then really quickly transition into an air reverse. And that is such a unique talent to have, to be powerful yet really fast twitch. And I think Pedersen has really been relying on that as his strength this season so far.
And if you've won a major event like the Ballito Pro, that you're always going to feel at home in these waters. He's always going to have that remembrance and go, oh, I've won, yeah, this is my spot. He'll just feel so comfortable, and he'll be taking that with him.
So far, the connection with the ocean in terms of the single best score is with our South African Aiden Massenkamp. He's just ripped his way to a 7.67 out the gates. At a time, a moment of reflection for him, looking for a backup. Looking for Hirota O'Hara to get involved. There's the support for Morgs, the Aussie squad watching on. Nathan Hedge in the centre there. He was on tour in your time, Greg. Would you have earmarked him as a coach from what you saw of him as a competitor?
Absolutely. Hoggy. You know, it's such an asset to have a former pro surfer as a coach. The knowledge, you know, people forget that as a pro surfer, you get a score, you paddle out, you know what that score is. That's your job. You know what conditions are. Hoggy was just such a gnarly competitor. He's such a good all-round surfer as well. I was having a quick chat to him a couple of minutes ago, in fact maybe an hour ago, and he said, Greg, I've got to cut the chat short. I've got Morgs coming up. I need to get him prepared. And, you know, respectfully, off he went. And I was going to say, Morgan Siblick, I look at these conditions, I think about Ballito. I feel he's had good performances here, but when I look at his best finish, a 9th in Ballito, it doesn't seem right. I would imagine him really doing well. I can picture him as a winner here, and I think between Morgan and Hoggy, they're going to want to correct that, right?
What's going through the final preparations for Matt McGillivray?
Well, talking to Coach QJ, Quinton Jones, so getting a bit of advice there. You know, Matt's solid. He'll be feeling good having that reassurance that he got that third place over in Newcastle. A good stepping stone for him to build back. You know, I was just hoping that Maddie would have gone a bit further and got a second or a first, because when you're on those rolls and things were going his way, he was getting those clutch
Last
finishes.
minute.
Yeah, that's when you want to really capitalize and get those maximum points. But he'll still be feeling good. He's going to come into this one and keep the focus and get the roll going. He wants to get straight back onto that championship tour.
So far, so good for him. The equal third in the opening event of the season, and then back on home shores here in South Africa. See how he goes before that. Still 17 minutes and a half in this one. And the quality early on from Massenkamp. Since then, it's been a little bit quiet. 4.93 and 5.33 for Crisanto. The two scores together put him in the lead in this. Hiroto O'Hara is trying to get into our list of low wave count surfers at the moment. It's been real quiet. That looks fishy.
Those, interesting to know what that is. I would almost say that's a bit of shad. They like to sit on top of the water, bubble a little bit. Lovely. Catch them on a spoon.
Do you eat them?
Oh, beautiful eating. You got to get the right size.
Okay.
You're not allowed to take home more than 5 at a time.
Would you braai them, or what's your preparation?
You can braai them or put them on a braai with a bit of tin soil on top of that.
Bit of lemon and
Bit
salt
of lemon,
and herb.
Fantastic. But yeah, you know that this is a blue flag beach and a protected marine area. You're not allowed to fish off the rocks. You're not allowed to dive. You're not allowed to go get crayfish. It's all protected.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're in a really... It's very important that we protect our breaks, our surf breaks, especially along the coast. You know, you see the world surfing reserves, places like Bell's Beach. You don't want places to end up like Killadana, where they're no longer surf breaks because, you know, marinas have been built, etc. So I think it's always important for us as surfers to really take care of what we have.
Crisanto inspecting this blue flag beach from the innards of a little wee tube from the green room as he gets a little cover to a kick out and just enjoying himself at Ballito. A high wave count from him, number 7 out the back. Prio's with Massenkamp, who does hold the high score. Sibilik looks interested. Thought about a little chip in of Whitewater. Thought better of it. Beautiful rail technique from O'Hara. And nice and lively and sprightly, really incisive. Just want to see more surfing from him. He's so good in the smaller waves at those rail-to-rail transitions, Jess.
Oh, that wave, that first turn was just classy. It was beautiful there for Hiroto. Points gone begging on that end section there, but I still feel like he'll be pretty well rewarded for that first turn. Aiden now trying to back up this 767.
Aiden looking spicy on that last turn. You see that energy he's got in his surfing. He's almost animated through those turns. He's pushing those arms. He's swinging through those maneuvers. He wants it. You can see he's seriously focused out here.
I like the start from Hiroto, though. I mean, he's kind of taking that same approach that we saw from someone like Callie Bass yesterday, who really sat and waited for those right opportunities to come to them. But if you're going to choose that sit and wait strategy, which it definitely pays off if we think about what we saw yesterday, you really do have to capitalize on those opportunities when you do start to pull the trigger on them. And I feel like, yeah, Hiroto will be a little bit frustrated with that last, not finishing that last turn, but if that's the glimpses of the surfing that he's going to bring in this heat on those first 2 turns, we're in for a treat because they were beautiful turns to open up that wave.
Oh, so we get a nice view from above. It looks like sards at the bottom and sardines, and then a couple of fish on the top. I would say definitely a couple of sards, so we get these little patches. Really awesome because it's the greatest show on earth, they call it. It's really awesome. They come through from the Eastern Cape and right through up into the KZN region, through the Dolphin Coast, and then they end up in the Indian Ocean. They just disappear.
Yeah, so the sardine run, am I right in suggesting there's no known sort of ecological function to it? No one knows exactly why they do it, but they just enjoy themselves. We enjoy watching them. We like watching this too. As Sibilik tees off on the lip, throwing buckets in that midday sunshine. And just getting involved, doesn't want to really see the heat go on around him too early on. Not a lot else to get excited about. This wave will feel good, Jess?
Yeah, this is more like it for Morgs. Really nice first turn, a lot of power in it, and found himself a great little chip-in corner to be able to just attack it on that second section. But I feel like Morgs was scrapping into a lot of different ways, trying to get his heat started and underway. We know he likes to get a good start in his heats, and it may not be that 30-minute mark, but that's a great way to come back into this heat.
Under 13 to go in this. A muscular start from the South African. Aiden Massenkamp puts him in the driving seat. Peterson Crisanto's going all right too. More live action from the Ballito Pro real soon.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm down here on the beach with Aiden Massenkamp's coach, Phil Nell. Phil, Aiden won the event in 2021 against a very informed Geordie Smith. So the previous title holder out in the water now. How's his heat going so far?
Well, we've had a good start. That's always been the strategy of Aiden. He always does well if he starts well in his heats. But, you know, at this level, at this round, it's always going to be a bit of a scrap with waves like this. So we're ready for it. It's always going to be a nail-biter right till then.
Phil, he started the heat. He had that 7. It looks like, I think, on your phone there, having a look at the app, he's backed it up with a 4.5. What was your plan coming into this heat? And is the heat going according to plan? Is the strategy playing out?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually had quite the morning. We were up at first light. We were down at Bogs. And Aiden probably went through 5 different surfboards until we found the one that worked today. And oddly, it was a board we never thought would really go today. It was actually a pintail, but it really suits the waves today. So yeah, he's on the right equipment, and we just need one more strong wave, and we'll get the job done.
It's great to have Aiden back in the Qualification region. He came off quite a radical injury last year. He had a lot of tough setbacks in the second half of last year, but this 6 months with a lot more focus, it's playing out quite well for him, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Aiden tore his MCL last year. It was like a grade 2 tear, and at sort of the 8th week, he had his first surf, and we went surfing together. And I actually said to me, no, you're actually looking better now than before your injury. And his surfing sort of just slowed down and almost matured a little bit more. And often with injuries, it gives you just an opportunity to sort of just fix things. And I think you can see his surfing's look a little bit more rounder and fuller and stronger. So yeah, we're excited for this year.
Well, Phil, good luck for the rest of the heat. It looks like Aiden still in the lead at the moment with that 7.67 and the 4.5. It's lekker down here on the beach. Back to you guys.
Love it. Great insights there from Mike Fruit. Phil Nell, Aiden Massenkamp's coach. So far, so good. The master plan is coming to fruition. He's in the lead. I tell you what, though, with 8:40 to go, this heat is really nicely set up. Look at those numbers for Hiroto O'Hara. A 6.17, the high 5, and he's right in this after that slow start. This is Morgs having a crack.
Yeah, he's trying to get the ball rolling in this heat right now. So that one is going to be a backup. It's a 3-4 for that one, but Hiroto got himself a really nice bowl here, tagged it twice, super vertical in the pocket, and that wave had a great pace and just a great shape to it as well. He really identified that and he laid into it.
I think Hiroto, how critical he was on those turns in the really steep part of that wave, a degree of difficulty, but really critical, vertical as you mentioned, and you had to give him those scores because that was just dynamic and so deep off the bottom and straight up, and a combo of two maneuvers straight off each other.
Does anyone have a finer forehand bottom turn on this tour than Hiroto Ohara? He doesn't get loads of chance to showcase it, just with a lot of the beach breaks we get, but you put him in some of the ways we see on the CT. Where could that go?
I love that bottom turn. You see, we spoke about it yesterday, how the single big bottom turns almost made a comeback into the surfing world, and I'm sold. I love it.
Let's see it in slow-mo. That fin completely out of the water, which put him so perfectly vertical, crisp in that pocket, and just does it again. He really buries that rail as he's at the bottom of the wave and doesn't release too soon. He comes all the way up the face before he starts to rotate back the other way. Morgs looking to lift and does beautifully there for Morgs. So this heat, you can see Morgs is desperate to get back in it, and that's the way to do it.
It's a strong start for Aiden Mason-Camp and Hiroto. They just seem to be finding those good waves. Their waves have had some slightly bigger face, bigger sections to really get those big maneuvers on. And here we go. Pedersen, he needs to come alive as well. So two very high-profile surfers in this event sitting in third and fourth here.
Yeah, a lot going on, isn't there? Sort of contrast the waves. Obviously, you're not judging the wave, it's the surfing, but you think about how much momentum and energy at the end of the ride compared to the beginning, and it seems to be the difference between a lot of the scores as well. Everyone's ultra talented, of course, but get yourself a wave that offers you that second section. If you can kick out or finish your ride with a ton of speed rather than it kind of fizzling out a bit, does seem to just give you that different visual impact. And we're watching a really enjoyable heat at the moment. Tell you what, this is absolutely anyone's, really. 6 minutes yet to go here. Massenkamp with priority. His next move will be thinking about his backup of the 4-5 and just washing that off and really turning the screw. And you think you've got a 7-6-7 locked in. Anything mid-range.
He's got priority though.
Yeah, we'll use it here. Here he goes. Off the bottom, driving. Massenkamp off the top. Nice venom and anger. The wave will get small, but the surf stays big from him. Couple more hits. Back foot pressure to finish. He's enjoying himself.
Oh, beautiful surfing there. I think that first turn made us all go, okay, what is he going to bring at the back half of this wave? And it was beautiful. I mean, that energy, that spring, that liveliness and power all coupled up together just made a beautiful ride from start to finish here for Aiden. That first turn pushes so hard off that back foot, rips into another one straight away with a float to finish. And, you know, that notion you were just talking about, Paul, of having that energy at the back half of that wave, I mean, it didn't have that massive bowl that we saw in his 7-6-7, but the speed he created, it looked like there was energy at the back half of that wave, and that was purely based on how fast he was surfing.
He left absolutely nothing out of that first turn. He put every little ounce of energy in his body into that back foot on that maneuver, and he pushed so hard through it. You can't deny that that was a massive maneuver. The amount of spray that came off the board, he eyed that one section that he wasn't focusing down the line. He thought, I see this section, I am putting everything into this first turn. Look at this, absolutely hammers that maneuver straight off the bottom, slices into the next turn, loads up and over the finish. That's going to feel good. That's going into his top two for sure. Solid surfing.
Intensity. You know, we can make it sound quite hard, use a lot of different ways of describing good surfing, but just relentless in his approach. And look at that number, 647, the master plan. Again, when you got that good score in early, your next order of business is getting something on the board and then improving on that. It'll do that. Good total for him, 14.14. He's leading the heat right now, under 4 minutes to go. A little TP will stand up on the bank, and it'll be Peterson Crisanto. Another former champion tearing in here as he hits it really, really hard. He'll go down, though. And started well with moderate numbers. He's going to need a bit more than that. This guy, O'Hara, literally flying down the line. Out the back from him. Won't see an improvement there. He's got a couple of decent numbers, though. His total, 12.07. He's pretty healthy. And Morgs and Peterson, they're chasing down pretty solid numbers at the moment. 6s and 7s, they're going to need to find something decent.
Yeah, that's a special kind of wave to get a 6.74 or a 7.24. And, you know, it's interesting. When you look at a heat draw, I feel like you always, no matter who you are, kind of mentally know who you think is going to get through that heat. And just based on recent performances and heat IQ. And I think when I looked at this heat on paper, just from how we've seen them all compete this year, I thought Pedersen and Morgs were probably going to take this one out. So the fact that they're sitting in 3rd and 4th just shows that we've got high competition today, and the conditions are proving that too.
You know what really rings through me is during the ad breaks, Jack Robinson looking at the camera and pointing and going, everyone's a threat. It's like exactly that. Everybody's a threat at this level.
Got a couple of things. Permission to add a surfer to a list?
Yeah.
Hiroto O'Hara sometimes does quite low wave cat heats, doesn't he? He can sit for a while.
He's got, yeah.
I mean, I'm just not this one, but just in general. I think I've seen a few down the years where he has sat for a while.
He has.
And he's only caught 4 waves out here. But good enough so far. Here we go. Crisanto into it. Driving. Kicking out. Under 2 to go.
I would like to add someone to a list as well.
Please.
With a great bottom turn. Liam O'Brien, I put him up there with Hiroto. He has got an exceptional bottom turn. It's just super traditional.
Is that
really
a new, have
deep.
we made that list? Is it a new
It's
list?
a new list.
Oh, right.
Join the club.
Okay.
Morgs off the top. Just a little tangled. Arrived late. Tried to put a bit of extra zhuzh into that turn, because he needs a 7.24. He knows the requirement's big. So kind of stop manoeuvres, not going to do it for him. He's going to need to show something special. That section not quite offering the energy for him to do that. Maybe just that realization as he kind of pushes a bit of water rather than paddling, realizing he's going to need to find something really big here. It's been a really entertaining heat. He's in the hunt. He's still chasing. He'll keep going at this here.
And then one
Looking for an opportunity, not quite there. Final minute.
You always get to that point where you've been fighting so hard in a heat, and it does get frustrating, you know, just those little 1%ers that maybe you're just slightly off and it's just not your day. And I feel like Morgs, he's just been ever so slightly late or early to a section on the turns that he hasn't made. But the moments that we have seen from Morgs, and his scores are pretty much from 1 turns, have been exceptional. He's surfing out of his skin this year. It feels like we've got, you know, that Morgan Siblick mongrel back that we saw back in that 2020-2021 season. It's just been one of those heats where sometimes it's hard to click into gear, and everyone has them. All of these guys would have experienced it before. Pedersen, he's having one of those himself. So unfortunately, it's looking like we're going to lose 2 pretty big names out of the draw. But for Aiden and Hiroto, this is huge, because this by no means was an easy heat to get through.
Massive.
Whoa, hold the phone. Sibilic blasting above the lip, but won't hold on to it. And we knew he'd try and rally right to the very death. As we see some crisp, clean work on the backhands from O'Hara. Well done to Aiden Massenkamp. Intensity from the very get-go from him. And he's got something about him at this event currently. He does seem to have that steely focus. It helps getting good waves, and if you tear into him as well, you'll get big points. He's done exactly thus. Well surfed by the South African. Hiroto O'Hara will advance with him. We'll lose Crisanto and Sibilic. And another really enjoyable heat here. Quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action. We'll see Matt McGillivray hitting the water too. Stay tuned.
are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
To live coverage of the Ballito Pro and a great heat. We just saw it go down. Let's keep it rolling. More talent hitting the water, having a look fresh off the CT. Didn't really want to be back on the CS. Nevertheless, he's here. He's going all right. Semis at Newey. Matt McGillivray, Oscar Berry, Xavier Huxtable live action. Also got Luke Lepront in the water as South Africa. So a couple of young and up and coming solid Australians taken on. Pretty young South African, form of this guy, Lepront. Matt McGillivray, with all of his experience and accolades that he's garnered down the years. This should be another fun one to call. And basically, 4 servers in the water, some quality coming through, but not loads and loads, and really about maximizing those opportunities. Let's see, you can go about getting that fast start here, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, I loved that kind of opening tease that we got there from Zabe. That opening carve was beautiful. Maddie McGill here, though.
Up and over that first section, floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. Maddie McGillivray with a start for him. So surfers working early on to build those scores. They would have seen that last heat, how much of an asset those early scores were in that score line. I think it's a good tactic for today. Really get busy.
It feels like we're getting to that part of the tide as well. We touched on it yesterday where, you know, we had a high tide earlier today. We've got a low tide coming up. It feels like we're getting to that point where it's hitting its peak and we're seeing it become quite consistent. I really hope I haven't just jinxed that for the heat right now. But, I mean, that last heat was a really good sign that there is opportunities coming through.
Looks fun out there.
I jinxed it, didn't I?
Starling curse. You're just not satisfied, are you? Wow.
I'm doing my best, you know, whatever I can do.
20 minutes of flat.
If it happens, how embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Oh. All right, here we go. McGillivray out the back. Little steep bump here. Gives it a crack.
This is quite busy from Maddie, right? I think he's normally a little bit more patient. Quite happy to see this busy Maddie McGillivray. He's really hunting that lineup.
I find this an interesting event for Maddie McGill because you think about the past South African champions here, Sean Thompson, Geordie Smith, Aiden Mazenkamp. This would be an event that's on his radar to win because a lot of, you know, this country's greats have taken away a victory for this, and it holds a lot of prestige. It's the biggest surfing festival on this coastline. So for Maddie, I feel like although he probably wanted to stay on that championship tour, this is a really cool opportunity for him to try and take home a victory that means a lot to this country.
Absolutely, you take this win, something special. I never really like to tell stories on myself, but I almost didn't come close to winning this event once. Made the finals, and Andy Irons, who was a good mate of mine, said to me before the finals, Greg, I really hope you win this. And he was being genuine in front of the home crowd. About 3 minutes later, he was on 295s.
He was lying.
It was just that good. Maddie McGillivray, that replay was looking dynamic, and maybe, Jess, you're right, this could be the year for Maddie. That board's looking good. I love it. It's looking like a bit of a sort of carbon epoxy.
Yeah, definitely.
So on the CRs, local distributor Jason Ribbings probably put something together for him. He did this last year, Jason Ribbing, with CR. We saw Bella Ken where the boards not arrive, and she actually won on locally manufactured boards, yeah.
Zave got his second wave under his belt as well. 417 for the first one, and just coming on stock on that one, but he's surfing like he means it. You know, we saw glimpses of him at Nui where we were all going, this is CT surfing. He was just laying the rail, you know, riding the tube really nicely, and it feels like Zave, he hasn't made the Challenger Series until this year, but his level has been there for so long to be here, and he caught first ever Challenger Series quarterfinal. It's not an easy task, but he did it.
Who was the last person you added to that list of the bottom turns?
Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien. A couple good, I've seen a couple of good bottom turns here as well. Liam's coming up, I think, in the next
Yeah,
week,
you know, I'm not going to allow you to add him to the list. If you listen to the criteria, I was talking about Challenger Series surfer. I'm going to call Liam O'Brien a CT surfer who's just temporarily here as a blip, but I don't think he's a Challenger Series surfer.
I didn't listen to the criteria.
He's a CT surfer. He's just here, for, obviously, because of results.
Right. Okay.
So, no. He's
Wrong.
out. Yeah.
Wrong. Okay, well,
I'm sure he won't mind too much.
I'll sit with it.
Yeah.
Let me get back to you.
Think on.
Yeah.
Under 22 to go here. Best of the early work. McGillivray, a flat 5 for Maddie. Where's Oscar Berry? Hasn't shown loads of interest at the moment. A little set will shape up. He'll think about it, but he's deep. Decides not to go. Probably a good call. Luke Lapront, backhand, will say, shot, and he'll pick it up. And then he'll do some nice work on the backhand through to a small inside, drifty, with a little kick-out rotation above the lip from him. He's light on his feet. It's bright and breezy. It's not going to be a big number, though. Huxtable will give it a couple of cracks. So that's the look on conditions from where we sit from our camera position. Let's get a fresh insight on what it's like from out on the water. Time to go and hear from Aiden Massenkamp. He's with the Frou Brew.
And that was one that I actually missed, unfortunately, but didn't count it in.
Aiden, nice to get those first heats nerves out the way. That 7 set you up for the heats. I did talk to Phil halfway through the heats. He gave us a rundown on your strategy. Give us an idea of how it is out there.
It's pretty tricky. It's all over the place. It's east-northeast swell, sort of making it pretty difficult. And I mean, it's basically whoever can be on the right waves, and all of us can do the surfing that you know, we're capable of. And I feel like in that heat, I was on the right waves, right place, right time, in rhythm, in flow, and that's what it's all about. So let's keep that going, and felt like I teed off nicely on that first wave, which was nice.
Aiden, I know you've got a couple of very particular shout-outs you'd like to share with everyone, so I'll give you an opportunity for that.
Yeah, I would like to say a huge shout-out to my mom back home. You've been amazing. And yeah, it's awesome. You know, she's fighting cancer at the moment, and it's pretty special to be out there surfing with her in mind. You know, with being, you know, surfing with a bigger purpose, not just myself. You know, it's a very selfish sport, this, and to have a bigger purpose is definitely a powerful thing. And I look forward to just making her proud and putting a smile on her face. And I would just also like to say a huge thank you to all the supporters back home. You guys have been absolute legends, and it's amazing, man, to compete at home, basically. You know, this is South Africa, this is our people, this is our wave, and I'm really looking forward to building momentum through the event and having all the support from the guys back home, the Strand locals. You guys are legends, and the guys in Cape Town, love it. And yeah, I mean, I think South Africa is all behind us, and that's what, you know, I'm very proud to be South African. And I mean, they got the national anthem going on in the morning, and it's a goosebump moment right there. So yeah, it's very special to be at home, and stoked to be here.
Well, Aiden, after Luke Thompson, you've also put a huge smile on the South Africans' faces. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Great words there from Aiden. We saw some action from Berry in the water. We're looking at live action of another Safa, Luke Lapront here. Looking to connect that smooth backhand style. As he identifies a couple of sections. Don't mind the little dive under as well before he grabs the board. Scoreboard-wise, a couple of 4s from Huxtable. Got him in the lead at the moment. There's still plenty of time yet to go. Good interview that from Aiden. A lot of talking points.
Yeah, you've got a lot of passion, and I I hope he goes all the way, actually. He's one of my favorites I've seen so far in competition. I love the energy he's bringing to it. And this is Big Luke, junior surfer, 18, 19 years of age, just come out of the junior category. And strong surfer is Luke Lapront. And this is Oscar on his opening wave, so finding a couple of clicks up and over. Luke Lapront, he's been quite busy. So we see White as well.
Oh,
Xavier,
yeah,
that was solid.
Just not holding on.
Oscar Berry here streaking down the line. That was really nicely done. A big rotation from him, and he'll stomp it. A little look up as well.
Oh, Oz. I mean, he has that in his repertoire. He's gone to specialty events for his airs, but this time last year, Oscar surfed in this event in this round, and it was his first year on his Challenger Series, and he was going for massive moves like that and not making it, but only needing 4s and 5s. And I remember talking to him not long ago and being like, yeah, I just don't know what I was thinking. And then this year, he just seems a lot more well-rounded. Even at Newcastle, when he was a pressure was applied to him in a heat format, he just seems so much calmer and so much put together. And this year, he's going for those same moves and stomping them beautifully there. That's a full rotation here. He just goes straight up into the air, spins pretty tail high, that one, and lands straight towards the beach. So Oz finding his flow. I feel like he's found his feet in his second year on the Challenger Series, and just looking like he's oozing a lot more confidence between the surfer we saw from him last year to the surfer he is today.
Best air rotation of the day, I think.
Absolutely, that was sick. And on a bigger wave as well, a meaty section, and a really hard landing. He landed so far in the flats of that one. So Oz, he started off with the best wave of the heat, 5.1.
No, yeah, that was his first wave.
Oh.
So he's still got a score to come, I think. Yeah, that was his.
Yeah.
He went from that first ride straight in, found that second wave. I'm not sure how he did that, but under priority, I think. So that's going to be a solid score.
Under the 16-minute mark here, priority with McGillivray. He's got a flat 5 in. He's been patient, waiting for a backup. We're anticipating a solid number for this guy, Oscar Berry. A nice crisp rotation with speed as well. See, some of those sections go a little soft than those landings, just like a little bit. Thought that one, just the momentum that he carried out of it, that'll be important in terms of the judges trying to differentiate. He won't hang around, wait for the number. He'll go again here. He's got the bit between his teeth. That one will just be a quick in and out for him. Should we have another look at the air? We'll have a look at live action from McGillivray before that. Here he goes.
He's going to load up. Goes for the air rotation, a heavy landing. That just didn't look so comfortable on the landing, but Matt's that's been his weapon, or was his weapon in Newcastle, and I think he must stick to that game plan. He does have the 5, so that gives him a nice little platform to actually go for these maneuvers. I like it, and I think as the replay, watch this, hits it up there, no grab, pretty much. Oh, that was a full row in the air. That was a heavy landing in the flats. Judges, I think they're going to have to reward that. It was a big section.
It was a big section, and we haven't seen a section as meaty as that for a while. I mean, we've seen a lot of really nice turns, probably 1 or 2 turners, but the fact that he just capitalized on that one main section on that wave, and it worked out for him. It feels like there's going to be a good score coming his way. Luke trying to do it now.
Oh, Luke going up for this straight air. So I like to see that from Luke. And just looking at the scoreline in first, Xavier Huxtable in white. He has a 4.5 and a 4.17, so it's not a very strong scoreline for that first place. And you do see Maddie McGillivray with that 5 and Oscar Berry with the 5.1 with the score to come. So I think those two surfers are going to look to attack that first and second spot.
He's going to get the lead here, this guy, when his number comes through, but he ain't hanging around. He's got momentum, opens up with a nice carve. And another, almost sliding out, but will control it on a small inside section. At the moment, he's not really worrying about necessarily where he is in the heat, but just looks like he's surfing off feel. I think he's really enjoying himself. He can get into that kind of flow state. When your best surfing tends to come. Number will drop for him here. It's good news for him. And for the Australian contingent, 7.83, a really big number. And he'll go into the lead in some style as well, put a big margin up. His mate Huxtable chasing him down. Will have to go excellent at the moment, or he'll need a couple of scores to overcome him for first. The battle for second remains relatively modest, actually. Matt doesn't need a lot. Luke, another mid-range number for him, but a nice way to inject a bit of quality into this with some big, nearly excellent surfing from Oscar Berry.
Actually, funnily enough, Oscar and Zave are staying together. They're pretty good mates, those two. Zave, when he comes up to the Goldie, where Oscar's lives now, I mean, they always stay together. Oscar stays with Zave when they go down to Torquay, and the fact that, you know, they're rooming together and they've ended up in the same heat. It always seems to be the way sometimes, but these guys are great rivals for each other and great friends on land. And Luke, having a look here.
So Luke Lepront sitting down in fourth. He's battling to get those bigger numbers. He's going to just have to sit with a bit of patience.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, if you had an earpiece to him as a coach, would you tell him maybe just to slow down a little in terms of be a little bit more selective? What advice would you be offering?
He's got to find those big sections. He is a big bloke, and just get those big sections, get a bit low on the bottom turn, get, you know, sort of surf in the wave. I was watching this morning some of the guys in the water, you know, getting super compact. The top guys really getting compact on the bottom turns. I think he can get a bit lower on that bottom turn and just fit inside the waves.
11.5 to go here. Time for a quick break. At the moment, it's the two Australians in advancing positions. Oscar Berry's looking really good. A big high 7.83 for him for a solid rotation. More live action coming at you from Ballito right after this.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
A beautiful part of the surf world welcomes some of the finest shredders in the business. They're looking to step up with the CT, and the way to do that is to get big results and points on this tour. South Africa plays host to stop 2 of the Challenger Series, and particularly the Dolphin Coast of Quadakuza. This is Ballito, and you can just see on the flyby how many spots there are. These little pocket coves with rocky outcrops. Just get these mini points on the takeoff, and then the waves kind of bend in towards the bays with heavier sections to hit as well. Something for everyone, really. And we've seen a little bit of that the last couple of heats. Above the lip, Oscar Berry, good number in the air. We've seen some powerful carving as well. So all sorts of ways to get scores here. It doesn't really matter how you do it. And at this stage of competition, still about staying alive. It's early in the week here, and a crucial event in careers of surfers, whether they're like Matt McGillivray trying to go back on tour, or indeed you're trying to step up for the first time and become a rookie. And the illustrious names of winners throughout this event down the years who will be added to it at the end of the week. We'll find out in a few days' time. At the moment, we're looking at just over 8 minutes and 20 to go, and we're looking at live action from Luke Lepront. Nice bit of vim and vigor and speed to this surfing and this section. As he'll finish off, the wave will kind of disappear. He actually did really well to stay nimble and kind of get everything he could out of that section.
Yeah, definitely. I love the way he kind of flared it up a little bit more in that second turn, kicked the fins, pushed it round a little bit more. He knows he needs to push hard in this heat. I mean, when you think of guys like Maddie McGilvray, Xavier Huxtable, Oscar Berry, they're all really strong, really powerful guys. But Luke, he's staying alive and he's given himself every single opportunity to make a comeback in this heat. And I love the fact that he's pushing so hard. You can tell that he really wants to be here on this level. And I think as well, what a cool opportunity to surf against one of his heroes, Maddie McGilvray.
Yeah, and he's from the Scottsboro area, so surfs the right-hand points in that zone. His mom's down here with the family supporting. His dad's at home. Big guy. His dad's big, from France originally. He's got a restaurant there called The Frenchman. Really cool restaurant. And that's where Luke gets his size. His dad's probably like 6'6". But Luke, a really strong, big surfer. He also puts a bit of time in with judging on local junior events and spotting and doing priority, a bit of extra money. And he says it also helps him with heat strategies.
A double agent.
Yeah, there we go.
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
A sleeper cell.
But I like that last wave from him. He really attacked it. And, you know, you look at this heat and you've got much more higher profile names in the heat than Luke. But, you know, being 18 or 19, he's got absolutely nothing to lose. And I love that last wave of his.
Scott, am I right in thinking South Coast of Natal?
Yep.
Down there the other side of Durban.
Yeah,
I mean, this won't be a reference for the kids, but for people slightly more advanced in years. Remember the Taylor Steele movie Good Times? That one section on that hollow right, all the Hawaiian, Shane Dorian. Is that Scott Pipe? Am I thinking that was down there?
Yep, I'm not going to name too much of it, because
Okay.
the guys like to keep it quiet. But yeah, you know what? This whole coastline, depending on sand movements, these little points, some of them even a bit quieter, it can just come absolutely alive. The sand deposits along the rocks in the right place. The beautiful offshore winds in the early mornings, coinciding with the early morning low tide, and they just come alive. You can spread out. There's just spitting barrels left, right, centre.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite telling as well, because, you know, we're here obviously for an event and it's all really about the points, but a lot of the surfers will actually hang around as well and do a surf trip over here, and it really is an embarrassment of riches in terms of quality waves, whether you go sort of countrywide and all the way down to J Bay, but even just in this region around here, so many amazing places. Prime season, winter time doesn't really look like it, but those big pulsing swells move up this east coast of South Africa. All sorts in terms of quality waves. Getting back into the business in the water. Berry at the moment, that 783 massive in terms of what else has gone on in the heat. Here goes Maddie. We waited a while for him. What's he got? Throws buckets of spray with that powerful physique. Another one. And he'll get another click to finish on a smaller section from him.
I think he worked that wave well, looking for a 3.67 to go up into second, into the last 5 minutes. He sat for a while with that priority. He had to sort of pull the trigger at some point. I think he did well. I think he's going to go into second. Yeah, it's not going to be a massive number, but really putting it together well. First turn, rips it back into the pocket nicely. Nice slash on the second maneuver, and then gets the finish strong. 3 well put together turns. I think it's going to be a 4-5, somewhere there, right?
I really liked it personally. I loved those 2 turns. He really laid it on rail, and you could tell how hard he was pushing him with the amount of water he was displacing at the same time. A 3.67, that's not a massive score, and very attainable with surfing like that for Maddie McGilvray. So it's definitely going to apply just that little bit more pressure back on Xavier Huxtable and Luke Lepron, and it comes in. It's a 6.83, so love the way he just buries that rail there. And I think how much water he dispersed is a real reflection of how hard he was pushing. He looks really lively and just in control from start to finish. And that wave, it had a beautiful bowl to it, and he really capitalized on it there for Maddie. And he's found himself in second pretty comfortably. Like, he's applying a lot of pressure to this man on your screen right now.
Yeah, Maddie McGilvray, you know, when you look at it, that first turn was massive, no downtime. He had a nice run to it. Live action. Oscar Berry just looking at that one. So Matt waited a long time for that wave as well with priority. Chose well and really didn't put a foot wrong on that wave. Decent number. I undercalled that one by quite couple of points.
It's okay.
But I do feel the judges have been quite kept the scores quite low today. It's been quite tough to get 4 or 5. And I think about Matt's first wave. I thought he put that together really well. That was a 5. And I think the big thing with that last score was there was no downtime. A lot of these waves are sort of jumping from section to section. You're sort of looking for the opportunities, where Matt was just able to really go from one maneuver to the next.
Oh, Barry into it again. Pushes hard. The section will kind of get a bit weird and double up, and he'll go the high road, and he'll find a little bonus on the inside, and he'll flick that as well. He's surfing well out here with good energy and spark and momentum. Covered a lot of water there. 5-1 the backup. Not sure he'll threaten his high score there. Let's see how the judges think about him. Maybe just further numerical advantage on the rest of the field. 2 to go in this. Let's have another look at Oscar.
Yeah, really loved this first carve. He's really worked on his power and his rail game. Put him in a perfect spot for that second section, just to really get nice and vertical in the pocket there. Bit of downtime between turns, got himself a finish, but I really do think the damage was really done at the start of that wave. He's got to get better than a 5-1 to try and increase his lead. Just that 7.83 though, that's real sticking out to me as the highlight point of this heat so far. It was such a clutch air and a really clean way that he landed it too. He just looks so in control from start to finish. So let's see if he is going to better his score. But Luke Lepront, he got this wave as well. Wow, super vertical in the pocket. A lot of power between that. Not looking like he's going to get that X-factor finishing turn that he was definitely looking for to try and attain an 8.25.
I like what I've seen over the last couple of heats. That best score of the heat, that big air rotation, the 7.83. I like the fact that in the previous heat, O'Hara with those solid point break type turns, he got scores. I see Matt McGillivray now with a deep bottom turn, point break type top turns, also getting scores. So it's a good mix using the full criteria. Big rotations gets you a number. Big, strong bottom turn, top turn combos will also fetch you a good score.
Final 45 seconds here. Lepront chasing a massive number. It needs to go excellent. It won't be that, but it was a really well surfed first turn from him. Huxtable finds himself in a spot of bother. He's got second priority behind Matt McGillivray, who's sniffing him out. And he's sticking pretty close to him inside those final 30 seconds. Huxtable looking for a 7.33. It's a big number. Lepront ain't hanging around. He'll go again here. Just showing how lively he is on the backhand. He's got some good weaponry. His waves have been a touch soft, just in terms of the way they've hit the inside bank. He hasn't had a banger of a finish. That's why his scores have stayed pretty modest. This guy, Barry, will bring it in. And he really has taken the most out of every opportunity that's come through. That rotation, got good points from him. But even away from that, the overall way he's surfed and competed, he's kept his energy up. He's never second-guessed himself. He's enjoyed himself, crucially. Winners are grinners, Jess Starlin.
Winners are grinners, and I'm stoked that Oscar's found his flow and he just seems to have so much more confidence in himself this year. And this time round, maybe it's just those, simple 1%ers that he knows what restaurants he likes to eat here. He knows what accommodation he wants to stay at. You do have to figure out those tiny little 1%ers on your first year on the Challenger Series. He just looks so much more well-rounded this year for round 2.
McGillivray carved his way into an advancing position, drawing on the power that we've admired on the championship tour. And he wants to get back there. And if he's going to do that, a big result here in Ballito will be crucial for his CS campaign. It'll be Barry and McGillivray advance. Huxtable, Lepront bow out. Time for a quick break here. A great look at next heat is going to hit the water. We'll also bring in Giggs and Kai for the call. Stay tuned.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Almost midday, almost lunchtime here in beautiful South Africa. This is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Second stop on a very loaded Challenger Series schedule this year. It's a good afternoon from the beautiful shores of South Africa. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. We're into the low tide part of the day. Championship Tour surfers wrestling with the up-and-coming talent. That's what we love about the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's a nice mix. A lot of guys coming from that mid-season cut, but Matty McGillivray showing that experience sometimes is worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely. Been some sparky performances to the air as well. Good combinations for scores as well. And we'll see how those themes translate into your new heat out in the water. Welcome to the show. Heat number 9 in the round of 64. It's day 2 of competition. Maxime Huskino out in the lineup, former French World Junior champion. We saw him briefly serve on the CT a few seasons back. Liam O'Brien, no stranger to surf fans all around the world. Of course, the Aussies will be cheering for him to get back to the CT in 2026. Jet Schilling, San Clemente talent. Can he join his mates? The names of Griffin and Cole and the rest of the San Clemente crew crusading on the Championship Tour in 2025. Jet Schilling will want to be part of that. And, well, Olympian gold medalist in Kali Vast, straight to it, Kai.
Yeah, and getting a good little start. Love that second whip, showing that he's not just a big barrel charger. And then, of course, this guy out of Australia, the lob. Nice little turn off the top, but I'm expecting to see some big power turns out of him during the heat gigs. It's a big heat. You've got two very experienced surfers with CT sort of experience, and then two of the sort of top up-and-coming names in world surfing right now.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this one. We trust that surf fans are enjoying the show from wherever you plugged in. It's beautiful South Africa. The Ballito Pro underway here. Lovely to the air for Liam O'Brien. He'll just go down. But back to conditions. Let's just talk about it. Tide's dropped out. I see a little bit of that sea breeze starting to come in now, Kai. Opportunity, as we've just seen, for Liam O'Brien and others to go to the air. And, well, there are ramps out there for our surfers to work with.
Yeah, in the previous heat, Oscar Berry getting a pretty solid score for air rotation. The guys on that heat loving that action. But then, interesting comparative is Matty McGillivray going to the rail, putting the power turns in and also getting a pretty solid score. So, you know, there's opportunity out there. It's just about finding the right wave, really. And luckily, we've not seen that northeast pick up yet. It's holding off a little bit longer than we expected, which is great. Waves are pretty glassy.
Yeah, just thinking back to Matt McGillivray, just an unlucky front foot slip. Otherwise, he would have fetched a big number in the air. Let's see how this one pans out for Maxime Huskino, also a nuggety Frenchman. He's been around now for quite a while, has Maxime. Back in the vest again on the Challenger Series in 2025. Quick in and out for Jet Schilling there into picture. He'll be looking motivated himself. As you mentioned, those up-and-coming young goofy footers in Kali Vast and Jet Schilling make for a great story. And then there's that experience and, well, tenacity as well of surfers like Maxime Huskino.
Yeah, and, you know, once again in this heat, you see someone like Ali. You know, he's no stranger to Ballito. He's been out here before, stayed with the Bell family, the local sort of crew last year, was able to sort of establish his vibe here in town. So he's feeling pretty much at home. He's on a good vibe. He's got some support on the beach. We come back to sort of Ballito and this event, and sort of the whole vibe around the event, Gigs, and that's part of it, is like the local families, local surfers always kind of adopt some of these guys and make them part of the furniture.
Yeah, I like what Jess Starling said in that previous heat. It's just those little 1%, you know, getting your second and third visits to a contest location really fine-tuned, where you can come in and just totally immerse yourself in the task at hand, which is of making heats and leaving the second Challenger Series stop with a good haul of points. Little sucky low tide conditions here now, in and out for Maxime Huskino. No stranger to visiting Ballito himself. We've spoken about him. We saw him briefly in the CT, made that Challenger Series crusade in 2022. He was part of the championship tour in 2023. No real results for Maxime, though. Kind of disappointed with him, considering the nuggety, strong surfer that is. His best result was Bells that year. Meanwhile, someone who we will expect in the near future into the championship tour level of the sport, Olympic gold medalist Cowley Vast, doing his work in the beach breaks. And you can see in the off-season, he's done a lot of training, looking very strong, fit and flexible as Cowley Vast in 2025.
Yeah, well, he really impressed in Sydney. He did some solid surfing. They had some pretty good waves, though. It wasn't too small, but finals day was pretty tricky, and getting a solid result. So he's definitely been working on the other end of the spectrum. We all know that he can charge big barrels. But come back to the Challenger discussion, Gigs. There's another guy that's got a big smile on his dial, seeing Pipeline looming at the end of the year.
Great point you make, and we'll get stuck into all of those. We're just watching action in the lineup here. Liam O'Brien with a higher priority will find an opportunity and zip down the line here for us. Two-turn combination for him. And while judges simmer on that, let's go down and hear from Mark Frew with the winner of that last heat.
Oscar, great heat win. Lovely to get a win in that round. Tell us about the conditions out there. A little tricky, multiple peaks. Got a bit of work to do to really get the win out there.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like those big scores are kind of got to be manufactured unless you sort of get a unicorn. But yeah, it's fun. Like nice and punchy. There's a lot of falls, but yeah, I was stoked to find a good one out there. Definitely settled the nerves a bit.
This is your second time in Ballito. You're telling me how stoked you are to come here. You were really looking forward to it. What's the big attraction, and why do you enjoy coming here so much?
Last year I just had the best time here. Like we played a lot of golf around the event, and like the way that the beach is set up, you got sort of the high rises and stuff around the beach and all the accommodation, and it's like a little mini like gladiator coliseum sort of setup. Like all the accommodation and fun waves all the way up and down the beach, and yeah, I just have so much fun here, just surfing and playing golf and hanging with my mates. It's sick.
Great to have you back in Ballito. Who are you travelling this with here? Who's your crew that you're here in Ballito with?
I'm actually travelling with Zave, so it's a bit of a bummer to not get the 1 and 2 there, but stoked for Matty as well. He's such a legend and the local boy. He's ripping. So, but yeah, travelling with Zave, Tully and Mike, and then pretty much just hanging out with all the Aussie crew. Like yeah, all the boys. We have a good time. So yeah, stoked.
Well, good stuff. Back to you guys.
Well, good Aussie vibes on tour. No, it's always a great story to plug into, but Oscar Berry and Matt McGillivray through to the next round. Follow the action in the water here. Cowley Vast, meanwhile, found a score from the judges. They penned that number in for a 5 while we were at interview. And into the lead he goes with 1/3 of the heat now gone. 20 minutes to go.
Well, the good news for Oscar is if his surfing career never pans out, he can get a job as a traffic cop in South Africa.
Love the Mad Huey's vibe there. And of course, all the Australian fans will be following Oscar Berry on his journey through the Ballito Pro here. Quick whipping turns from Jet Schilling. The San Clemente crew will be just digging in and sending some good vibes Jet's way. And that is a big hit right there. Cowley Vast showing why he was already high up on the Challenger Series rankings. Care of that final in Newcastle, bringing that flow, bringing that story, and another lovely wave in the theme of flow and power. It's Maxime Huskino who finally finds himself a good wave in this heat number 9. So heat is starting to take some shape here, Kai.
Yeah, coming out the break, we just get some hot action in the lineup. Really liked that wave from Maxime. It was 2 solid looking turns, a lot of speed, a lot of flow. So he's definitely going to drop his first decent score of the heat. And like you said, Vast with a pretty heavy section there and doing really well to pull that backside turn back in.
Yep, some technically good surfing. I love the power on display here, Kai.
Lovely little climb up and over the section and then jabs the fins out on the second turn. Really enjoyed that one. And you watch this one from Jet Schilling. Lovely little hook in the pocket and then drives it up and over. So it's a pretty tight exchange between three surfers and then the big section hit from Voss. So we're gonna see a big battle on our hands here.
Well, good value there for the judges just to simmer on. The panel of 5 right now with scores for Vast, Schilling and Husino are due. And pretty well-rounded exchange as well. Everybody really just hammering into the rails, getting those power turns in the lineup. And yeah, that's going to set the pace. And I'm not sure how it'll change the shape of it. We'll let those numbers land. But just talking of Cowley Vast coming here, ranked right at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, Jacob Wilcox coming up is in first, and well, Cowley versing second at an early stage. And he'll want to keep that momentum through Ballito this year.
Yeah, and you know, he's had pretty decent results here. You look at Jacob Wilcox, of course, he's had phenomenal results out here at Ballito, so he'll be looking forward to another good session here. And just, I suppose, for the two of them, nice to have like a little bit less pressure on their shoulders with one solid result already under the belt. It makes a big difference.
Well, you mentioned Cowley Vast's good results here. A 5th in Ballito, so finished in the quarters in 2023, so he's had a taste of it. He's back for more in 2025. And just enjoying these scenes here in Ballito. As we said, it's lunchtime. The beaches are getting packed. Everybody really coming down to absorb the energy of the surf festival and carnival atmosphere that is in and around the Ballito Pro. They're also appreciating surfing like that from former championship tour surfers like Liam O'Brien, who has a low requirement. He will wanting to be answering and being part of this as well, because a bunch of scores are about to land. Liam O'Brien will want to stay busy in the lineup. He's got to ditch some low scores of his own.
Yeah, and the interesting one for me is how long the judges are looking at Maxime Huskino's last ride, because those were two very aggressive turns. So they're really putting out up against maybe some of the waves they saw in the previous heats as well as this one, and making sure that they get the score out right. Nice little lob from Lob there. You see him going down the line here. Not much of a section, but just pops out a nice little air Rio, and that'll make him feel good about life in general. Always nice to land a big maneuver over the lip like that. But kind of expecting a little bit more from someone like Liam. You know, I want to see him put that big rail work to use. I want to see some big power hacks. The man's got a lot of power on tap.
Almost an underrated surfer when it comes to the power discussion. He is the full bag of tricks, is Liam O'Brien. Of course, the Australian part of the championship tour at the beginning of this year suffered that mid-season cut. The best he could really muster up was 9th place finishes in Abu Dhabi, in Portugal and the Gold Coast. So he'll be wanting a lot more out of 2026. He'll want to be back in that full calendar of the 2026 CT. And meanwhile, some numbers still simmering. They're all in, so we're up to date. This is a halfway mark in the heat, folks, and we are up to date. Liam O'Brien is up to first. Cowley Vast, do we still owe him a score? Nope, we're up to date here. Kai?
Yeah, so Maxime getting the 6.5, which we thought was going to be the best score of the heat. And yeah, I think, you know, for Liam, just saw his travel partner, Maddie McGillivray. You know, they've been traveling for a few years together, so he's just seen Maddie go through. It was interesting to hear Oscar saying, you know, he's stoked for Maddie. He's such a great guy. You know, a lot of people don't realize during COVID, Maddie actually went and stayed in Australia and was hanging with all of these guys in Australia. So he's become almost like an honorary member of the Aussie clan.
Love all the stories in and around pro surfing. We're going to sit back and take a quick break. The second half of this exciting heat coming your way straight after.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm down here on the beach at the water's edge at Willard Beach in Ballito as part of the Kwadukuza region of KZN. Can you believe this is the middle of winter in South Africa on the Natal coastline? Lots of surfing action today, and then also coming up as part of this surf and beach festival tomorrow night on Salt Rock Main Beach. We've also got the free rock music concerts. We've got guys like Stephen Sawyer, Ryan Logie, Warren Dixon, a lot of the local surfers performing live with guys like Arno Carstens and John from Tree 63. We've got the men's surfing happening in the water. You can see behind me the beach is packed. A lot of families have come down to enjoy this wonderful weather and atmosphere here down at the Ballito Pro. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Mark Frew. Down there, barefoot, getting stuck in amongst it, doing his best impersonation of Strada Wazalewski I've seen in a while.
Was he wearing jorts?
Jorts, yes, a pair of jean shorts. But I just want to reference to that music festival coming up tomorrow evening. If you're in and around the greater KwaZulu-Natal area, get yourself down here, not only to watch the surfing action in Ballito, but of course that star-studded music festival over on the Salt Rock Beach. That's going to be an absolute party. And a great musical lineup as well. And while we're away at break and listening to Mark Fu, a couple of waves for us to break down, including this one from Maxime Huskino.
Yeah, Maxime, good wave. They've got a couple of turns down the line and going to add to his scoreline with a 5.33, so takes the heat lead as well, Giggs. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be a really cool day. There's a little warm-up as well, and that they've, I think, got some of the pro surfers teaming up with some of the musicians for a tag team contest at the end of the day. So it's going to be another fun day. And we're going to have some great music too.
Surf Carnival atmosphere here in Ballito for the South African surf fans to appreciate. We'll see them all down here with still lots of days to unfold here. It's the round of 64 at the Ballito Pro. Switching direction here is heat leader Maxime Huskino. He's going to fly away with that. You see the wind starting to move left to right across our screens now. So early signs of the northeast winds starting to come in over the lineup. You see the water getting a little more textured now. We did have quite a robust onshore yesterday afternoon to break up the swell, but it's been a useful morning this morning for day number 2. Kai, lots of opportunities. We've seen good scores all through the morning. Built some of them in the air, some of them with power turns. It's been contestable for our surfers.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at a lot of these guys having to compete on the QS, you'd be pretty happy with these kind of waves on any sort of 1,000, 2,000. So it's maybe not prime time Ballito, but it's certainly contestable. This morning, maybe a bit of concern on the higher tide. It didn't look really like it might pan out for the day, but it's turned into an absolute belter, and we've seen some really good surfing.
Well, you saw the requirements on screen there for Cowley Vast. A finals appearance in Newcastle for the first Challenger Series stop of 2025. Here he is in his first encounter in Ballito. Not a big requirement, just a 4.4 required for the Tahitian, the Olympic gold medalist. I do feel that it's just a matter of time before Cowley gets his run in the Championship Tour jersey. And as you mentioned, Kai, this could very well be the year, based on that simple fact that a Challenger Series stop is at the Banzai Pipeline in early 26.
Well, yeah, and he's got to be one of the favourites for that. Absolutely charges, big, heaving left barrels. Of course, pretty much grown up at Chopu, so he's got a feather in the cap there. Here goes Liam O'Brien, lovely little snap off the top, and then lays into it with a bit of a fanger there, drifting the fins, Gigs.
Like that flow from Liam O'Brien. He'll just keep his scorecard moving over. Look at his numbers so far. They're still sort of clouded down in the 4-point category, and we know that he's capable of much more than that. So just trying to nudge his numbers up, trying to make a bigger requirement for both Cowley Vast and Jet Shilling to chase.
You saw him have a nice solid first turn, then got around the corner, really releasing the fins. Maybe a little bit on the safe side, but I think it's going to be a decent score.
Yeah, of course, Liam O'Brien, Championship Tour experience, and being cut off at that mid-season cut. Talking of surfers from all parts of the world, we saw Shion Crawford earlier get a heat. When you think of surfers like him, you think of Cowley Vast in this current heat, and how that new stop at Pipeline on the Challenger Series could have a massive impact to the shape of the season end rankings for the Challenger Series. Here is your new and improved Challenger Series schedule for the year ahead. We bookcasted it as well with Newcastle, a start and a finish at those beach breaks already. Winners with Jacob Wilcox and Francisco Veselko. But we are here in stop 2 in Ballito. Everybody loves the US Open of surfing. Huntington Beach always brings us an unpredictable result. Irasira with those running right-handers. Saquarema for the beach breaks. We've just seen that in the CT level. And there's that talking point. Pipeline in the end of January, Kai.
Yeah, and I think also what's kind of interesting is the last few years, the challenges have been condensed and compressed into quite a short period, like over 5, 6 months.
That's
and
a full calendar year.
Now they've got a full calendar year. So now it is actually its own tour. It's become a proper tour, and now you've got your regionals, you've got a Challenger Series for the year, and then you've got your Championship Tour.
We will have the best year of Championship Tour surfing ever in 2026, just based off this launch platform right now.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. And look, I think it's kudos to WSL. They listened to the feedback from not only the surfers, but also the fans. I think a lot of fans were not quite happy with the new system either, and they've had a good long look at it, and they've decided to move ahead with kind of taking that mid-season cut out of the Championship Tour, making it a fuller and bigger Challenger Series, and I think it's going to bear fruit.
Well, I'll be with my box of popcorn following the action in 2026, that is for sure. Love being a surf fan, and it just gets better season upon season as well, and so much to look forward to with this incredible sport, the development of not only the progression of the sport, but of course the inclusion of wide regions across the world, different cultures, different languages, and of course the women's side of the sport just absolutely just adding to such a special story for this era of professional surfing.
Yeah, and it's been nice because we look at that Pipeline event. The last 2 seasons, you know, there's been some ladies events happening, like at the Vans Pipe Pro, which is, you know, not a WSL event. It's more like a showpiece event. But young ladies like Sophie Bell, even from Salt Rock, you know, partaking in that event. And now a lot of these young girls are going to get that opportunity to paddle out at Pipe and Backdoor in a Challenger Series and grow their experience.
Yep, so many things to talk about, but let's focus on what is happening in the water. It's now important times for surfers like Jet Shilling down in 4th. You see him way over to the right of screen. He is a 4th priority. He's moved himself right away. You already see Liam O'Brien, surfer in red, in that cut-off 2nd position, kind of migrating a little bit across your screens to the right. He's going to want to just shadow Jet as well. And of course, who does he pick on? Because Cowley Vast is our biggest threat right now. A new requirement though for Cowley, 5.44. Liam O'Brien had nudged his scorecard up, just added a little bit more to the requirements for both 3rd and 4th place surfers here.
And he's kind of sitting with Maxine in the middle of the break, whereas the 2 goofies are either side and quite, like you say, a distance away. Right now, requirements for Kylie and Jet, like 5.7, 5.44, very similar situations for the 2 goofies as well. But we've seen these 5-point sort of mid-range 5s coming out in the heat, so they can easily get the score. 4 minutes on the clock, you're going to see some opportunities. So it's a bit of a head-scratcher for Liam. Who does he go put pressure on?
Well, looking at your components of the judging criteria on the left of screen there. And basically, Maxime Huskino is plugged into those important points of committed major maneuvers and a variety of repertoire. Perhaps that is why he does have that heat lead at this stage. Quali Vast will be just wanting to just find the precision and flow, perhaps even a big air, bring some progression. And of course, the clock is against everybody now with 3:45 to go.
Yeah, this heat is winding down, and it's amazing how time seems to speed up in those last 4 minutes in a heat. You know, it feels like it's drawing out at the start, and then you start getting under pressure and needing the scores, and next thing time is just slipping through your fingers. So these guys now need to find a score. It's amazing to see how far down the beach Kaali's gone as well. Like, he's really put some distance between himself and the rest of the heat.
So movement in the lineup, priorities established. And we'll keep a very close eye on Kaali Vast here, a finalist at the first Challenger Series stop, and here he is into picture, finding his way down. You mentioned that he'd moved further down the line away from the rest of the competitors, even with priority. So perhaps just reading the perhaps slightly changing conditions here as we start going through the tide change here, Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, he found a wave. So I think we've seen quite a lot of free surfers down past the alley there over the course of the morning, and some of the competitors in 2 or 3 of the heats have pushed way further down the beach and gotten some scores. So obviously hanging out, maybe chatting to local coach Quinton Jones and getting some insights there and deciding to maybe go. But I'm noticing now that the rest of the pack is starting to move down in that direction too.
So judges' scorecard open for Kaali Vast, on the hunt for a 5.44. We're not 100% sure that that number's going to land for Kaali. But it's obviously just an opinion. With a little over 2 minutes to go, we think everybody will want to just crack out another wave for us here. Everybody on the hunt, everybody filtering, looking for options. Jet chilling down and forth. We'll roll the dice here, inside section, and just frustration there. We mentioned the tide shifting, Kai, so perhaps just a little shift in the ocean, and it's just everybody trying to just feel this last one out as we go under 2 minutes now.
Well, and this is also the heat where the northeast has finally reared its head. It's definitely picked up out there. You can see a couple of white caps if you look out to sea, and it's going to put a little bit more bump on the face too. So things are about to get a little bit more difficult in the lineup.
And what was interesting was Liam O'Brien squeezed out a score about 10 minutes back that just gave him that extra point buffer over Kaali Vast and over Jet Schilling. Last of Kaali Vast, a 3.47, wasn't anywhere near the requirement. Still more opportunities, the pressure's on now. Remember, already a finals appearance in Newcastle for Kaali. They want more than this now with a little over 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and 1 minute to go, you could see how the tide has bottomed out there just on that wave. He took off, thought maybe it'd get up to the lip, but just bottomed out on the bank. And I think the next 2-3 heats gigs are going to have things a little bit tougher while that water settles and you've got the wind coming up, before the push maybe will like smooth things out and maybe just up the ante on the sets a little bit as well.
Well, you think of the basic fundamentals that has got the heat win, perhaps here for Maxime Huskino, particularly at the early part of that heat, just that one big solid right-hander for the 6.5. Maxime has really sort of just done everything fundamentally sound here. Everybody else still searching the lineup here. The clock is ticking. Now just over 20 seconds to go. And where's Jet Schilling in all of this as well? He's just roving up and down, looking for any opportunity. I've got a feeling he may even want to just, he might find a left in the lineup, one of those little wedgy peaks.
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of a scenario of too little too late though. You see Liam's going to definitely pull trigger on this one and block Vast. And goes for the little aerial. He's not really looking for a score there. That was pretty much a blocking maneuver.
Well, that'll wrap up the input for this heat number 9. And I was just talking of Maxime Huskino. He just basically did the sound fundamentals. Didn't go to the air once in that heat. Just did everything with power and speed and flow. And that is pretty much going to be how this is going to wrap up here. It is an official result on paper. Maxime Huskino into the next round here at Ballito Pro. He'll take former CT surfer Liam O'Brien with him. Kaali Vast will have to just think about the US Open along with Jet Schilling. And that is how that heat is going to work out. A little bit, there were moments of frustration that, and then the odd solid moment as well.
Yeah, I think quite a bit of frustration in that heat, and talk to Vast and Jet Schilling, they're going to be feeling a lot of frustration, maybe feeling like they didn't get the opportunities that they needed, but that's contest surfing. It doesn't always go your way.
Well, folks, stay tuned. Some more big heats coming your way this afternoon. It is the Challenger Series from South Africa. Beautiful winter sunshine over the east coast of South Africa. Warm beaches, good vibes, and a surf carnival atmosphere to boot. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you live from Ballito. It's a good afternoon from Gig Cilliers and Kai Linde as we break it all down. Everybody having fun in the zone, but a bit more urgent than fun out in the lineup. It's the Challenger Series, and surfing results are at the forefront of our athletes, including these four names about to go to battle. Two Australians in Geordie Lawler and Callum Robson. They'll take on Keone Lassa and Odur Amatrian, two Basque country surfers. It's a good afternoon from the sunny shores of South Africa.
Yeah, Gigs, and it's been a lovely morning thus far. I think people are going to be settling down for lunch on the decks, and everyone enjoying the beach in good weather. And two Basque country surfers with starts already under the belt. Keone with a 417 and Odur with a 3. And the Basque country surfers have got a long history here with Ballito. I think of guys like Aritz, have been coming out here, had some good results. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do up against the sort of two more established Australians. One of the interesting things that I was commenting to someone the other day is the amount of these surfers I'm seeing without any stickers on their boards. And one of those guys is Jordan Lawler. Clean board.
Well, clean lines also from this man on screen, Callum Robson, Team Bonzoy. Saw him, we know a lot about his surfing, 6.67 already in the hatch for the Australian former CT surfer. Lots to talk about here. But Callum Robson will be looking for that pathway back to the 2026 Championship Tour. Of course, already 24 years of age. He's been around a while, but he's still the youngest chap.
Yeah, still a spring chicken.
Yeah, we love what he brings to the jersey. And let's break this one down, Kai.
Well, we know he's got the power in his surfing. He's well known for it, but throwing the fins off the back on the second turn, that was a great combo, and not surprised the judges threw out a 667. And then this was one of our Basque surfers, Odur. Lovely clean rail turn on that shockingly white surfboard, but if he'd pulled out of that second turn, he would have been looking at a good score, Gigs. That was a really nice looking turn, just unfortunate to bury the nose on the exit.
Well, Odur, the Spaniard, very similar approach as well, sort of similar frame and body positioning as Callum Robson there. Just I love that whipping turn from Amatrian. If he'd completed that, he would have really been with a first proper banking score, become a 3, and there's still plenty of time. But I like what I saw on the rail from the Odur Amatrian.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like you say, got a 3.0 just for that first turn. But can you imagine if he'd run out of the second one? And then it was interesting to see the second wave of Callum going for the big air. We know he's solid on the rail and in the turns, but nice to see him trying to mix it up on this bank as well.
Well, two Spaniards. Let's touch on Geordie Lawler. Lots to talk about for that young surfer out of North Narrabeen. Seen him with a lot of success in the jersey, and still yet to come to full maturity as far as results go. And while we ponder on all of that, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, Maxime Huskiner. He'll be down there with Emma Deal.
Maxime, this is your 15th year in Ballito. You said it makes you sound old, but you don't feel old. How did you approach that heat? I know there's a lot of excitement for that heat. It was a pretty stacked one.
Yeah, it was very stacked. I mean, heavy heat nowadays is very packed, and especially in those conditions, I feel like the young guys get really good at airs and making little waves look really good. So it's hard to control the heats. Where back in the days was not easier because I never won this event, but it was different. So I just still feel I got more in the tank, and I still want to go. I have a lot of fun doing it, and I still love it. So I'm happy to be back. I love this country. So.
Amazing. And obviously coming here so many years, the waves are always different, but having 15 years build up to this, what do you tell your shaper, the boards that you're looking for? What do you think works here?
Yeah, well, I changed board in those 15 years, and now I've been with CI for the last 5 years now, I think, and it's been going really good. I definitely been having some really good Ballito. I did some quarters here when it was the good rides and really big, and that's where I feel more comfortable. So I really struggle when it's like this small beach break, so I had to work a lot on my surfing, especially my forehand in those tight space where I struggle with my bottom turn. And I feel now I'm start to get good at it, and so that's why I still believe in myself, and I want to do it because I feel I surf better than ever, so I feel younger.
Amazing. Well, in South Africa, we call old guys bullies. You don't look like a bully, and good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thanks.
Merci beaucoup.
Maybe Le Bali.
Le Bali. Well, Maxime Huskiner, think back, world junior champion back, I think 2007, 2008, somewhere back there. Always been one of those flashing talents, and really worked hard as well. He hasn't had an easy journey. It was a long crusade to that championship tour appearance in 2022. But here he is, and a couple of other important things to take from that, Kai. He's still enjoying it.
Yeah, still enjoying it, and also still working at it. I really loved what he said there. Is, like he realized where his gaps are and where he's struggling to compete maybe against the younger guys, and where he had to put the work in. So showing that he's still a competitor.
Well, the European talent pool. Think of the French talents like Maxime Huskiner, and then across the border, drive past San Sebastian, put yourself in the Basque country, and then you'll pick up surfing talents like this. Matrion and Lassa, for example, and further on towards, all the way over to Galicia. So much surf in that European region, and of course a very well-structured qualifying series program there as well. Rob Gunning doing a great job based in the north coast of Spain there as well, just really tapping into a very wide geographical footprint, which is the surfing map of Europe.
Yeah, and they were, I don't want to say it was sleepy for a long time, but because there's always been waves there, and there's always been good contests and stuff, but it's amazing to see the explosion coming out of Europe in the last few years and how much the sport has grown. Some great surfing there from Callum as well. He's going to be looking for a good score, and here goes the surfer out of the basket, just getting a little caught on that one. So yeah, it's interesting. We chatted last night to Charlie Quivrant, and he's been around for a while now, one of the more experienced French surfers too, and he said, Kai, like 10 years ago, if you'd traveled up and down between Portugal and France, you would have probably been able to score quite a lot of empty breaks. There were still quite low numbers, especially in some of the outlying areas. He says that's not a vibe anymore. Anywhere you go on that European coastline, you're going to see a lot of surfers.
Yeah, surfing has spread its gospel across the European region, and of course a lot of quality surfing coming out of that. Quality surfing has always come out of North Narrabeen, and that's Geordie Lawler, just keeping it nice and loose there. It's been a very quiet scorecard, and third of the heat already gone. Just the Spaniard Lasser coming into picture there. He'll go down. But Geordie Lawler just finally getting his scorecard turning. Of course, 2 Australians, the one in Callum Robson, been very busy already, and an early lead for the former CT surfer. Of course, we saw him as a wild card this year over on the Gold Coast, Callum Robson. I think back to, well, to 2024. Didn't have a great run in the CT, did Callum. Got a 9th at Park to start 2024, but then by the time he got to Australia's Western Australian region, he got the cut there. So back to the Challenger Series is the story for 2025 for Callum. And that's where the successes will want to come for this man as well.
Bit of a lazy Rio there. He held it for quite a long time, but very progressive surfer. And we've seen Jordan coming out to South Africa for a couple of years. We spoke yesterday about that City Surf Series, just pre-COVID time. He was a big part of that, won a couple of contests here in South Africa. So we're keeping an eye on him for a while. He's one of those guys that has got a lot of talent, but he's always getting close. He's like just never quite got there.
Wow, spring-loaded turn there from our Spaniard, Keone Lasso, while we were yarning on. And that's going to be a good number when it lands, Kai. And suddenly some urgency from our Spanish surfers just taking it to the 2 Aussies.
Yeah, can't wait to see the replay of that again, because that was a really explosive maneuver. Here goes Callum.
Rapid fire in the lineup here, 18 remaining. Callum Robson just trying to let those fins go. No real altitude in that. He'll go back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time. But a quick succession of waves here as the tide turns over here. Kai, you mentioned that onshore wind is continually buckling the pockets and opportunities. But every now and then there's a moment of flare. And that's what we saw from Lasser a little while back.
Yeah, and I mean, if we go back to the olden golden days, I think the worst word in competitive surfing was onshore. Like, no one wanted an onshore. But these days, the guys actually eat up these weird cross-shore, onshore conditions because it allows them to get progressive.
Yeah, absolutely. See if that does become an air wind. Right now, it feels like a dead straight onshore. It's almost like a dead straight east. Doesn't have that side component of the north in it. But as the wind strengthens through the afternoon, that will be the story. Of course, all the time, Travis Logie, tour manager, will be looking at all of this. But it really has been a day, even on only in the 3-foot range, pretty much to summarize day 2. There's been great scores and great surfing all day long.
Yeah, and I think they had to pull trigger this morning. This is the biggest round. You always want to get it sort of done so that you've got a bit more breathing space through the rest of the week. They got going pretty early, knowing that the northeast is predicted to come up really strong towards evening. And we've done well. We're through to the 10th heat, 6 more to go, so basically 3 hours left on the clock. And I think the wind so far has been playing ball.
Well, Ado Amatrian just keeps his momentum in this heat, finds himself down in 3rd, ditching a 1.6. He will do that. Requirements of just the 181, so yeah, still lots of work for all of our surfers, even caliber surfers like Callum Robson still sitting with a 3 in his scoreline. The judges' scorecard open right now for everyone, so we'll wait for those numbers to populate and settle the shape of the heat. But this one's whizzed by, getting down close to the halfway mark now, Kai.
Yeah, and looking at this heat, Jordan's had a okay start to the season thus far. Didn't have a bad run earlier in the year. The 2 Bass surfers obviously qualifying through the European regionals. I looked at them, nothing really to shout home about thus far in the year. So they'll be looking to try and get their first big result of the year here.
Well, it just takes 1 or 2 results on the Challenger Series, a day of a purple patch, so to speak, and then you're on your way to the championship tour. I mean, highs and lows as well. And we think of Cowley Vast in that last heat making the finals against Jacob Wilcox over in Newcastle. Now he's gone with a throwaway, essentially. So it's highs and lows. That really is it. You cannot dominate every single Challenger Series event. And it's I always remember a lot of the coaches always talking about you're going to get way more losses than wins. Isn't that just such a sobering comment? But it's the truth, and so it's how you process all of that.
Yeah, and I got asked the other day, surfing. So tell me about pro surfing. I'm like, well, but First thing you need to know about pro surfing is it's the most brutal sport on the planet, because it's not just about you and your talent, it's about a very varied and ever-changing playing field as well, and you don't have control over that playing field at all. So surfing can break your heart, there's no doubt about it.
It can also give you the best moments of your life, can give you turns like that as well from a Matrian. This is the Basque surfer who's putting a nice number together here. That's perhaps going to help move him up into the top 2 in this heat. Judges slowly bringing numbers to us. And as we say, we still owe Callum Robson and Geordie Lawler scores as well. Talking of Geordie Lawler earlier, a 9th in Newcastle, so a better campaign start than his compatriot Callum Robson. And while we wait for the numbers to settle in, we'll just sit back and trust you're all enjoying it with us. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Well, we'll just hang on to this. We're just waiting to see if that number drops for Geordie Lawler. We'll just sit back. We'll wait for it. We think of Geordie Lawler's efforts and Callum Robson. We'll just sit back and chill. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm in the Corona bar. I would say this is the best place to be in the house. We can find some couches on the right. You got the beach straight in front. And if you want some shade away from the sun, you can just grab a seat under the umbrella. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is the best seat in the house. And if you want to catch up on today's action, the best surfing from today, join us in the Corona post show. See you guys later.
Well, Emma, I'm upset. I've got the worst seat in the house.
Thanks, Giggs.
We trust that you're all enjoying the show with us. Always great to have Corona, our global partner, and everybody down at the Corona deck. They're just loving the sunshine. Everybody enjoying the festivities that is the Ballito Pro of 2025. Of course, all of this proudly brought to you by O'Neill. Great to have Corona Zero. Wrap it all up with the post show this afternoon. And, those are updated numbers, well, almost updated. Callum Robson out in the lead. Spaniard Lasser in second. Amatrian still holding on to third. And, well, Geordie Lawler found a 4.1. The number did come to him. And, yeah, as I say, a little bit of work ahead here with around 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I'm just watching that last score come in for Callum. So 5.33. Really starting to sort of turn the screws on the heat now. Everyone else needing some bigger scores. And I mean, requirement for Keone in second is a 7.7 now. So the big Australian is taking control of this heat.
Well, the two Australians, let's have a look at how he built that score as well. Car 5.33, lots of speed.
Spicy finner there, gets in the rear. You must have gotten a closer here. Yeah, a nice little power turn off the edge. But it was already that first turn that got most of the score.
Love the surfing of Callum Robson, always have had since he qualified and was part of the championship tour back in 2023. And remember that perfect 10-pointer he had in Peniche to get all the way to a third place finish at the Mio Rip Curl Pro back then. Of course, the 9th in Western Australia, that maiden lap as a CT surfer. And then, well, CT24 got the cut here to go back to the Challenger Series. And Challenger Series of last year didn't put him off as well. Ended up with a second place to Samuel Pupo over at the EDP Ericera Pro. And he had some big heats on the way, including a quarterfinal win over Kanoa Igarashi, and also getting past Aleo Munez in that semi-finals, eventually losing to Sam Pupo. So Callum Robson's got the spirit in him. We saw him as a wild card at the Bonzoy Gold Coast Pro, along with Geordie Lawler earlier this year. So looking forward to more from both Australians in 2025.
Yeah, and big part of one of WSL's big partners there, Bonzoy. He's on their team, and it's been cool to see that he's been able to maintain that sort of momentum with good sponsorship. So clearly the guys over there believe in his talent and can see him going back to the championship tour.
Well, Geordie Lawler's still a young surfer, just 20 years of age, out of North Narrabeen. Mentioned that he was a wild card this year, but already a 9th place in Newcastle. So a step towards qualification already in the hat for Geordie Lawler. Think of his win in Sydney last year. He knows how to win these Challenger Series events. Can back it up after that. Let's have a look at Callum, your heat leader, back in motion. Lovely to the air. That wave, just a little warble in it. So back to the drawing board. Plenty of time already. The 6.67 and the 5.33 in the hat for Callum. He'll just stay busy. Meanwhile, here's Jordan Lawler, the other Australian. Lovely two-turn combo. That one's going to land very well on the judges' desks. And that will see him climb. I think that's the requirement, Kai.
Yeah, good closer, more importantly. We haven't seen too many intense closeout sections the last few heats. That one, he found it. Watchoff takes off here. Big bottom turn. Nice little whip, but comes straight off the bottom and over that big heaving section. And also really good flow on that wave gig, straight out of the top, off the bottom and back into the top with no breaks.
Well, that was beautiful connectivity between the two turns from Geordie Lawler. Judges will lap that up. Combination of maneuvers. That was flawless, seamless transitions between the two. And judges will recognize that detail. And we'll expect that number to land, and that will easily go past the 4.37. We speculate, of course. We're just surf fans like you all at home. And sometimes, we can put our opinions out there. We try and do it as unbiasedly as possible, but I'm sure that Geordie Lawler is going to climb the ladder here with a little over 7 minutes to go. Pace being set by Callum Robson's 6.67 and 5.33. And look for a spirited fight from the two Basque Country surfers as well, Kai, because one of them's got priority and has held on to that for quite a while, has our surfer in white, Kiani Lassa.
Yeah, and both of them have shown little flashes of potential. I mean, we've seen some good surfing, just maybe not finding the best waves. Callum definitely seems to have the magnet on him in this heat. He's found those like slightly bigger, more juicy waves, and then Geordie also finding that last one. So look, going to be a tight finish. 6.5 minutes to go, Gigs. It's still open door policy. There's still time to get 2 scores on the board.
Plenty of time. And Kai, we've seen a pattern of long lulls and then a flurry of activity, so expect that everybody will still build some more numbers for the judging panel with a little over 6 minutes to play. Geordie Lawler has now climbed up to second, so there we are, 6.3. It's going to be the second to best individual wave of the heat thus far, and he leapfrogs from 4th up to 2nd. Requirements, let's just pay attention to that now. It's got to be in the 6s for the 2 Spaniards who've bumped down to 3rd and 4th. But let's just break this one down, because I love the transitions that go on here for Geordie Lawler.
Well, if you watch that, just straight out of that first turn onto the inside rail and then immediately back onto the inside rail to go over the top of the heaving section. So like you said, connectivity there, really solid, and that was just very clean, clinical surfing.
As he exited that first turn as well, it was just apparent that he just brought a rudder-like stability with his back arm.
Yeah.
And just stabilized that and then swung it into that bottom turn. So beautiful stuff. Seamless surfing from Geordie Lawler. We'll see him up to 2nd. And now just a 5.71 to attack the lead of Callum Robson as well. So the 2 Australians in the driving seat here with 5 minutes to go.
Well, that wide picture was an interesting story. All 4 surfers just spread out down the beach. They've got about 10 meters, 15 meters between each of them. So no one really getting into that mindset right now of sort of battling for waves and priority.
Yeah, and that also speaks to sort of the fractured and scattered opportunities in the lineup with this onshore wind now this afternoon. We saw Surfline's forecast yesterday morning, that solid deep ground swell, but it really did get absolutely buffeted by the onshore overnight. But it's given us the one thing we can say is that it's been a level playing field all day. We haven't had any waves where people have been starved out. It's been a level playing field. There's been some predictable results out of today, and then also, you know, the odd upset as well. People will go home. No one pointing a finger at the Indian Ocean, though.
I'd even go so far as to say today's been more consistent than yesterday.
Absolutely.
Even though it was bigger yesterday, but we had some real dead heats in the water yesterday with no waves. So I think everyone can agree, like you say, opportunity has been there for every single one of the surfers.
And it's been a different way to build scores today as well. More multiple peaks, more combinations, where yesterday it was really hard to get a combination of maneuvers with the overhead conditions, very linear swell, and really it all became about just trying to punch one into the lip and survive and make the free fall. So it's been a different day, a completely different story for day number 2. Let's have a look at Jordan Lawler. He'll just go in and out with 3.5 to go. He's trying to knock on the door of a 5.71 here, already in that advancing second place position. Mentioned that he's already got a 9th in Newcastle. Callum Robson a much worse 49th for the first stop. So Callum Robson will, he'll be wanting to get quite a few reps and quite a few heat results while he's here in Ballito, and just make this trip to the continent a worthwhile campaign on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and I can see Jordan now, knowing he's got the 6.3, wants to replace the 4.1. He's got a pretty lethal air attack on his frontside gigs. He's got a big bag of tricks. Over the years coming to South Africa, I've seen him do some really creative surfing. And my feeling is he's pushed down to that far side of the picture there, because there's the odd left bowl there with a closeout section, and I think he's going to be looking to go to the air.
You think of last year this time, and a lot of left-handers played a part. Just see some action here from Amatrian on the wide shot. Got a couple of punchy turns of his own there. But just back to that point about Jordan Lawler looking for lefts, you think of last year Nolan Raposa, you think of the eventual win coming on the left-handers here in Ballito last year.
Yeah, it's not the standard, it's not the norm, but when you have these broken up swells from the easterly, it does happen. And specifically speaking, if we look at the next few days on the Surfline forecast gigs, a bit of south-southeast swell in the water, that's also going to open up those lefts.
Yeah, Surfline giving us, there's waves all week. That's a matter of just picking out the best parts of it. Obviously, we are narrowing the field down. This is the field of 64 men in the draw. By the time this wraps up this afternoon, the men's field will already be down to 32. So making progress as far as getting the Challenger Series run, and still plenty of days ahead to pick out the best parts.
Yeah, and now I'm just watching the action unfold in front of my eyes here from the drone. Having seen that wave from the back for Amatrian, Jordan Lawler is now all over him because he's got the priority advantage, but only a minute or so on the clock, and now the fun and games are starting.
Yep, it's cat and mouse in the lineup. Let's give credit to Amatrian's last ride of a 5.1, and he finds that thinks that he's in the game with it. Meanwhile, here's the other Spaniard, Kiani Lassa. He'll go down in the effort. 1 minute to go, and you just see Amatrian looking over his thing, and well, someone that's doing everything right here is Callum Robson. He's constructed a beautiful heat. That board just popping nicely as well. That board very nice underfoot for Callum Robson. And does he improve on a 5.33 and just nudge the lead a little out ahead of the rest of the field? Either way, he's in that top 2 position, and it's down to 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the mind game's going. And it's also cool to see the, like, guy in the next heat watching from behind, and even he gave him a bit of like, oh no, that was terrible.
Well, it's a good vibe amongst the competitors, and it really is a great vibe here in Ballito. But this man on screen has done a good job, former championship tour surfer in Callum Robson, working the Challenger Series. We owe him this number. Let's break this one down.
Well, that was a cracker of a little area over the section, really tweaking the tail out, and got the second turn. A little third. I think the turns there are not really going to weigh in, but that was a very nice aerial maneuver over the section.
Well, Callum Robson's done a good job of stitching this heat from start to finish together. That DHD underfoot looks. Do you think it's had an epoxy with a wooden stringer in it? Looks like that board is incredibly lively underfoot, especially exhibited in that last air. Kai?
Yeah, that was an explosive maneuver, a lot of pop, a lot of speed. So I think great performance, Callum, looking the business here in Ballito gigs. And also congrats to Jordan Lawler, really surfed a very clever heat there to make sure that he got into the second position.
Well, all the details of a heat win stitched together well for Callum Robson. 5.87 for the last wave. He just checks in with Hedgie there, but he is going to bank that one start to finish. Perfect script, everything unfolded perfectly. 12.54 for the heat win. Jordan Lawler will go with him at the expense of the two Basque Country surfers. It's lunchtime in Ballito. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley and Jess Starling for the call. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Ballito, it's all fire here this afternoon. Big performances out in the water, stacked heats full of talents and names we know real well and love and keep them close to our hearts. And the reason why we love them so dearly is their performances out in the water, which gets us really excited and inspired. Jess Starling, how inspired are you by the next matchup that's about to hit the water?
So inspired by this next matchup. It's huge. We actually have a lot of CT experience in this one too. It's been a common theme throughout our day. Today, actually, altogether, we've had a lot of CT experience in all of our heats. I think it's made for very exciting matchups.
Yeah, what do you think, Greg, in terms of looking at the heat that's about to hit the water and everything we know about these surfers? What are they going to bring out here?
Well, the busy start is key, so we'll see if they're set up with that. I think Ryan Cullinan's been looking very good. He's looking strong. Love that backhand bottom turn, super compact. So he's going to want to fight back to getting onto the CT. The only little sort of worry for me is the dead low tide. 20 past 1 dead low, so hopefully they're taking that into account. But that being said, there's lots of fun looking waves out there. Just done a little walk up and down the beach. It's so cool down there. People are suntanning, enjoying watching the action. And the waves, you know, they're small waves, but it's peaky and it just looks like those conditions you want to go surf and just blast the tail and have a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, it always looks pretty different on the screen, doesn't it, as well? You go out and see it in 3D, have a little walk up and down, sample the vibe, get a better idea of the energy. Speaking of which, early doors, Jorgan.
Yeah, this is a nice opening turn there. Really kicks the fins. A lot of water on that second turn as well. Generates that speed. Wow. Jorgen looking very tidy and poised to start off this heat. And then Cade Matson, we're getting him back up on the Challenger Series. Really tidy first turn. Gets a cool little pocket to really lay into a slash for that second one. And then dies out through the inside, but he got a lot of speed, a lot of damage done in those first two turns. Oh, and just no mucking around here. Jorgen, he's up and riding again. Just going to back up that first wave. He's such a momentum surfer, unfortunately. Not riding out of that last turn, but loved the start from Jorgen.
I'm not surprised. On my walk on the beach, I had a quick chat to Jorgen and Coach Jan Martin. They were pumped. They said they were looking at that quick start. They wanted a dynamic start. Jorgen had his earpods in. He was pumped up. You could see he was ready. He was getting his boards. He had about 3 boards lined up, changing fins, and he just looked super ready for this. You could tell he was going to hit the water running, basically.
Coming in with all the energy and the spark and opening up really strong on the scoreboard. 6.83 for our Frenchman at a reunion island based in the southwest of France at the moment. He's opened up real well in this, built himself a bit of a platform. He'll look to go at that and get a back up. In the meantime, let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with loads of CT experience. Cal Robson, he's with Emma.
Callum, it's good to have you back in Ballito. Obviously, we had a glassy morning this morning, and then the onshore came up. What was your strategy going into that with the wind, and did you, change your gear or have a new strategy?
Yeah, I guess yesterday the wind came in really, really strong, so I think it was still quite clean compared to yesterday. So for me, my strategy was just kind of be open because there's so many different types of waves out there. You obviously need one with a bit of energy. So for me, I was just trying to look for waves of energy, and whether it was going to be an air or turns, just kind of be open and flexible within that kind of strategy.
Amazing. Well, I'm sure you've got friends and family staying awake at home. It's pretty much bedtime there. Do you want to send them some love?
Yeah, I'm sure my family and friends are all watching, so thanks guys for staying up, and yeah, love you guys.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the next round. Thanks for chatting.
It's all love down here, isn't it?
It's all love. It's always all love.
But there's war as well, though, isn't there, in the water? Because 2 people have got to go home.
Yeah,
they need to be seen off.
That's not love. That's what we call not love. But, I mean, they have a chance to do it, and they're battling for it here, including this guy.
Oh, Kuzine again. Look at the glide. Even on the foam, can't get so much squirt. And looking very liberated indeed. So the 2 that was the backup, I reckon that's gone. And he's going to build himself a really nice, healthy total here. Madsen, decent from him. 5.33 was what he got early on. We're still looking at Callanan and Andre to get involved. But really, it's all about this guy at the moment, Jorgen Kuzine.
Yeah, how good is executing a plan? That's exactly what he's doing here. A lot of money, a lot of points on that last turn. Lays into it. See that tail drift all the way back around, and that's just sheer power coming off his back foot. And like you mentioned, Greg, he wanted to get a quick start. That is exactly how you do it with those 2 waves.
I see a different Jorgen. Yeah, the last couple of years I've seen a Jorgen that has so much pressure on himself, to do well, to qualify. It's almost so boiled up that he's close to tears when he loses. Like, there's just so much boiled up. To me, it seems like he's let go a little bit, and he's just doing his surfing. Like, he's a bit looser. But wow, he's just absolutely hammering through those turns.
Looking really dialed in terms of conditions, equipment, all of that stuff. The prep's all there and done. And right now looking good for a blistering start, pending a 3rd wave score for the Frenchman. My panel of judges.
Interesting that the 2 goofy footers haven't caught a wave yet. I wonder if they're looking for a specific type of wave on the backhand, and maybe the natural footers are seeing more opportunity with the broken conditions, maybe able to jump over a couple of those sections a bit easier. The goofy footers might be looking for those ones that have a straight line run to them, and they can get a series of moves with no downtime, no hopping over sections on the backhand.
I was down on the beach chatting to Matty Cattle just before watching Geordie Lawler in that last heat, who's a goofy footer, and he just kept going left. And Matty was like, I told him, before the heat started, there's only been 2 scoring lefts that have come into play today, all day throughout competition. So the lefts aren't really what people are looking for. And I think if you're going to go left, thinking of goofies if they're eyeing off those lefts. It's got to be something major. You can see Judson Andre, he's moving wide though. He's trying to move down the beach, and that's actually where we've seen a lot of people get scores. And the fact that he's got the space by himself, it allows him to be able to let loose a little bit. Priority doesn't really come into play for him. So let's see it and hope that maybe our goofies don't get stuck in those land of the lefts, because they haven't really come into play much today.
Yeah, those lefts also sort of bend away from you, so you can't get as dynamic on the turns, where with that east swell, wind swell that came through yesterday, that little right chips in at you, comes at you, and really gives you that opportunity to bank off those lips.
Great number in for Cuisinet. 7-2-3 for him. Blistering start to his heats. With 10 minutes gone, not quite. 14.06 out of 20. Hard to imagine how that would end up in third or worse in this heat. With these kind of conditions, would require quite a lot of sets and surfing to go down, but we'll see. We've been surprised by quality surfers in the water and just what they're able to create. But right now, it's one man really with the momentum. Do his tactics change right now? What's he going to do here? Does he
I'm just thinking
sit for a
just
while
that.
and think about things? What does he do?
I mean, you'd never come in from a heat, but I mean, on that scoreline, your best bet would just come and sit and watch the rest of the heat from the beach. Just don't get involved, you know.
Yeah, this 7-2-3, I mean, a lot of the points, I do believe, came in that last turn. He just pushed so hard, drove so much on his back foot. This here's the 6-8-3, so got himself a really nice carve. Actually, beg my pardon, we're just seeing it from another angle, and just lays into that last turn. I mean, that is what the judges asked for today in the judging criteria. They said, we want to see critical progressive maneuvers in steep parts of the wave, and that's exactly what he did on that last turn. It's no surprise that it went that high, because it was beautiful surfing, and he ticked the boxes for the judges.
Yeah, he's blazing here at the moment. We had a QS event over in Europe early in the year. It was actually in Morocco at Tarazout, CT quality waves and CT style surfing from Cuisinet, who absolutely blazed his way to a really great final with Ramsey. And that carve to slide is a bit of a signature move from him. And you think about some of the conditions out there today, those little sort of shorter, steep pockets that have quite a lot of juice for a while and then suddenly disappear. It was like quite a handy turn to have in your armory for today.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if we've seen it kind of been pulled out of the bag a couple times from a lot of the different competitors, and it's scored, you know, majority of the day. Thinking about Sammy Pupo, he did a pretty similar turn, big slide. He drifted the tail for that a little bit longer and fell down from the lip, but it has that extra factor of drama that the judges are looking for. It's not just a finishing turn, it's a finishing punch in the face, really, and it's exactly what the judges want to feel at the end of a wave.
Nobody wants a roundhouse kick to the face while I'm wearing these bad boys, particularly not from Ryan Callanan, as his nice and sharp backhand on display. Not giving it too much, just his energy sort of matching exactly what's on offer from the wave there. The trademark style of Callanan. Greg Emsley.
Can I add him to our list, or is that not allowed? Best bottom turn?
Yeah, I mean, backhands. Well, I was forehand. I was specifically. I don't want to be.
Does anyone get lower on the bottom turn?
I don't want to be the stickler here, but it was forehand.
It was
for
just
those who were paying attention. But
I thought no championship tour surfers.
Bring him in. I would never exclude him from anything. So let's just bring him in. He can get on any of the lists he wants.
Watch that back foot so low on that back knee. It's just incredible. Loads up. Whacks it up and over the top, gets that little drift as well. I'm stoked with his inclusion.
Good point there. It's because
I was going,
it was
excuse
CS.
me.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You've got.
I wasn't allowed to have lobby.
Yeah.
All right, so he's off the list.
I think I'm gonna give him a wild card onto the list.
Oh.
Yeah, just because I want him included.
But we do want him back on the CT as
Absolutely.
well.
He's a CT caliber surfer. I mean, that's where he belongs. And it was just a shame this year. He just couldn't really get his year started on that championship tour. And then he missed Burleigh, but for a great reason. Brought his first baby into the world, little Penelope. And, I mean, that's where Morg's got that next call up to be in Burleigh. But Ryan is so good. And he's just so nice to watch as well. There's one thing to be an incredible surfer, but then to have a guy as smooth as him, it's just, I could sit and watch him surf all day. He's one of my favorite goofy footers in the world.
I agree. Now, looking at this heat, all these surfers are, in my opinion, a threat. If you, Jorgen Kuzenet, and you've got such a big heat total, would you see someone in this heat as a threat and maybe you don't want them in the next round? Would you use the rest of this heat to make life a little bit difficult for them? Is that even a thought with all the coaching and that today? Like, could you go and get your priority and make sure that you make life a little bit difficult for one person?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice, I like it.
I think so. I think when you set the ground that, you know, the fundamentals of this heat that Jorgen has done with a 7.23 and a 6.83, he kind of has the flexibility to do that. It's just whether or not he's going to not push too far and make a mistake. But if I was Jorgen, I wouldn't want to match up to any of these guys at this point.
Essentially what you're advocating here, Greg, is a bit of workplace bullying. Is he going to pick on someone for no real reason other than just to be nasty?
No, to defend himself in later rounds.
I'll get into that more. Lovely turn for Madsen. And just looking lightning fast. Maybe there's a bit of history. Someone stopped you from getting in there, getting through a heat. And going,
yeah, love that.
Who is it? Spill the tea.
That could be interesting. I don't think so, though. But I'm just a thought.
Did anyone ever do that to you?
Nice.
We weren't. I don't think we were that clever back in the day. We just surfed.
We just surfed.
Yeah.
Who was your biggest grudge against? Who did you most enjoy beating? Not from a surfing point of view, but just because you like to see them go down at your at the expense of your shredding. Arkal right now on the backhands. He'll load up and he'll flick buckets of spray. Doesn't quite give it the full whack on the second turn. The first one was nice.
You basically just asked him, who did you enjoy seeing losing?
Well, of course. I mean, no, but when in the same heat as you. I mean, those rivalries, that's what makes sport interesting, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Otherwise, we just give it to the top seed and we don't need to bother having the event.
I agree. I just find that funny.
I'll be honest, I managed to beat quite a few people who I thought were better than me quite often. Taj Burrow, I beat him quite a bit. I figured if I could put pressure on him early, I could.
Did you give him a bit of chirp ever?
Not really, but
not really. So a little bit.
Joel Parkinson, I beat a couple of times.
Sick.
Guys that I honestly thought were much better than me, but I couldn't beat Kelly and I couldn't beat Mick. I remember trying to talk to Mick in the heats and everything. Mick just looked the other way. Couldn't chat to him in the heat. Really tried.
I love that.
Let's check out Cade again.
Yeah, this was nice. We all were pleasantly surprised by these next two turns. That was crazy for the section at hand. Used that speed, generated it to tack it again, and he liked it. He had that stand tall moment. But when I was looking at that wave, that second section, I was thinking, oh, yeah. But he just absolutely capitalized on it. So Cade getting himself a really nice score. 6-point ride. He's edging away from his competitors, including this guy.
Jadson.
I mentioned about those sort of broken up waves being a bit difficult on the backhand. You'd want those running sections on the backhand. You'd want to get straight up into the lip, straight away on your first maneuver. And as they break up, you sort of get into an awkward position on the backhand, sort of trying to attack that section. It's not ideal.
Yeah, good arrows from Madsen, getting himself a 6, staying in contention in second right there. It's all about the American and particularly the Frenchman, Kuzenet, in the lead here by some measure. Just over 12 minutes to go. Still waiting for Andre to get involved. More live action real soon.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically, exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
What else is thoroughly affordable and world class? The shred going down here at Ballito. I tell you what's free as well. If you're in the area, if you're at home tuning in, get down the beach and soak up the vibes down here. We're loving the show that we're seeing, and the competitive intensity is bringing out the best of our competitors in conditions which, I mean, you might look at this and go, yeah, not that many out there, but I tell you what, look at some of the scores that have gone down in this, and just the amount of energy going into these maneuvers, and we're seeing some really sharp, intense moments, which is always entertaining. Kuzine still with a solid lead at the moment. So far, so good. Here goes Callanan. Couple of falls from him. He's going to need some more. What's he got for us here? He'll cover some grounds, and then he'll maneuver that big frame around as he spins off a top turn on the backhand, releases and recovers. Score-wise, it's nice. Decent surfing. Judges going to go crazy about that kind of stuff, Jess?
I don't think so. Not particularly on that attempt, because I think they know that it can be done cleaner, especially for someone of Ryan's caliber. This first turn was beautiful. We talk about that bottom turn. It's just so textbook traditional. Highland came to this section. I mean, he got the job done. It was really beautiful, but I think he knows as well that it's not his best effort, especially on a maneuver like that, but he's got these massive turns in him. And you know what? Ryan's the kind of guy that could flip this heat on its head with single maneuvers, just about how powerful and strong and textbooked his surfing is. And I think he's just got to maybe try and, I know we've said it, sit and wait and just find those big one maneuver waves, because Ryan's he's so good when he clicks.
It's a tough scoreline, first and second. It's a hard chase. You've got to sit and wait and get those bigger ones, especially Ryan. If he can just find some sort of a wall, get those, he's looking really good, the board's looking sharp. Just those waves have just tapered a bit, look a little bit small. So he's got to find some sort of section that give him those big hits.
So, sorry, just to go back down memory lane for a second. Oh, actually, you might be saved right now because Kane Matson's up and running.
We'll stay in the present tense and we'll have a look at some nice sparky surfing from Matson as he'll make some shapes.
How responsive is that board of his? It just goes from section to section.
Yeah, it looks twitchy.
Yeah.
And I feel like those boards that look like they have energy, that they just want to go. Sometimes when you first get on, you're like, whoa, this thing, I can't control it. And then when you do, I mean, insane things can happen. And they're the boards that take your surfing from one level to another. Thinking about Steph Gilmore, the board that she won her 8th world title on, it was really, really fast twitch, and she almost couldn't control it when she was surfing at trestles. And then once she got on it, the turns were bigger, but she just couldn't find those little in-between moments. And then once she did, she ended up winning her 8th world title on that board. So this could be a similar situation here for Cade, because this board looks so lively, especially off the bottom. There's no downtime between any of his turns. Just looking so excited and just fast twitch, I think is the word I want to use. It's almost cat-like. Look at that, it's really driving so hard. Absolutely no downtime between any of his turns here. Lays into it again for the 4th turn. Those 4 turns were fit in about 6 seconds. It was so quick between maneuvers. So Cade, he's going to better again. It's a 5.77.
Solid. But you're exactly right, that board's so quick. It's almost like the nose is a bit narrower, so it shifts through those maneuvers so quickly, and it looks alive in these waves. It looks perfect for these little right-handers, just fits into the wave.
So now we can go down memory lane.
I thought you had forgotten about that.
Everyone talks about like rivals in sports and how trying to be a world champion, you probably do have to have a rival or a very successful surfer on that top tier. Do you have one person that comes to mind who, if you got him in the draw, you're like, oh, this is going to be a good heat? Like, you really wanted to beat that one person? He could have even been in a board riders.
Yeah, I guess, you know, back when we surfed it was top 44, so there was quite a lot of surfers on the CT. It was 44 surfers and everyone was good. And Kelly and Andy were pretty much winning most of the events, and then you had Parker and Mick and Taj, so they were dominating the top. If you got a win against either of those guys, it was massive. You know, there were so many good competitive surfers. Tom Whitaker, he's such a good coach because he's one of the guys that sits up and waits. He'll wait. He's really good strategically. You always try and look at strategies. Adriano de Souza, he wanted the start, so if I had him in a heat, I'd make sure I'd get on his inside one way or another. Again, fantastic surfer. Philip McDonald was someone I couldn't beat. Phil Macca, just a strong surfer. It's a good looking wave for Arkell. Look at this section. Whacks a massive turn on the inside. That's what I'm talking about. He needs to find that section where he can show off for the judges with his big frame and those big turns. That would have looked good from the beach. It would have been in the face of the judges.
Yeah, one of the great stitch-ups, wasn't it? The Trestles against Slater.
Yeah.
Probably one of the all-time ones that sort of stands out. How did he not win that?
Yeah, it was close.
Madness.
There was a lot of debate about that one. Strong surfer, Phil Macca, and just so solid through those turns. He had like tree stumps as legs, just solid, strong, big turns. And Macca as well, his brother, twins.
I say Tommy Carroll had, when he won his world title, he had massive, strong legs.
So let's check this replay. Gets the first snap, sets up, eyes this inside, and a massive finish. So I think there's a few points loaded in that last maneuver. And he did get the first turn as well. Probably the biggest section with, you know, one of the bigger turns of the heat. So I think that's going to be his best score. I think it could just give him a shot here.
Oh, it's going to put him back in the heat. And they're those moments we were just talking about where he can change the heat with one turn. And look at that, he lessens the requirement by a lot. It was a 5.73 pretty much for one turn. Needs a 6.04. I mean, Ryan has the ability to just win heats on one or two turns just because he's so good. And that last turn is just the start of what he's capable of doing. And I loved just the aggression and dynamic he brought to that turn. It feels like we haven't had a moment like that in quite some time. But Jadson, he's got them in his repertoire too.
Yeah, Andre and all sorts at the moment needs to get involved here. He's got a nice momentum to this wave and a ton of speed. Then he'll climb up, do some impressive wiggles, but in the context of what he needs, we're nowhere near it. He's comboed right now. Get that combo. In terms of what he needs to do to get up and attack second, but he really needs to just find something really special and go mad on it. Let's see how these final 3 minutes go down here. Kuzane, as we kind of expected after blazing at the start of this heat, he's kind of just allowed to just chill a little bit, kind of cruise and stay away from anything that might go on, anything untoward, doesn't want to get involved in anything sort of hassly or tussly or anything like that. He's just waiting for a wave. He's like, well, it doesn't have a 7 on it, not even looking at it.
It's pretty smart too. I mean, we've seen 2 interferences in this event so far, right at the dying stages of the heat, thinking about Jackson Bunch early today, Alistair Reginato yesterday, people who have dominated heats, and then right at the tail end, it's just all fallen apart. And it's one of those moments where you're like, what just happened? So Jorgan doesn't want to find himself in that situation where he's going, I just had a 14-point lead. Like, what is happening? Ryan, though, he's here trying to find a score.
So just getting caught up on that one. So Ryan's just trying to get a little bit of a break. He's trying to get away from Matson. But as he moves, Matson moves, you can just see Matson's just circling him. He's got his eyes on him. He's not going to give him much space at all. He knows what a threat Ryan Callanan is. And just no space given. As he watch this, they're going to make a move here. Ryan actually has nowhere to go. Straight into the trap. I'll just come sit next to you. You're going to follow me anyway, right?
Yeah, wouldn't have wanted to find himself obviously here on the Challenger Series, but just in terms of those tweaks that we've had, it'd probably be one of the principal beneficiaries, you think, of what we've kind of added on to the end of the season, going to Pipeline. Amazing out there in those kind of ways, and then back in Newcastle as well. It's not a home event, so he could even have a late charge on this regardless of what happens through this part of the season. But those 2 events seem to be heavily in his favour because we've already been over to Newcastle. But right now here in South Africa with a minute on the clock, Still looking for a 6.04. It's Ryan Callanan. It's fourth prio as well. Cade Matson, who has been all energy, all kind of pent up, and he just releases with those turns. You can even see the way he paddles back after his wave, how intense he is, and he'll look to try and cover Ryan here. We'll stay real close to him as we count down. Jurgen will be enticed to show a bit of interest, a bit of a bouncy right for him. He'll cover a bit of distance, and he'll just kick that one away, and he'll come in and have a pretty pleasant debrief and just try and kind of bottle this, whatever he's got going, and keep it going for the next rounds.
To win a championship tour, you're generally focusing on one person a heat. There's a way smaller field. You get to the final, you win. Obviously, it's the very best in the world. Challenger Series, it's 4 people per heat. It's multiple heats. You've got to focus on so many people, and everyone's so good. To get a win in a Challenger, it just almost seems so hard. You see Matson up and riding. I mean, everything's got to go your way, right? And a bit of luck.
Yeah, good performance there from Cade Matson. For Jorgen, getting good scores early on. We'll watch Callanan on the inside, and he'll be, I think, a bit disappointed in terms of the waves he was able to catch and what he was able to do out there. You've got to say congrats to this guy, Cuisinet, with that strong start that everyone kind of wants to get. That's part of it. You've got to go out and actually materialise it. He did exactly that. Matson, he just showed us desire, really, just willed his way to scores there. So well done those two. Deserved of an advancing position. Time for a quick break here. We'll keep it going, heat 12. And it's another great looking matchup that'll be coming at you next, live from Ballito, South Africa, on the Challenger Series, right after this.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Welcome back to Ballito. We'll fly over, this time head north up the coast from the south and drink it in. You can see that swell approaching. It's a little close together. Something of a locally generated swell from some onshores that kicked in yesterday in the mix with the sort of fading longer period swell coming out of the southwest. And they're combining to make some peaks. 4 surfers will be looking to attack those and make the most of them. One of them, Jacob Wilcox, he's a #1 seed. One back home in Australia at Newcastle. Nolan Raposa, he's all energy. He tore into it last year, and we're watching him right now in live action as he gets into it, also in the water. Caius King, an electrifying surfer, real entertainer. Looking forward to seeing what he can do out here Also, Shohei Kato. And this contrasting, kind of everyone's pretty unique actually in terms of their approaches and their styles. I mean, you should see how that translates into getting on the attack here and fighting something solid. But I mean, it sounds obvious. It's been sort of a recurring theme throughout. That strong start does seem to be pretty crucial in 4 surfer heats, Jess.
Yeah, I think Njorgan was a massive testament to that in that last heat. Got the job done in the first 7 minutes. I mean, he had a plan to go out there and get it done straight away, went out there and did it, and only took off on 3 waves after that. Here we go, Jacob up and riding.
Wilcox, it looked like he was setting up for a really nice backhand combo, which the judges quite often go kind of giddy for. They love 2 solid backhand hits with speed. First one was really crisp, got that little bit of release, and then he was just setting up again. What happened to the wave there? Sort of ate itself a bit, Greg.
Yeah, it was that one of those sections that sort of broke itself up, and it just didn't like hold back for him. It was a bit untidy on that finishing turn. It looked like it was going towards a great number. The first turn was perfectly placed, and it just didn't allow that second maneuver any space to get that board up into the lip.
Number in for the American, Nolan Raposa, 5.67. Decent way to get into it from him. Making the surfers with fond memories here. He was on a real roll last year. He was really entertaining as well. A lot of his scores seemed to come late in heats as well, and he was just a natural entertainer. What did he do on the backhand here?
Oh my gosh, wow, that second turn really flared out the fins and just drifted it right wow. And then this is the second angle of it. Look at that. Look how far out the tail and fins got from that lip there. I mean, that is really hard to do, and then to regain control as he was coming back down. But Nolan is that guy to me who is such a dark horse. He is so good, and when he connects, it's those moments that take your breath away. You go, oh wow, you know. And I feel like Nolan is a massive dark horse on this Challenger Series, and happens to get really deep in events every single year. He comes so close. I'm interested to see if this is maybe the year for Nolan.
He's a bit of a performer. He's got a different approach to other goofy footers. He's almost putting on a show.
Yeah.
He's putting on a performance. It's like entertaining, right? I love watching him surf because you feel like he's going to bring something different to the show.
Yeah, something sort of, there's an emotional sort of dimension to it as well as just the performance that he's doing. I get exactly what you mean there. Is he sort of tell a bit of a story, don't they? It's quite easy to get behind someone like that as well, isn't it? And really enjoy when they come up in the draw. He's got a tough heat on his hands here, though. Good start from him. Jacob Wilcox would definitely want to try and carry that momentum over. A strong start from him over in Australia at a place where he's gone perfect on the judging scale 2 years ago. Is Kato with some glide, smoothing out the bumps.
Both of you are pretty good.
Saw him do that in the early round a couple of times. A really nice carve, and then ball just goes underwater.
Shohei got through that last heat because he went super progressive. He's got a really great air game. I mentioned it yesterday. It's one of those ones that's quite surprising as well. He gets a lot of loft and a lot of tail high in his airs, and I feel like if we're going to traditional base surfing in this heat, whether it's Caius, Jacob or Nolan, he's probably going to get out surfed just about how powerful those guys are. The thing that Shohei has that is different to all of them is that progressive air game, and I feel like it's another kind of Luke Swanson situation where if he relies on this, he could get some big numbers in this heat.
Raposa loads up here, and he'll rotate above the landing. Disappeared a little bit from him, but just look at the spark and the levity that he has to his surfing. He can do it in a couple of ways. He can be intense, he can smack it, he can also be really light on his feet and ultra responsive. Quite a potent package, that.
He also leans on Shane Sykes, local free surfer from Ballito, stays with Shane. So Shane's probably given him a few tips out there, and he really gets that sort of homely feeling with the Sykes family. And of course, a lot of inside information on the break. So he really, I think that's why he puts on such a show here at Ballito. He feels like it's his second home break.
22 on the clock here. As we'll check out Kato again. Similar sort of opening to that way, but didn't have the section to drive that carve as he did previously. A bit of a rangefinder, that one. Still trying to just open up really in terms of his account here. So obviously we're here to get points towards final rankings. So this is coming into the event. We aren't live according to where we are at the moment. But surfers that have been sort of faded out can send packing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at that. Half of our top 10 is out of the draw in the round of 64. So this is a really great opportunity for those other 5 who are still left in the draw to capitalize on that and try and just bring some more points as we're still early in the season, because if you can rely on a few good results now, it takes a lot of pressure off when you come in back towards Pipe and Newcastle. And this round, compared to, let's say, the round of 16, there's a couple of thousand points there.
Pick a name from this top 10 is going to be the end of the season. Jess, please.
Jacob Wilcox.
Good, number 1. Yeah, very bold of you. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Greg?
Just to
I think I know you're going to say.
Matthew McGillivray.
Right. You two are full of surprises, aren't you?
Can I tell you why? I mean,
Wait,
it's
do you,
not-
yeah.
Okay.
Do you want a second one who I think will be there? Who's
Please,
rogue?
hit me.
Winter Vincent.
Oh,
I think
nice.
he'll be in the top 10 at the end of
Nicely
this
done.
year.
Absolutely.
Jacob, though, this was the last of him while we're looking at that leaderboard. Unfortunately, went down on that second turn. So 2 times he's done that. So he's going to try and just reset at this point and surf pretty much a 20-minute heat right now. But so much can happen in 20 minutes. Shohei here, though.
Kato releasing and falling.
So probably my last year on tour, I was actually doing a little bit of work for Oakley and locally, and I came back from a trip and I went and surfed a very sort of semi-secret little break called Yellow Sands, lovely right-hander, and I got down to the beach and I saw this 8 or 9-year-old kid take off on this wave, and I didn't know who it was. And this kid went down the line, he grabbed the rail and did the sickest grab rail cutback. I went, what the heck? Paddled out and I said, what's your name? He said, my name's Matthew McGillivray. This little kid, I said, well, you've got a good style. I'm putting you on the Oakley team today. He said, what? His dad, like, what's? I said, listen here, we'll sort it out. I was his first sponsor ever.
Wow.
I could see the talent. You know when you just see the kid and you go, this guy's got it. And so I've always had a soft spot for Matty.
Love that, and still representing his country well. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat with the Frou Brew.
Jorgen, great heat win there. It looks like the conditions have got a little bit tougher out there. The swell seems to have dropped a bit. It's a lot slower. And of course, you've got that onshore wind out there. What was your strategy to get the win, and how did it play out?
To be honest, I wanted to get the inside, and then I saw Cade getting it. I was like, oh, maybe I can squeeze right here, and then I got the inside. Ryan was right by me to get the wave. He didn't go, so I went into the first one. I got a 6.83, so it gave me a lot of confidence for the rest of the heat, and then luckily I was able to back up and do a big layback, so I was pretty happy with that.
It went very slow, and you said that you would have liked to have done a big air in the heat. That was your sort of part of your strategy as well, to really stomp some authority on it. Never really had the opportunity though, hey?
No, except those 2 waves, I never got anything like correct. So I was trying to find something. I even wanted to try a backflip because I was in the wave pool in Alaya in Switzerland a couple of days ago, and I was trying the backflips. I was like, oh, if there's a section with the wind, maybe it can be good. So I don't know. I keep it on the side, and then we'll see in the next heats if I get 2 good scores right away, I can do one.
Jorgen, you've been coming to Ballito for many years. You've got a lot of friends that you've made here. Who do you stay with? And you've obviously got quite a routine now established in Ballito.
To be honest, I know so many people. I've been coming here since I was 13 years old. So I used to stay with Beric, Devon Lane, Tyla, Scott Lefebvre, so many guys. So I just want to say thank you guys for having me here. I just love the South African people. They're so friendly. The food is good. Like I don't know, I could live here, you know. So it's great to be here, and yeah, let's keep going.
Great stuff. Awesome surfing. Back to you guys.
Mike, well done, Jorgen. Great exchange out in the water there, and Jacob Wilcox just tearing into it. Really impressive to see that during that interview as he looked to get involved. A bit of clock time bled away, and he wasn't really at it thus far and made amends right there. We're waiting for judges for Jacob. Also, Kais King. Meanwhile, here goes Shahai. He'll open up, snap, once again, looking down the line to identify a section. He'll just chop out the tail for an incomplete at the end as well. So a similar kind of ending. A better surfing prior to that done. He'll have to try and improve and just steepen that curve up a bit to stay in contention with stuff like this.
This was beautiful surfing here from Jacob. That second turn, a lot of quick whip into it. Puts him in that perfect spot to really belt that third turn. So Jacob, he had a couple falls and that he really regained control. And this was the first we see of Kais, and this lays into that first cast. So much speed, he almost stops his board right at the end to get in control for these last two sections. Unfortunately, didn't get out in front of the foam there, but that first carve, Kais is a really strong and whippy surfer. He can really lay into some big turns and quickly as well, and that first turn is kind of highlighting that.
Kais and Jacob just had a fantastic, goofy, natural exchange. Tell you what, Jacob Wilcox brought out the jackhammer on that one. Absolutely blasted that wave to pieces. I feel that's going to be probably the best of the heat. But as you mentioned, Jess, that approach from Kais, that first turn, how he just drove through, he almost had to control his power because he's so powerful. He could have overpowered that board, and he just pushed so hard through it and controlled that power and got a couple of combos on it. So I think that turn alone is going to get a good number.
Just coming back briefly on Jorgen's interview, he said he was practicing backflips in a wave pool in Switzerland. Imagine a few years ago someone said that in a post-interview. He just burst into flames. You're like, what are we talking about, mate? You've gone mad.
Look at this turn. I mean, so much spice, so much speed and power behind that. He almost just stopped at the bottom of it to gain control, like we said, and then tried to push that little bit harder to give it that X factor on the end of that turn, but it just buried the nose ever so slightly, and that wave lost its power. It came through at a 383, and it's basically that for the first turn. I mean, that it just had a lot of flair in it, and Kais, he's recently made the switch to CI surfboards as well, and consistently seen those black CI surfboards come out today, which look like they're the carbon boards, and it seems to be working in these conditions for everyone who's been on them.
It is. I did go through the rack quietly in the competitors
Snooped it.
in the competitors area, and the CR guys have got the carbon epoxy. Those boards are just so ridiculously light. I saw a couple of the 2 happies in there. Some really looking boards. Good for the smaller waves. Lightning fast.
Under 14 to go here. Wilcox in command of this. Not by loads, though. It's got a similar high score, or the identical one, and Nolan Raposa. Those are your top 2 at the moment. More live action from Ballito, and we come back from break. Welcome back to Ballito as we revisit stop 1 on the CS and remind ourselves of the sterling work done by Jacob Wilcox on the backhands. in solid conditions. Jess, you were over there to enjoy this. How much did that mean to him, that win?
Oh, it was everything. I feel like this is the biggest moment he's had in his career so far. I mean, qualifying, obviously, that's huge, but he's been waiting for this big prime event win for a really long time now, and he did it in such a classy, stylish way too. I mean, it was a really hard draw. It was a long road to the final, and to do it with every single one of his mates there, such a sick support crew, working with Hog for the first time. I mean, he'll remember that forever, you know, and that event will go down in history for sure. It was a sick event to watch.
A great moment for him, and a whopping 10,000 points as well, which means he's #1 currently on this tour. In order to stay there, he'll at least have to stay alive in this heat. He's going all right so far. I'd say half a job done, Greg, with that 5, 6, 7, but still a bit of work to do.
I like that. I like that 5, 6, 7. I love those 3-turn combos. In second place, you guys see a lot of similarities between Ryan and Jacob in their surfing. That bottom turn, both get super compact. They're both tall as well.
Meanwhile, Raposa, forehand. That one a little full, as you mentioned before, Greg. Maybe just bending out to see a touch as well, so not quite coming at you as the right can do. But we'll never blame a goofy for going left, will we?
No.
That's just what they like to do.
It is, but I agree with you, Greg. I see a lot of similarities between both Ryan and Jacob, and just how traditional their surfing is, especially on their backhand, just with that back knee really drop down low to the board, that front hand in the water as they're bottom turning, backhand, sorry. I just think it never gets old, that style of goofy-footed surfing. Nolan, such an explosive goofy-footer, buried the nose on that one. But like we mentioned at the start of the heat, he's a performer, and he creates this really cool entertainment for us. But this guy does as well, Josh Kerr. I mean, how incredible has he been on the Challenger Series so far? That massive under-the-lip layback we saw him do at Newcastle was ridiculous.
Quad or twin? What are we going to go here? What are we thinking?
Twin, I reckon.
But look how stressed he looks. You can see he's like got a lot of stress, right? I'm being sarcastic here.
Oh.
He looks so calm.
I was like, you reckon?
He's just got no pressure. He's got, which one should I take? He's going to go with the quad.
It's so funny.
It worked well yesterday.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he take it today, right?
Vorno was chatting to him down at Newcastle, and he was like, so how seriously are you taking this, Kersey? Like, is this just for fun? And he goes, put it this way, I don't like to lose. And I was like, oh, well, that's enough to know. Neither does this guy, though. Kai is king. 2 quick turns there for KK, but he's looking to probably belt it just that little bit harder. We know he's got such a crazy repertoire. I mean, I feel like Kais has been around for so long. He was scouted as the next big thing when he was younger, and he's just went through a crazy back injury, had a really bad bulging disc the first year on the Challenger Series. Probably took a year to recover. Every time I saw him, I just kept saying, he almost back in the water? He goes, I have no idea. Spent a really long time, I'm going to say around 6 months probably out of the water, but he's back, and he's back in really great form this year.
I'm enjoying his surfing. I think he's strong. He's going to be one to watch. The scoreline sort of, a bit low still. I think he's just battling to get those connections and the clean finish. But if he can put together those big turns in a combination, it's going to look really good.
Yeah, not a great wave choice again there from Shohei. Seen a little bit of that. He paddles into waves. Our tight shot, kind of looking at a little bit of a steep face, and then just sort of shoulders away to nothing. So maybe he's seeing something, maybe seeing a connect further down the line that we can't pick up. It's like a curious choice of a wave to go. I tell you what, scores pretty modest at the moment. We're under 8 minutes remaining here, so I'm surprised no one's busted 9 points yet. I'm going to be honest, a little bit disappointed.
You want it, Paul. I mean, we've had excellent...
A little bit more.
Yeah, no, I hear you. We've had excellent scores in pretty much every heat we've worked today. I mean, thinking back to Sami Pupo, even Jogan in that last heat got pretty close to excellent. But yeah, Kaius, let's see if he can do it for you now. Not quite, but I tell you what, if you're into heavy metal rock music, Kaius is in a crazy good band with his little brother and their drummer called Bon. It's called Headsend, and they're so fun to watch live, and they're just about to launch their first album soon. One to watch, that band.
Did you go and see him on New Year's Eve?
I did go and see him on New Year's Eve. Great memory. Headsend.
Yeah, we're in the 8s in this, but unfortunately it's out of 20. So
Yeah, I hear you.
6 minutes 40 to go in heat number 12 of the round of 64. And it doesn't really matter how you get it done. It's all really at this stage about staying alive and essentially making the most of opportunities. Here comes some energy. A little bit of impetus from the Indian Ocean here. It's been a little sleepy and sluggish for the last 23 minutes and change in this heat. Let's see who can dial into a bit of this. It looks like Caius has found himself in position.
Sure. Nice wall.
Here we go.
Loading up. Big rotation, rides out of it. Back in the game. Boom. Just like that.
Exactly what we needed, right?
Yep. We asked for it. You got it. We didn't want to give you your money back. That's why. And that was a pretty sick air reverse.
Yeah, it was. It kind of had that same loft, spin and landing as we saw of Oscar Berry's a couple heats ago. And then I feel like Caius knew at this point in the heat he needed to go big. And good on him for doing it. I feel like you'd rather lose going big than you lose not really trying too hard. So Caius, he's back in the game.
That was so sick. I loved that.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Are you happy with that, Paul?
Very much so, yeah.
He kind of got that wide of the other surfers as well. Let's check this. Just eyes it out. We knew all day what he was going for. Gets the grab and rides out. I mean, the spin was quick. The landing was clean. So he's ticking all the boxes. What is he needing?
It's not a big number. High 4.
Sure.
Great chance of getting that with 5 on the clock here. Let's see if we shuffle the pack a bit. Wilcox potentially the person under threat, although a number to drop for him as well, according to our score screen. So let's see where this leaves us. Raposa with the lead and prio for the moment. Caius King as well as going up second. Good chance potentially if you can go into first. Let's see how that transpires. Judges just dialed down a touch with some exchanges we saw early on for some relatively more kind of stock surf, and that had a bit more excitement, had a bit more zest, and it's got some more points. 6, 6, 7. He does go to first. So Caius King now in command, so to speak, in terms of the scoreboard. Still time for surfers like Jacob Wilcox to get involved. Still wait for that number to drop for Chippo, actually. Shohei Kato needs to fire up here. He's not shown us a lot. We're going to have another look at this.
So sick. Boom. Right there. Turned the heat upside down. Went from 4th to 1st.
I mean, it was just really impressive as well. I feel like just how high he got, the spin he got. We knew it was coming. He really started to load up on that one there for Caius. So 6, 6, 7. Best way with the heat so far. Now he's going to try and drop that 6, 8, 3. I'm going to throw it out there. Love to see him do it again. Back to back. Why not?
It is going to be the battle of the backups in this one, with just under 4 to go. Here's that wave from Ryan, so he gets a nice first turn, vertical up into the finish. So that looks like it's going to go into his top 2, and it does. He's back to first. Wow. And Kato gets the rotation. Wow, he's just come alive suddenly. A couple of decent rides.
Yeah, interesting exchange. That's fired up a bit here, isn't it? Wilcox back to first. So the improvement for him with the 4.93, and he'll jump up to first position. Kato knows he needs to show up a bit here. Meanwhile, Raposa, he's been quiet for ages. What's he got for us here? A little slopey, that one. And that section just frustrating from his point of view because he started off with a good momentum building kind of turn.
Those turns were a bit on the face, right? So not sure if it'll go in his top 2, but he slipped from 1st down to 3rd. We've got a wave to come as well for Kato.
Yeah, it feels like an eternity when Raposa opened up, got the 5, 6, 7. I mean, that was right at the start of the heat, and since then he's not been able to get any kind of mojo going with this lineup whatsoever. Just over 2 to go.
Sure. So Shohei needing that 6.93. And he did have a pretty decent wave. I kind of, I thought it was his best wave so far.
Yeah, I'm really interested.
Just not sure where it's going to go, that number.
I'm interested to see how, his air sits in comparison to Caius's, because I feel like he got a bit of damage done out the back here as well. Kind of went into a slash, really started to load up here. Went no grab for the air reverse. It came down. I feel like Kais definitely had that extra loft, that extra pop, and probably distance out from the lip as well.
He got a nice slashing off the top to start as well. So he actually got 2 solid maneuvers on that wave.
He did. I mean, it's definitely going to be his best wave so far. It comes through at a 5.77. So he's straight back in the heat. Now needs a 4.74. So Kais, he's sitting pretty dangerous with that 3.83 as a backup, and especially how quickly Shohei can really pull out one of those airs.
He'll go again here.
Just like that. Just like that. You see Kais splash the water because that was under his priority, so that was a mistake there for Kais. 1 minute on the clock. He needs to drop that 3 to really solidify his spot in second place right now.
How many twists have we seen in the last 5 minutes?
So many.
So he's given this wave, he's gifted it to Shohei, loads up, sets up, boom, tail high reverse, lands it cleanly, says to the judges, put me through to the next round, please give me the score.
Kais, here we go.
Live action from King here. A nice vigorous snap the slide and then onto an inside section. He'll hammer it, back foot. Pressure from him. Displaces plenty of water. Raposa ain't done yet either. Plugging away on the backhand from him. He's gone a long way down the beach.
I feel like he likes that one.
Everyone likes their last wave, I think.
I would love to see the first turn on that wave because the last two were really spicy and nice, and if you got something big done out the back, that could change it up as well. So we have so many scores to lock in right now for all of these surfers. I have no idea how this heat is going to round out.
I reckon we could see a full shift in positions here again.
Yeah, I agree.
We've seen, in the last 5 minutes, we've seen a full shift. Will we see a full shift back around?
So this is Nolan's last wave, so he actually caught up with it right at the start. So just the 2 turns. I feel like we have 1 extra score to lock in for Nolan. I just don't think that's going to be enough to get him into that top 2. I do really think it's going to come down to these last 2 waves of Kais and Shohei. I mean, Shohei got himself that really tail-high air reverse, but then Kais, different type of surfing altogether, very traditional, but belted it twice. I mean, that second turn had that real exclamation mark on it. So Jacob may be in trouble.
That was my question. Is Jacob safe? He doesn't have a score to drop. He's sitting in first. It's going to be tight.
All we know at this stage is the 2 surfers are going to get through and 2 aren't. Other than that, really, I mean, it's anyone's. These nervy moments back on the beach. The fans, the neutrals will be enjoying this. If you're in the corner of one of these surfers, stomach's churning a bit at the moment.
It looks like Jacob is going to be safe. That last wave coming through for Shohei is a 4.37, so it wasn't enough to put him up into second. So Jacob Wilcox and Kais King are going to get through. We're just waiting on this last number for Kais to see if he's going to jump back into the lead, and early indications saying yes, but it's 1 and 2 for the Aussies out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent number drop for Kais. Could jump up to first, but ultimately it's all about making it through. He does go to first. Well done, that man.
Wave 5 and 6 as well. Put him in first. Excellent.
So a heat really that didn't do a whole lot for a large part of it, and then suddenly fired up and was really entertaining for a thrilling conclusion. It's our pair of Australians, Kais King, Jacob Wilcox, will fire through to the next round. It'll be Kato Raposa that bow out, but it's a surprise to see Nolan go down. Time for a quick break here. The heats will continue with live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Giggs and Kai in for the call. Stay tuned.
Okay, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Sunny South Africa is the stage for the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Coming to you this week from the beautiful shores of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It's been a solid day of surfing, lots unfolding in the round of 64 as we work through the field here in Ballito on the men's side of the draw. It's a good afternoon local time here, around 2:30 in the afternoon, and still some more heats to unpack this afternoon as we just fly by here for a little look over the lineup in Willard's Beach. It's a beautiful afternoon in South Africa, day 2. It's been a big day as well. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linde for the talk. Lots of action unfolding, and of course this is the place here on the Challenger Series where former championship tour surfers that have been bumped are back trying to wrangle their way through the rounds, and then all the new pushers. It is where the challenge takes place.
Yeah, Gigs, in that last heat, a good example. You know, Jacob Wilcox fresh off the cut and looking to get back there, up against Caius, getting, you know, some of the new blood coming out of Australia, and I know he's generally based in Bali, so nice blend in that last heat. But looking ahead now, we talk some serious experience in the water. You got Josh Kerr. We'll see if he's still on that little quad today. Lucas Silveira, another guy with a load of experience. Ian Gouveia, I mean, a boatload of experience there. And Charlie Quivrant from France, also, you know, 30 years old. He's no spring chicken. He's been around the block a few times.
Well, this will be one of the older heat age averages, but that's okay. The surfing will still be fiery and relative in 2025. And as you mentioned there, the name Josh Kerr, Kai, as we set the heat here, 30 minutes on offer, best 2 rides counting in the outgoing tide in Ballito. Well, guess who was first out the gates?
Well, and still on that little spicy quad that he surfed yesterday, and still looking spicy too. Wow, how was that little area to start things off? Quick start yesterday and just continuing the trend. And here, Charlie, lovely little turn to start things off into a big rail turn. Wow, the Frenchman with some solid surfing there. And that was a nice start to the heat.
Yeah, into the early afternoon, tide starting to fold over, and just a little bit of energy pushing in over the sandbars here in Ballito this afternoon, and enough to get surfers up into the air. And Josh Kerr finds a 5.33 early on. And of course, we loved what he brought to the table yesterday. He started his campaign in the round of 80. And well, many talking points for the heat ahead. It's a good afternoon as you join the show. Trust that everybody is enjoying the surfing action. Of course, on the championship tour side of things, Rio de Janeiro is wrapped up, and all of those surfers are perhaps already unzipping their board bags a little bit further down the coast here in Jeffreys Bay. We're up here in Ballito, about a 12-hour drive, about a 1-hour flight. Oh, 1 hour 30 these days. And it's all happening on the east coast of South Africa, Kai.
Yeah, great time of year to be here, especially if you're a surf fan. Waiting on that score for white still, but just looking at that, even with the easterly today coming up, look how clear and blue that water is. I was speaking to Tom Bell, who's of course hosting Charlie at their house, and he's out on the safety ski backline there, die-hard spear fisherman, and he was saying the water has been so clean, the fish are biting, the crayfish are all over the show, so not just surfing to get into here.
Well, beautiful visibility in the Indian Ocean as it laps on the shores of Ballito, and they're giving us a wonderful playing field here for the Challenger Series of 2025. Second stop here in Ballito. Of course, a new and improved Challenger Series for 2025 into 2026. Already wrapped up the opening event in Newcastle. We'll bookend it in early 26 back in Newcastle, and so many exciting stops on the way. This one here, the second on the Challenger Series tour for the year. Of course, we're talking of heat wins. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat. He's down there with Mike Frew.
Caius, if you want a good example of a buzzer beater, all you got to do is watch the end of that heat. Tell me what was going through your mind leading into that last minute.
Yeah, that was definitely a nail biter for sure. Ping pong balls going to the brain. It was pretty sketchy. I knew Nolan was chasing a score, but so was Shohei, and I kind of had stuck to my guns to sit on that little right, and I don't know, I was really lucky, man. That waves out there are really, really tough, so very thankful to be #1 right now in that heat.
You've been working a bit with Nathan Hedge. He's been helping a lot of the Australian contingent in this event. What was the strategy and what sort of guidance has he been giving you, especially today with these kind of conditions?
Yeah, we got Nathan Hedge in our corner. He's kind of a major support network for all the Aussies right now. We've got a pretty good posse over here, so, you know, Hedgie's got the energy, he brings it, makes everyone feel real good, and just, yeah, he's a great person to have in your corner for sure. I'm super thankful, but yeah, he's definitely a huge help to all the Aussies over here. He's been our mascot, that's for sure.
You got the win there over the Challenger Series leader, Jacob Wilcox. Was there any, not really nerves, but does that come into play in a heat like that? Were you up against the #1 seed for the event?
Yeah, it's obviously Jacob's a crazy good competitor coming off a win. I mean, he's surfing so good. He's definitely tour quality, and I kind of try and not look at it too much like that. I just try and go in each heat and just go, you know, you're against everyone in this whole event. So, yeah, I just put my headphones on, listen to some music and try and zone out.
Well, guys, you certainly got the job done there. We'll see you in the next round. Great surfing. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And good to hear from Caius King. Sounds like he's in a good space. And, of course, both Australians getting the advance in that heat.
Yeah, it looks like Team Australia happy with that one. And looking at the start here, a 6.5 for Charlie. We saw that first wave of his gigs. I was saying one of the better waves I've seen in the last few heats. So the judges agreeing 6.5. Backed it up with a 3, so he's sitting out on top. Josh Kerr yesterday with a quick start, 2 6s, already with a 5.33. So now Ian and Lucas, the two Brazilians, are going to have to get going here.
Get going they will. 21 minutes to go, still plenty of time. We're 9 minutes into this 30-minute heat. And Lucas Silveira, of course, a former World Junior champion. Seen him showcased as wild cards. He's a long-time crusader. Let's have a look at Ian Gouveia, winner of the Ballito Pro last year. We saw him in the CT jersey, mid-season cut for the Brazilian. He's back at it, getting the work done, and he's okay with that. He knows that, you know, considering the adjusted and modified Challenger Series schedule for this year, including the Banzai pipeline, that'll be just fine for Ian Gouveia's travel diary.
Yeah, definitely one of the most well-rounded guys on tour. There's Charlie keeping busy gigs.
Yeah, nice knifing turn there, Kai. Like that one. Backing himself up, just trying to ditch the 3, trying to up the numbers himself. 6.5, as you mentioned, the strong point. But nice fundamentals, nice strong surfing from Charlie Couvrant as he works the lineup in Ballito this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm enjoying his surfing, and that first wave was a cracker. He's keeping that momentum going, got the 3. I think he's probably going to drop the 3 after that last ride. And looking back at Ian as well, nice start to the heat. Got a couple of good turns out. Always such a strong competitor, like you said, won the event here last year. But also looking, you know, in that conversation of the Challenger this year and the waves that are coming up, Ian's one of those guys who's just got such a good lineup. You know, he can surf pipe, he can surf the small waves like the US Open. That first turn from Charlie was money. He really got up into it, and then finishing with another turn. So he's going to look at another score. But yeah, Ian must be smiling. He's got a great shot this year at getting back to the championship tour. He can compete at almost every single one of those locations, and he's got the experience as well.
Looking to see later in the year how many of these surfers will only approach pipeline properly for the first time in a jersey. Meanwhile, this man, former World Junior champion way back in 2014, Lucas Silveira, part of the Brazilian army squad, so to speak. He's just campaigned year after year. He's never got that breakthrough all the way to the championship tour full time. You think of, there were a number of stories like that. William Cardoza was one of them. And you never know, at some stage you can get a breakthrough year. When we saw that for Edward Grogier last year, he only started competing in his mid-20s. So Lucas Silveira, just a talented all-round surfer, loves traveling. He's always got great results on the qualifying series in quality wave locations as well. I think of results for him in Indonesia particularly. But Lucas Silveira will want to be relevant and stay part of this professional surfing journey. And, well, let's see how he fares here in Ballito for his second Challenger Series stop of the year.
Well, looking back at a couple of previous events here in Ballito, Lucas has had some decent runs here, so this is one of his better and stronger events. He's a really good surfer, so he's just one of the, like you say, he's one of those guys that just seems to have not had luck go his way. And there is, let's be honest, an element of luck in surfing.
Well, you create your own luck as well. Lucas Silveira out of Barra de Juca, the main beaches of Rio de Janeiro. As we say, just it's been a long serving campaigner and just an all-round nice guy, family man these days, just a well-spoken representative of the sport in his community. And as I say, you expect at some stage a surfer like Lucas can just find a big result, peel back the history books, and you'll see some sparky performances over the years. Starts 2025 with a throw while at 25th in Newcastle, so maybe time for Lucas Silveira to break out and get a result here in Ballito. As you mentioned, Kai, he does like these pockety, he's a bigger chap, so the bigger the waves are, the better Lucas Silveira will fare.
Yeah, and just looking at these two in shot, your current heat leader and sitting in second, Josh Kerr. One rider, 5.33, and here goes the man we've just been talking about. Wow.
Wow, big hammer there. Just coming unstuck as well, Lucas Silveira. Meanwhile, behind him, getting the leftovers of that set was Charlie Quivrant. Sort of kicked out with a little bit of disinterest, so not sure there'll be a big points haul on that. Current heat leader, Charlie Quivrant, out of the French talent pool. There's so many good surfers from that region. Jeremy Flores always comes to mind when we think of the French push with Jean Duru. Is Jean in the lineup this year? Not sure. I saw his name in the draw.
He was supposed to be, but he injured himself at the last minute. So he actually said to me on the morning he pulled out. But yeah, he's also had some success here at Ballito. Wow. So yeah, the French guys have always got a good connection here in Ballito. They've had some good runs over the years. They've settled well into sort of the local lineup and culture, and they enjoy themselves. Charlie was saying to me last night this is definitely his favorite location. He absolutely loves coming to Ballito, and not traveling with his coach, or the inverted brackets it is, he's traveling with his best friend. He just brought some support from back home with him.
Well, so much talent from all over the world, and that's what the Challenger Series does here, as it pools it all together. Bottom half of the championship tour that doesn't make the mid-season cut is in the draw, up with all these campaigners from all over the globe, various qualifying series regions. I think of Charlie Quivrant again, heat leader at this stage. Quickly take a peep at his qualifying series. He's got a 9th in the Pro Tagazout Bay, so easy to slip over to Morocco and get some quality waves for Charlie. He's in the lead at this stage. You spoke of Josh Kerr, and he'll come into picture. Looking spicy on that equipment, riding not the conventional. He surfed yesterday in that much bigger conditions out in the lineup on a quad. I'll try and get a look at what he's under. It looks like the same board as well there, Kai. But really made his mark in the round of 80 yesterday is the veteran Josh Kerr. And he's feeling very spirited and part of the campaign in 2025. Do you think that he could re-qualify and possibly say yes?
Yeah, I'd say pretty confidently he definitely can, especially the way he's surfing. I mean, look at that's pretty spicy turns. I like the fact that he's riding different equipment. You know, he's a bit older, he's got nothing to prove. He's been there, done that. So he said yesterday he's going to support Sierra on the Challenger this year, and he happened to qualify, so why not? Just travel with your daughter, help her to qualify for the tour, and who knows, at some point he might just get there himself. And you know, if Josh Kerr's going to get back on tour, he's certainly good enough to have a good crack at it.
Well, let's have a look at the replays here. We spoke of the power of Lucas Silveira, surfer out of Rio de Janeiro. Just a shorter one there for him. He'll want more than that in these afternoon conditions in Ballito. But back to the fun discussion of Josh Kerr there. You know, you said it's a chaperone dad role for daughter Sierra's campaign, and no doubt as the years unfold, that'll all play out. But in the meantime, a 9th place for Josh Kerr in Newcastle, and ripping through the lineup here in Ballito for the second stop on the Challenger Series, the 41-year-old out of Tweed Heads on the east coast of Australia. is going to bring a lot of value and a lot of chit-chat to this second stop here in Ballito, and we're loving it.
Yeah, and that was a super spicy turn right there. I mean, just showing that he's still got everything he needs to do well at this level.
Well, talking of level, here's a surfer that experienced the mid-season cut, Ian Gouveia, also one of those long-serving campaigners now. It's in the DNA. Father Fabio Gouveia back in the early 90s campaigned against the big names like Curran and Carroll and Potter and Lynch. And of course, all that DNA spilt over to a young Ian Gouveia, who's now, well, when I say young, he's getting a little older. He's moving on in years at the end of his 20s, and here he goes. Oh, lovely double hand grab.
Wow.
Little tabletop spin for incomplete, but that would have been fun if he'd made that. Meanwhile, the action keeps coming at us. We said that the swell was sort of bunched in clusters, so when the sets come, everybody seems to get a bite of it when we get through those flat patches and into the swell pattern.
Well, Charlie's looking great. He seems to really be connecting with sort of the pulses at the moment. We've seen him on probably 2 or 3 of the best looking waves. Here goes Kersey again, going to hop off the back. Wow, that little teeny quad looks like it's got some acceleration.
Yeah, I wonder who the shaper of that is. I know he did some work with Album Surf at one stage. Meanwhile, Lucas Silveira, some heavy hits for him. Finding that right-hander just coiling along the sandbar here into the wind. But a nice pace to that one from Lucas Silveira. So everybody in the mix here, and this heat has whizzed by. We're down to under 12 minutes on the clock, and everybody's kind of building their numbers for us.
Yeah, I stand to be corrected, Gigs, but I think Kersey's actually been working on his own boards now. He started his own label as well, so I think he's doing that. He's probably working with an established shaper. I don't see any labels on that board. Wow, love that little whip around. That was classic Kersey right there. And then some good turns from Lucas as well, putting that board on the rail, getting a couple of combos down. But I think the one wave not in that replay set was the last of Charlie, surfer in white, and I think he's definitely going to improve his situation as well.
Well, judges' scorecard open with a flurry of action. Let's sit back and take a break. We'll let the judges get their numbers in. We'll see you on the other side of the ad break for more from the Ballito Pro.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill in the KwaZulu region of KwaZulu-Natal on the east coast of South Africa. It's the July school holidays, and as you can see behind me, the beach is absolutely packed. We've got folks that have traveled from all over South Africa to come and watch the surfing down here at Willard Beach in Ballito, and everyone enjoying the action on a super warm winter's day here in Ballito. We've got the men's round of action, couple more heats still to go through this afternoon, and everyone loving the action. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Everybody making their way down to Ballito here. It is the warm subtropical zone on the east coast. It kind of stays in this warm patch, especially when the northeast wind blows like this as well, Kai. Tends to bring that warmer air down from the equatorial regions to the north of us, Mozambique, and up through Madagascar. All that warm tropical air keeps coming down. So we just stay in a warm bubble here, but we get the rewards of all the winter swell.
Yeah, and obviously just beautiful water temps. In the mornings it can be pretty cold in the air. You might want to put a 3-2 or a 2 mil short arm on, but by the time the sun gets up, it's board shorts and good times, and yeah, really good waves.
No, you can't use the word cold here. You can't. Folks down in Cape Town and J-Bay can use that word, but up here it is subtropical, Kai, and you're calling this home now over the last few seasons. Just a wonderful place to hang out.
Yeah, it's a great place to hang out, and this is one guy who's been loving his time here, Charlie Quivrant. A couple of nice little turns down the line. Don't know if that's going to be in his top 2. He dropped a 5.83 for that previous ride we looked at that we said we liked with the 6.5. So he's taken this heat by the scruff of the neck, and like I said, he's staying local. He's with the Bell family, Sophie Bell's family. They tend to adopt 1 or 2 of the surfers every year, go stay with them there at Tiff's Beach at Salt Rock. I'll give Sophie a little shout out. Shame she just injured herself in the men's, so she's got her foot up in a big brace and watching probably on the webcast. So hi there, Sophie.
Well, wish Sophie Bell all the best as she recovers. Of course, surfing injuries is something that does slow everyone down at some stage, and they'll just get back to thinking about what they want from the rest of their careers. That injury layoff time can often be a reboot.
Yeah.
Excuse the pun.
A
Is she in the boot?
She's got,
No,
she got the big brace.
Okay. All right, so I missed that pun. Either way, top left of screen is your updated situation, folks. Surf fans, Charlie Quivrant, the French surfer out front. There's your activity in the lineup. 8 rides selected. You'll see a lot of them throwaways. So it is tricky in the lineup. Some waves you'll paddle for, but still best score opener for Charlie Quivrant of a 6.5. Much lower wave count for Josh Kerr, and well, Lucas Silveira still working the lineup as well. And where's Ian Gouveia in all of this? Winner of the Ballito Pro this time last year.
Well, we saw him going for a pretty creative aerial early on, but just not landing it. So probably just trying to find a nice open bowl. If I was these other guys, I'd just be sitting on Charlie because he seems to have the magnet in this heat. He's really found the best waves, and he's got throwaways 3.93, so 3.23, so he's definitely the one finding the right waves.
Very tight heat on paper at this stage. Ian Gouveia down in 4th. See him in the red jersey there, sitting there with priority. His thoughts are just to keep it settled, select something in the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds. And a 5.49 will get him up into 2nd. You know that the experience of Josh Kerr as well, now 41 years young and part of the Challenger Series. It's a great story. No Julian Wilson in the draw, by the way. We'll try and get into the backstory of that. I was expecting him to make a visit here to Ballito. Surely he's a winner back in 2013 already.
Definitely we sent a few WhatsApps asking where, why, how, but yeah, we don't really have much info on that. Would have been nice to see him. He's another guy that back in the day used to do really well here in Ballito.
Yes, exactly. A former winner here, and Julian Wilson. We saw him on the Gold Coast as a wild card. Let's have a look at Lucas Silveira here, who's down in 3rd, also looking for those mid-range 5 scores. So both Brazilians in blue and red respectively still in the heat here. Kai, 4.5 to go.
Yeah, unfortunately when you're struggling to come out the final turn like that, the judges have already shown the last 2 days petting the kitty ain't going to get you many more points on the board. But looking at the replay now, you'll see he comes off the bottom. Nice little jab. Goes into that sort of layback, but just getting a bit caught on the back foot. And that's why he's going to have to reset on that one. It's not going to be the score he's after.
Looking for the mid-range 5, so 5.33 requirement for Silveira. You look at the 4.83 still in the scorecard for Josh Kerr with a bit of time remaining. You'd expect the experience of the former top 10 surfer in the world, Josh Kerr. I had a quick look back through all of his stats. I mean, we grew up with his surfing entertaining us all those years back, but I mean, his stellar year in 2011 finished 8th. Maybe that was that year with an injury as well that set him back a bit. But yeah, so much experience in the green singlet for the Australian Josh Kerr, of course, his daughter Sierra on the women's side of the draw. And perhaps we'll segue back to women's surfing tomorrow morning for day 3. And wait for that call tomorrow morning, local time around 7 a.m. Of course, Travis Logie, tour manager, makes all those calls and decisions. And he's got it right so far today. We've had usable surf all the way through from... We had a slightly delayed start. Travis just allowed that tide to turn over this morning. And then we got it going at around 8 a.m. And it's been rapid fire ever since. Lots of waves in the lineup and some really highlight performances from various individuals.
Yeah, Giggs, and just looking at those last 2 drone shots, what I can pick up immediately is that as of yesterday, you know, we had that very southwesterly swell coming in from the right-hand side of picture. Looking at the drone shots now, looking again there, you can see the swells coming from the left-hand side. So we were expecting a bit of a switch up to the swell going south-southeast, and I think that has happened now. Not a bad thing with the smaller swell though, because it's going to give you a few more peaks, and you know, you're going to get those V's with a couple of lefts as well in the mix. So until that new big south swell arrives, I think probably the best thing that could have happened for us on this bank.
Yeah, good point you make there, Kai. Just particularly on this east coast here, as that tide turns over, just ushers in a little more energy, so slight definition to the sets, and also that rhythm has been going all day. We've had these softer patches with almost no activity in the lineup, and then suddenly all surfers are up and at it. So yeah, it's been flurries of activities, and that's been the pattern for day 2 here in Ballito.
Yeah, wow, this heat has just blazed past. Kind of looked at the clock now, 1 minute 30 to go, and suddenly there's not a whole lot of time left for Ian or Lucas looking for scores of 549 and 533. Charlie looking pretty safe, and Josh as well. I mean, also Josh sitting with second priority, so it's going to take something pretty spectacular for the 2 Brazilians to get in and out of the heat now.
Well, Ian Gouveia, Championship Tour Surfer of 2025, got the mid-season cut after Western Australia. Opened up with an absolute bang, a third at Pipe. Had an amazing run, got past Ryan Callanan, got past Alan Cleland Jr. And of course, even beat Slater in the quarterfinals this year to start the year. Didn't get any momentum after that. Goodbye after Western Australia. And here he is in the Challenger Series along with his fellow countryman here, Lucas Silveira. Big hit for Silveira. That one had a little bit of entertainment on it. He'll like that. Is there a whole 5.33 in that, Kai? We'll ask that question. Meanwhile, heat leaders kept this pace all the way through. That one will let go with 30 seconds to go. Inconsequential wave for the Frenchman, Charlie Quivrant. And here's Ian Gouveia now with priority. Can he snatch something out of the lineup at Josh Kerr's expense? And that one has gone soft on him, and the clock is going to count down. And here's a Championship Tour Surfer of 2025 grinding it out on the Challenger Series. And right now, after Newcastle was a bad result, and Ballito is going to be around the same story.
Yeah, and I think, here goes Kersey, just on a little finish. I think he knows the job's done, so he's not going to push too hard. But the story of Kerr continues. He's moving on up through to the next round. But I would say, not a surprise, but looking at the heat on paper, but wow, what a performance by the Frenchman. He really came out guns blazing, 6.5 on that first wave within the first few seconds of the heat, and he just kept that momentum going.
Yes, this man on screen, nice solid performance from him. The young surfer has done a great job of putting that heat together. 33rd though in Newcastle, so this will be his first meaningful one if he can keep the right foot down on the accelerator in the days to come. Also, we love that French flair. Think of surfers like Marco Mignot, who's qualified for the Championship Tour. He'll be inspiring a lot of his fellow countrymen to greater things.
Yeah.
And well, this is the time and the place to do it.
And there's Kersey. You can see that tiny little board he's been surfing, but my gosh, it's got some speed when he gets it up on the rail and going. Interesting, you know, the big talk was that he was going to stick to the twin fins, but he said in these smaller onshore conditions, deciding to give the quad a go. And it's the first quad he surfed, I think, something ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
he said in 8 months he hadn't surfed it as a quad. But yeah, results are official at this stage. We'll just print that out for you folks. One more score to come though from Lucas Silveira. We'll just hang on that story as well, that big slamming turn of Lucas. So a lot of discussion on the beach here. Judges just pondering Remember that Lucas was sitting third and looking for a 5.33. So it's obviously a borderline score. Let's have a last look at that big turn of Lucas Silveira's. Judges are still pondering this one, Kai.
Getting down the line, I thought he might be going for the air. Really hammered into it. I mean, it was a good turn, pretty critical. A little bit bumpy and lumpy on the way out, though, maybe. Looking at what Charlie scored on the 5.83, for example, don't know if he's going to quite get there.
Soft section, though. Let's be critical of it as we wait for the score for that man, Lucas Silveira. A softer lip line, so not a. I mean, you can't do more body English on that turn. Was he perhaps even selling a little bit? Let's have a look here. We're analysing it ourselves here on the booth with you, surf fans. Remember, 5.33 is the requirement.
The first two judges have given it to him.
Wow. Here we sit and wait. Is this going to be at the expense of Josh Kerr? Lucas Silveira is going to get a 5.43. It's enough.
Wow, that is like borderline.
And that is how much it means to these campaigners, folks.
Okay,
Lucas Silveira. A lot of drama at the end there. That's going to be at the expense of Josh Kerr. And he will stay alive in the Ballito Pro for 2025. And that was a bit of entertainment right there. So, wow, an official result coming your way now. Charlie Quivrant, great job from him. And Lucas Silveira fetches the requirement by just a small hurdle. And he is going to stay alive. It's going to be at the expense of Josh Kerr. We were enjoying what Kersey was bringing to the table here in Ballito. Of course, Josh in 9th in Newcastle to start, but that's okay. He'll pack his bags. He'll be fully focused on Sierra Kerr's campaign here. And, well, we lose Ian Gouveia as well, a championship tour surfer, bumped out, and now no results from 2 stops so far on the Challenger Series, Kai. Stay with us. We're going to continue with the action. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa for the Challenger Series.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
World Surf League's Challenger Series continues here on day 2 of competition. You're with us for live coverage of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Drama at the tail end of that last heat as Lucas Silveira got past Josh Kerr, and of course a confident display by the heat winner Charlie Quivrant. And meanwhile, we'll tee up the next heat as well. Here we go, a round of 64, heat 14 coming at you. CT Surfer with the mid-season cut. Edward Grogier is back in the Challenger Series jersey. He'll take on former World Junior Champion, the Australian Jarvis Earl. 2 Australians in it. Dylan Moffat as well. He'll bring his experience to the lineup. And of course, the current World Junior Champion, Indonesia's Bronson Mady. It's a good afternoon from Geek Saliers and Kai Linda as we break it all down. 30-minute heats, and another one coming our way, Kai.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting heat. A couple of sort of touted junior surfers that are coming into the Challenger Series. I mean, Bronson's been making a lot of noise. Obviously also the junior champion, Jarvis Earl, one of the big name young Australians coming on the scene now. And Dylan Moffat's also had some good results. Grosjean, well, he got up to the CT, didn't really make too much noise once he got there, unfortunately, so he finds himself back in the championship tour. Just didn't really find his feet, but he's got an opportunity to get back there, so got to make the most of it.
A lot of fans will be perhaps critical of Edward Grosjean's unsuccessful campaign in the CT jersey. Let's just put it as frank as we can be, with as much respect as we can. But peel back and look into his career. He only started competitive surfing in his mid-20s. There's very little track record of Edward Grosjean before that. We'll try and drill more into the background stories of a surfer that has come in late into the game, and at 29 qualified for the CT jersey after just 3 or 4 laps on the qualifying series and the Challenger series, which we are part of here today. So it's a very interesting story, and we'll dig more into the Grosjean story. But meanwhile, let's go down and hear from Charlie Quivron to put a couple of solid scores together down there for the previous heat win.
Charlie, congratulations, a heat win in a very, very stacked heat. I know Newcastle, the last event, didn't go as well. There's a lot of pressure going into this heat. How did you handle that?
Yeah, well, I just think I'm really hungry, you know, like I did the first round in Newcastle, even though I got like a good score, but still didn't manage to make it. So coming here, I thought I didn't show my surfing enough back in the last contest, so now I'm just hungry to show my surfing a bit more. And it's just nice to get rid of that first heat, you know, that first pressure that I've had in Newcastle that I've had here again. So just to make that first heat, especially with a stack heat, yeah, I'm happy to make it.
Amazing. Well, you handled that pressure well. It was a very hard heat, as we said. You've probably got friends and family back home watching you. Would you like to give them some love?
Ouais, bah, salut à tous. On a de la chance, il n'y a pas de décalage horaire. Du coup, voilà, suivez toute la compète. On va aller jusqu'au bout et merci de regarder. Ciao.
Woo, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. Charlie Quivron into the next round along with Lucas Silveira. So lots of entertainment coming out of it. Good heat result there for Charlie Quivron. Surfed solidly. Good result.
Really good surfing, and he's just he's one of those very likable young kids out there on the tour at the moment. Super affable. Always got some time for a laugh and a chat as well. Actually had dinner with him last night. Had a good laugh. So stoked to see him through to the next round.
Well, the young Australian Jarvis Earl into that broken Ballito section. Not a lot on offer there for the first pick for Jarvis Earl. He'll go back to the lineup and hand an early priority to Bronson Mady. Meanwhile, CT Surfer with the cut, and a big hit from him will bring a completion as well. So that was good value from Edward Grosjean. This is what he did this time last year in Ballito. Surfed all the way to a 3rd place finish here, Kai, and then backed it up in Europe with a 5th on this Challenger Series. So Grosjean, he'll want to get back to that CT as well. He'll know when he gets back there next year this time, if he does, he'll have learnt a lot from his 2025 experience.
You know, look, I mean, any surfer that's got into the CT is, you know, a good surfer and knows how to compete. That was a really nice air. Got some good tweak, nice rotation, got a little grab in there too. He liked it. So, you know, his first campaign on the CT didn't go as planned. You know, that can happen. We've seen a few surfers go on, get knocked off, come back, and then have a really good long run on the tour. So, you know, let's hold thumbs for him. If he can get through this, get a good result, keep going on the Challenger, he could get back there. And the good news is, if he does get back there, he's not going to have a mid-season cut to deal with.
Well, and he's also going to have learnt a lot on the way. He has many stops that he wouldn't have experienced until he got there for competition in the CT. Meanwhile, Jarvis Earl's just stinging a quick turn of his own there. He'll go back to the drawing board. We'll see quite high repetition now with the pushing tide. Everything squeezing a little more onto the inside banks here, Kai, as that water level fills in over the rocks this afternoon. And as you mentioned, also that northeast, it's just driving the swell pattern. But let's have a look how tail high this gets.
That's the punch here. I'm just looking. Yeah, he got the grab in with the back arm as well. So pretty solid grab too. It wasn't just a little flick of the hand. He got a good grip there and landed pretty clean. So nice way to start the heat. He got a 5.1. Pretty fair score for that wave. Bit of a smaller wave, but certainly a good air. So he's going to be happy with that start. He's already got the 3.8 before that too, Gigs. So he's kind of putting the pressure on the rest of the heat. Jarvis Earl, one of the guys on the Challenger who actually came out a bit early and competed in the QS 2000, very similar conditions as well. So he'll be feeling maybe a little bit more comfortable than the rest of the guys. He's spent some time out on the bank here.
Someone that's been very quiet right now is Bronson Mady. He's arrived for his campaign here. I don't recall having Bronson Mady in the lineup in Ballito last year, but into the Challenger Series, care of his World Junior title. He's holding priority out in the lineup, no rides just yet. And he'll be very, very inspired. He'll be very inspired by Rio Waida's campaign over the last few years. You think of Rio, got the win here in 2022.
2-3 years ago.
Used that to qualify. So Bronson Mady will be just staying in the zone, waiting for a special wave now. He's already burnt up close to 10 minutes, Kai. And yeah.
I'm sure he would have had a little FaceTime with Rio and in Rio while he was there, because they are good friends, and I think the Indonesian sort of competitive scene, it's getting bigger, but most of the guys know each other. They travel to all the events together as well, much like the Brazilians do when they're on tour. Unfortunately for him, no other Indonesians qualifying to get onto the Challenger this year, but I've got to be honest, I don't think it's going to be very long before you see more of the Indonesians out there. There are such good surfers. I think kind of in the older days, it's not that there weren't good Indonesian surfers, it's just that they didn't really travel out of Indonesia, which I can't blame them for. They have like the world's most perfect surf location where everyone else travels.
Would you want to leave home, right?
It's pretty difficult, but it's nice to see a new generation of young Indonesians that actually want to compete. They want to get out there and get on the world tour. And I think it's only a matter of time before Rio is not alone on the CT. There are some very, very talented Indonesian surfers out there.
Yeah, good point you make there. Bronson Mady in that World Junior title showdown with Winter Vincent later last year. Some great surfing from Bronson Mady, and just had those hucks off the lip on that right-hander. Was it in Taiwan, I think? Double check where that World Junior Champs was. Meanwhile, Edward Grosjean, 517 for a previous ride, one-footed landing for a throwaway. We'll go back to the drawing board. Will the CT surfer that had the cut? We saw Edward Grosjean in the basin in Abu Dhabi. We also saw Bronson Mady with a wild card to Abu Dhabi. So,
didn't do too badly.
Yeah, it's, as I say, that wave pool very hard to figure out, and both Grosjean and Mady got to experience that. Meanwhile, here goes Bronson, and almost looking like he's on that same board he got that World Junior title on. May have put that board on ice because he was just pulling airs at will for his World Junior title. But quick, nice snap to get going. Just spilt that end section there. Kai maybe be a little irritated with himself because he sat and waited an age for that. He wanted that score to count.
Yeah, and he had done so much hard work on the first turn as well. So you would have been looking at a really decent keeper there for the rest of the heat. But unfortunately, he's just going to get scored on the first portion.
Well, nice opening snap for Bronson Mady. Meanwhile, the other surfer that's been very, very quiet is Dylan Moffat. Just 2.5 in the lineup. Kai, what do you think's going through his head? Is he waiting for, is he perhaps thinking that this tide push is just going to deliver a real solid size set? Here's a bigger chap, so you'll want to get moving on a slightly bigger wall of water. You saw Lucas Silveira find a sizable wave at the end of the last heat for a single maneuver of a mid-range 5. So Dylan Moffat will be, being selective, but at the same time, the clock is moving.
Well, I mean, if they'd watched the first heat, they would have seen Charlie as well getting like 3-4 nice-sized bowls. Here goes a paddle, though. This is Jarvis Earl on the backhand. Lovely little whip into the pocket and gets the big whitewater climb and able to ride that out. So that's going to be a score for him to build on that 163.3 he's currently carrying.
Well, Jarvis Earl back to the drawing board, looking to improve his numbers. The young Australian, meanwhile, the Indonesian's back at it. Bronson Mady just misreading that wave. That wave just fractured completely apart. So we've seen a high strike rate, particularly in that last heat as well, up to 9-10 waves being ridden. Meanwhile, Dylan Moffat into it for wave number 2. Nice slash, lots of power. Section for the punt. And yes, that'll be a nice clean make. Almost just got nudged along by that white water, and fair play. And now a good exchange between Dylan Moffat and Edward Grogier. See, that wind definitely has picked up a touch here this afternoon as well, Kai. Just allowing a little more of a ramp, but also fracturing up the wave faces just a touch more now.
Yeah, it was a good exchange. Like you said, Dylan getting that little air out, and that little side wave almost caught him out, but doing really well to ride out of it. And yeah, Edgard's come out firing. He's here for business. He wants to get back to that tour, and doesn't look like he's going to
of Edward Grogier last year, but it was small peaky waves, very similar to what we see today for the duration of the 2024 Ballito Pro. What are we thinking of Jarvis Earl's good work in the lip here?
Nice tight first turn, unfortunately just a little bit late. I mean, he did really well to get the whitewater climb there on the backhand. This wave though, quite a nice one. Big power wrap, got a little caught up, and then comes around the corner for another jab, and then got the little bonus launch section here, gets the fins around. Did really well to ride out of that, so I think that's going to be a keeper for him. And Edgard getting a nice little jab up in the pocket, and then the wave kind of dying out on him. So good little exchange, like you said in the last heat gigs. It seems to be like little pulses of action, and then we wait a while for the next set. But at the moment, this is a tough heat. Oh, and that was another nice air. So from a very slow start, suddenly Dylan Moffat is activating the heat.
Bit of rapid fire from the Australian in green, just to keep us locked into the Ballito Pro this afternoon. It's been a long day of competition, round of 64. We're cutting the field in half. But Kai, we're loving the amplitude on what Dylan Moffat can bring when the sections arrive.
Yeah, and it was interesting as he pumped it down the line there, you actually saw his fins pop out like 2-3 times. So a little bit of bump on the face, but did well to build up that momentum. Nice pop, and got the air nice and clean.
Australian Dylan Moffat waiting for scores from him. While the judges do their work, we'll sit back and allow the heat to settle and take shape. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa. We'll be back after the break.
O'Neill. We are in the Corona bar, and you never know who you're going to run into down here. I just came to have a look at the action, and we've got the musicians from tomorrow night's Infinite playlist that's going to be happening. It's the free concert on Salt Rock Main Beach. Have a look who's behind me. I've got Tim Parr, I've got Heather Mack, Arno Carstens, John Ellis, and Robin Auld. Robin's even bought his board. And what's happening is they are watching the surfers in the round of 64, taking in all the action, enjoying a few cold ones here in the Corona Bar. Tomorrow night on Salt Rock Main Beach, we're going to have the surfers watching these guys. So all flown in today. How are you guys enjoying the action, John?
It's great. It's good to be in a warm KZN after very cold Western Cape. We're checking out the waves. Wish we could be in there. Robin's about to run in there any minute. Honor's after him. It's going to be great.
We really look forward to seeing the performance tomorrow night. And remember, it's a free concert, Salt Rock Main Beach. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Mike. It's going to be a great music lineup. And certainly everybody will be heading down to the Salt Rock Beach, just to the north of the contest site here. I actually saw that list of musicians play in Cape Town about a month back. Of course, John Ellis from Tree 63, just his tunes are amazing. Of course, Arno Carstens from the Springbok Nude Girls. And, well, Heather Mack, she just put on a stunning performance as well. So don't miss that, folks. In and around the Ballito area, come and see a great music lineup tomorrow night. And I'll tell you now, we're going to have a good time.
For sure, Gigs. It's one of the nice things about the Ballito Pro as well, is it's not just the surfing, it's a festival, it's the holidays. You know, tonight you'll see most of the event go through to Lefiami for the Ilembe Surf Riders fundraiser. Tomorrow night we'll have the concert. Thursday night is Red Bull and Geordie's showing of his latest film at Mozambique Restaurant. So there's something on every night, there's something on every day, and it's not just the surfing, there's markets, there's entertainment. It's just an amazing, amazing time.
Yeah, it's a village vibe here in Ballito, a medium-sized town, but everybody comes down and really gets stuck into it. We love the gravitational pull of the Ballito Pro every year. And for those music fans that are online following our broadcast, you don't know some of those artists, go and check out on Spotify perhaps. Springbok Nude Girls, go and look up Tree 63, and you won't be sorry. Some of the foundations of South African music over the last 2 to 3 decades, and looking forward to their performances. Looking forward to performances in the lineup as well from this man here who's down in third. Jarvis Earl's going to use the priority as well with just under 9 minutes to go. He's stuck on a relatively low set of numbers, indicative of how hard it is in the lineup here this afternoon now, Kai.
Yeah, and him and Bronson seem to be struggling to find those scoring potential out there at the moment. Looking at the screen though, I mean, there's definitely still swell in the lineup. Look at those lines. So a bit broken up maybe. The wind's not as strong as we expected either, Gigs. We thought it was going to be like really howling by these last 2 heats.
Well, Dylan Moffat has found a couple of good nuggets in the lineup. Here he comes again, inside section for him, lets the tail go. Incredible amount of flexibility through that back knee and that back ankle there, Kai. He's just keeping a good pace to this heat. He's trying to drop the 3.73 now with a little over 8 on the clock.
Well, you know, we talk about manufacturing a score. That was a good example of that. That wasn't really the best looking wave we've had in the heat, but wow, he really went to town on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dylan Moffat, solid performer. As we mentioned, we just know how hard he rips. We saw him showcased by his sponsors at Bells Beach a season or 2 back on the championship tour. And of course, got a couple of decent numbers out of the Challenger Series in 2024. Meanwhile, Edward Grogier just copying Lucas Silveira there for a potential points improvement. We saw a mid-range 5 for a very similar maneuver from Lucas earlier on. Jarvis Earl will just get over the lip and incomplete. This heat's starting to get a little sticky, and there's a little edge of urgency now for all 4 surfers in the lineup here, Kai.
Well, there's not very big requirements. You know, look at Dylan in second. We're waiting for a score, but a 4.64 to the lead. Jarvis needs a 3.27 currently. Bronson a 3.88. I do think Dylan's going to slightly improve his situation once that score comes in. But so far, it is Grogier, the CT guy. You know, he's looking hungry, Gigs. Like I think he's heard comments like ours about like he maybe didn't have the best run on the CT. It's probably fired him up. He wants to get back there.
Well, Edgard Grogier, mid-season cut at this championship tour stop on Western Australia. And he is back here, as we mentioned, a great run through the Ballito Pro this time last year. Good results out of Europe as well. Saw him get the nod on the Challenger Series final end of year rankings. It's a different Challenger Series this year, perhaps with Edgard Grogier getting the experience at certain locations over the last year. He's had a go at Pipeline. We're going to see the Challenger Series back at Pipeline. All of those things will play into many, many stories. Love the talent of this young man on screen here, Bronson Mady. Again, just wave selection. If he can get a wave that runs through to the inside, stands up and gives him a lip, you know that he's going to get height. He's going to huck that tail. That's how he won that World Junior title in Taiwan, and is still well within his wheelhouse for even potentially a heat win here with a little under 6 minutes to go. Meanwhile, Moffat just trying to protect that second place position from his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, and that last ride for Edgard came in at a 4.5, so improving his situation, putting a little bit more pressure on the other three in the lineup now. And it's been a bit of a run of sort of low scores on the last couple of waves, except for that one from Edgard.
He has a pull of the trigger with priority. Jarvis Earl, and that wave came in, he used priority. It looked like it was going to stand up and run, and then it just lay down and ran flat. So very frustrating now for the young Australian Jarvis. We know his potential. We've seen it already showcased. And we want to see more from the young Australian in blue with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult out there, you know, if you're looking at surfers of this caliber struggling, you know, the conditions are not easy. And Jarvis Earl, I mean, he has got some serious pedigree behind him. He's come out of that Australian high performance system, you know, sponsored by Red Bull. If you see a Red Bull sticker on someone's board, they're not, you know, a mediocre competitor.
Well, Jarvis Earl, a 9th place in Newcastle to get his Challenger Series for 2025 underway. And he won't want to leave Ballito with a throwaway result. And, well, in 4.5 minutes' time, we'll know what the official result will be. But just having a look at the heat leader, 5.17 and a mid-range 4. So we start teeing up the next heat here. Mikey Madonna, another Australian that's looking for his breakthroughs to the big league. Saw him again at Snapper a season or two back. Lovely inside out huck there from Jarvis Earl. That's the kind of stuff we want to see from him, and that's where he's going to have to go to if he wants to unlock this heat. We're slipping down to just under 4 minutes now. Grogier, as you mentioned, CT surfer experience, just maybe steadying himself in the process. Dylan Moffat as well. They're just sitting in those top 2 slots, but they are very vulnerable with mid-range and high-range threes required by the 2 younger surfers.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the lineup for the next heat. You know, we spoke about Bronson and his World Junior title, and the man he surfed against, he'll be up in that next heat. There he is, Winter Vincent.
Well, young Winter Vincent came to Ballito last year and wowed the crowds, surfed his way all the way to finals day. He's back in 2025. Of course, loved seeing his features on Maps to Nowhere.
Yeah.
Need a cup of tea with him. Get a couple of coordinates. And a little slip of the back foot there to a spill for Dylan Moffat. He'll go back to the drawing board. Still vulnerable in that second place position because lower scores required from Jarvis Earl of just a 3.27, 3.88 required for 4th place Bronson Mady. This man here just trying to keep the front foot momentum. Edgard, 29 years of age, one of our older competitors, only started the competitive grind in his mid-20s. Shows this way to make a living. And, well, he's fared well considering. I mean, to get to the CT, that is massive right there. I did just tee up to this discussion a little earlier. Bronson Mady, World Junior Champion, shows a little flair there.
I've got to say, amazing first alley-oop, like really getting a lot of loft and carry. Went straight into the next section and looked for a second aerial, just kind of feeling like maybe if he had held back a little bit and gone for a turn just to finish off the wave, he would have been looking at a massive score. But Giggs, maybe the judges are just going to look at that massive punt and just throw the score out anyway.
Well, 3.88 required. I think that he's hurdled that quite confidently. There was enough height in that air to hurdle a whole bunch more. We'll see where the number lands, though. We'll love to see the replays as well. With 1:45 to go, I'm going to keep our focus on Jarvis Earl here as well, because you know he's capable of going to the air, and he's going to clamber his way onto this. The clock's down to 90 seconds. Last roll of the dice here, flips it through.
Okay.
That was nice, but not a lot of height dare we say. But a nice run here to the finish line. All surfers involved. Dylan Moffat, strong rail surfing from him, trying to defend the second place position. Going to find a link as well. A lot of power, rail drive included. And wow, suddenly there's a whole bunch of content to talk about here as we get down to the last minute.
Well, I mean, maybe not even Edgard's safe. I mean, biggest requirement was a 5.3. Suddenly we've seen this like breakout of surfing. But the interesting one is going to be Bronson Mader's wave. That was a pretty lofty alley-oop. First alley-oop of the event too. So let's see what the judges think. Took off on this one, flying down the line, popped straight out. That was a pretty nice air. And then cracked the fins out. If he had made the second one, wow, that would have been a huge score. But that was a pretty lofty alley-oop. Quite liking it. And also the first one of the event. And generally speaking, if you're going to be the first guy to do something in an event of that quality, you're going to get a decent score.
Well, we saw Joel Vaughan do a similar one in Saquarema a few days ago with even more height and more landing, more polish. Let's have a look at the rail work here. What are you thinking of this as well? Because this is Dylan Moffat trying to improve on the 373 in his scoreline car.
Yeah, that was a different kind of wave, but it certainly maximized scoring potential for that wave.
Well, just referencing back to Joel Vaughan's alley-oop, and that sort of was a low range 6, if I recall the exact score from Saquarema. Now we're looking at Bronson Mady's. Don't think as high as Joel Vaughan's in the CT jersey a few days back. And, well, the landing not as butter smooth either. But remember, a low requirement of a 388 to beat the required scorecard.
Yeah, and I think also Giggs just looking at the conditions right now. The waves are tiny. But here comes the score. He's going to get a big score. Judges 7-5, 7, 6-5, 7-1-7 comes out. So bang, straight into the lead.
And Kai, you called it. You said even Edgard Grosjean in the lead might feel the impact of that. And a 7-1-7 sees him as a heat winner to wrap up that. Wow, a lot of action coming our way there. We still owe another number, though, to Dylan Moffat. Let's just stay into that.
Oh,
couple
Jarvis.
of scores still to come. And, of course, Jarvis Earl as well. Jarvis Earl got that tail high on the backhand. Not very high out the water, though, Kai. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be a big enough score, needing a 5.27. But Dylan's wave, a 5.73, that could be quite an interesting call. He did do 3 very high-powered turns on that wave. It wasn't a great wave, but he did some good surfing. Let's watch this. He took off, nice bowl, big power hack right back into the pocket, straight off the top again for another little hook. And then this was the interesting turn. High speed, big rail carve back into the white water. It is a 3-turn combo. It could be close.
It's rock solid fundamental surfing from Dylan Moffat, as you would expect. Judges' scorecards are open, waiting for those numbers to settle. Jarvis Earl last ride in at a 4.47. It's going to leave him down in third. So two World Junior champions on your picture right now. And, well, it's going to be an official result. It is going to be Bronson Mady through to the next round. And, wow, again, lofty air. And Edgard Grosjean is going to survive that one. Very great entertainment there at the end of that one. Loved that one. Good value. But Bronson Mady left it right till the end there, Kai.
Yeah, the Indonesian fans are going to have no fingernails left after that one. But he pulled it off at the death. One of the bigger airs of the event so far. So good value, and looking forward to the last 2 heats of the day now.
Yes, 2 more to go to wrap up day 2 of competition. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley and Jess Starling for the call. Stay with us. It's the afternoon in Ballito.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Golden hour in Ballito. Love this beach, love the action in the water. Crowd up and down here, been vibing on the energy. Big buzz right now, mainly due to the performance of young, sprightly Bronson Mady. He's a world junior champ. He is touted for greatness. And we've just seen exactly why. Electrifying from him, from a tough situation. And it'll set us up quite nicely for a couple more heats for the day. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you all through it. Jess Starling, Greg Emsley. How about these last couple of heats? Where's your energy at? Are we, yeah, or are we, yeah? Yeah.
I'm
Greg.
Yeah.
I'm here for...
You keep things on an even keel, mate.
I'm here, but I know when I look at some of the big names in these last two, it's going to go here very quickly.
Yeah.
You all right, mate?
It's the last two heats.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what goes down in the Alvo here. Bit of wind into it. Winter Vincent's ready to go, as is Mikey Madonna. Franco Radiunas from Argentina. Also Igor Marais of Brazil. Saw him. I tell you what, he was absolutely delighted to get through. Yesterday he was down on his knees, thanking his creator. And it meant a lot to him. Well, that just earned him a spot in a really tough heat here. We've been sort of gushing quite a lot about Winter, about what he can do. Well, let's see it. He's already got 4-5 on the board. He'll be looking to go out this pretty hard. It's going to be tough for him, though. See what Radziunas has got. As he'll open up on a wave which didn't offer anything really. Kind of a convex wave face. It's so fat. So nothing to particularly get excited about there, but with 26 on the clock and some conditions that are quite chopped up, what are surfers looking to do here, Jess?
I think Bronson Mady really set the bar in that last hit of how you make big statements in conditions like this. It's you go above the lip, you use the wind to your advantage, you go right and you boost, and there's not one person in this heat who doesn't have the ability to do that. And I think even in those clutch moments, everyone else was surfing on the wave and kind of getting 4s and 5s. And then as soon as Bronson went above the lip, that's when we saw those big numbers start to roll in again. And we had this yesterday. So these guys know exactly what they need to do. This is the first wave, Winter Vincent. So 4-5 and right on cue. Thank you, Winter. Above the lip surfing. So that was pretty easy surfing, I'm going to say, for Winter Vincent. He has them on lock. And now he's got that kind of comfort one out of the way, he can really start to push hard.
Yeah, Winter's, I was just keeping an eye on him. You see Igor on a wave there quickly. I was keeping an eye on him before that heat in the competitors area. He was down on the beach with Kai Otten. They had the notebook there, and he wasn't leaving Kai's side. They were really studying the conditions, where they're going to go. It was sort of quite interesting to see how he was, you know, really intense. They had the notebook there, a full strategy, and I tell you, he's on that little thumbtail mayhem. It looks alive in these waves.
Time for a powwow with a world champ. Bronson Mady is with Emma Smith.
Okay. Bronson with a buzzer beater heat win. That was pretty stressful. Everyone was on the beach waiting for scores. You mentioned to us that you feel more comfortable doing alley-oops than turns.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. Waited the whole heat for that one wave, and it finally came. So, yeah, I don't know. I just went for the alley-oop because on my first wave, I did 2 decent turns, and then I fell just trying to think too far ahead. And yeah, that one that came, I knew I only had to do one thing, so yeah, I did the alley-oop.
And you did it. You said it's your first time in Ballito. What are you thinking of it and the waves and sort of the plan for tomorrow?
First time here. It's been pretty amazing. I've been loving the waves here, just up and down the coast. I'm staying here with Shane Sykes, so he's been taking me around and just showing me around. It's pretty special.
Amazing. Well, get warm, enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for chatting. Cool. Well done.
Thanks so much. There's a lot of crew around here seem to have quite a few spare rooms at their places because there's a lot of people staying with a lot of people.
Yeah, Shane said he's putting a lot of time in with Bronson.
Has he got some stables out in the yard there? Just the surface there, just gives him a bit of hay.
Yeah.
And, yep, and he's got a cool little shop, Ma Asahi. So, yeah, they're pretty sorted. They're probably getting lunch, breakfast, lunch, dinner. The boys are sorted. But back to that surfboard discussion. I've been interested to see the different types of equipment. I'm trying to decide for these waves, do we go with the squash tail? Do we go with the swallow tail? A lot of surfers going for quite a pinny look, a thumb tail. So there's a couple different designs out there. I saw Franco paddling out on a sharp eye. It looked like it's a swallowtail thruster. Looked like a carbon epoxy. So lots of different types of equipment being used for the smaller waves today. You've also got that surf that's broken up, and I think that's where the tail discussion comes through. What tail's going to get you through those sections nice and whippy? Here we go, Franco up and riding. You can see that epoxy with its swallowtail getting the bite as well through those turns. Looks quite short though, that board, really whippy through the turns.
Yeah, definitely probably on one of those small wave boards where you do come down a couple of inches, widen it up a little bit, put a little bit more foam under that front foot, and we see him hop and skip over sections. So there's a lot of spice in that board. There's a lot of energy behind it as well, and it looks like he's surfing pretty fast in pretty small conditions. And I think if you can find a board that can get you through those dead sections, especially in conditions like this afternoon, that's a keeper. Absolutely.
Here goes Vincent with a stretched out wave. Allow him to get onto the face, looking to put it back up on.
Mikey Madonna was one of the members that joined me for my free surf this morning. He came across from the competition area to have 1 or 2 finishing waves. He looks ready for battle. He's looking lean as anything. He's got that shaved hairdo. He looks ready to go, yeah?
Winter, he came here last year, so his first year on the Challenger Series was last year, and came over here, worked with Matty Cattle, ended up getting third in an event on his first year on the Challenger Series. He's up and riding here, working with Matty Cattle again. Otts is in the corner as well, but they just had such a good game plan. And wow, 2 really nice turns. Looks like he's probably sticking to it this year as well.
You see that thumbtail that he's riding, it's so quick through those maneuvers, so fast out of that lip. And you spoke about him last year. Basically, he introduced himself, especially to South Africa at this event. He became so many people's favorite. We see Franco with a solid turn there as well. So surfers getting going early in this one.
Yeah, rad by name, rad by nature. Look at a bit sort of a bit Leo-y, isn't he, in his vibe? See a bit of that in the way he sort of says, kind of claws at the sections. You getting that? Just me? Okay.
No, I see it as well.
You can back me up or not. It's up to you.
I feel you. I'm backing you up. I'm here.
I like that explanation, claws at the section.
A little bit.
But you almost can picture that swallowtail that he's riding, clawing, helping him claw.
Like a raptor grabbing its prey, sort of piercing the heart on a post and then just kind of plucking the fur and the feathers off and devouring it for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Maybe taking a couple of scraps back to the youngs in the nest. Sort of regurgitating a bit for them. It's all nutrition. Here goes a great hit from Winter Vincent. Tearing into it. He ain't wasted no time. A voracious appetite for sections from Winter.
I don't know. If Winter didn't catch that wave, I have no idea where you would have gone with that.
Thank you, Winter.
It's one of the craziest stories I've ever heard.
Mate, I think it's only Tuesday still. It's going to be a long week.
I like it though. We'll hear part 2 later.
19 on the clock here. Backhand attack, Moraes. Here we go. Nice hit for him. And again, back foot pressure. Nice and clean. Little puff of the cheeks. I think it's a happy puff rather than a sad one. As he emerges on the inside. The combo of turns. And just getting involved and staying in the mix here.
Yeah, Igor, he had a pretty cool heat win yesterday as well, last heat of the day. So this is where we come into that conversation that we spoke about yesterday afternoon. Would you rather have surfed a heat already and got used to surfing in this wind, or be the first person in the heat to be out there and not have that experience? Igor is the only one who's had that heat experience in conditions like this out of all of these competitors right now. So let's see in the next 18 minutes if that answers our question or not.
And this will be light variable winds in comparison with yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just horrendous how strong that wind came up. And he'll definitely take a little bit of comfort and confidence from that win yesterday. He'll want to carry that into today. I loved how he got through that heat yesterday. And here we go. This is just epic surfing. Winter Vincent, watch this turn. How much spray comes off that board. Just so sharp. And here we go. Franco clawing away at those ones, as Paul said. And it is exactly that. Just multiple waves. Spray coming for days off Winter Vincent's board. And yeah, definitely sticking to the strategy of getting to work early. Igor as well, strong on the backhand, slicing through those turns. And we saw Mikey McDonough with that good start of a 5.67, so he gets to sit up for a while and wait for a good wave with priority.
Yeah, Igor, he's on again here. He's found himself a left. It's a touch sluggish and sticky for the opening turn, and then a bit of whitewater cascading in front of him. Gives it a little hit, kind of prods it with the surfboard. Nothing particularly more vicious than that. Just getting in the rhythm. Does not want to sit out there and just listen to scores dropping all around him. It's George getting ready. He's dialed in. Last heat of the day for him, so a long afternoon of maybe supporting his squad, cheering them on, and then starting to think about his own business. Tough heat though. Taro, Kelly Slater, Watanabe, and Messina's Iago Dominguez as well will be hitting the water. Vincent again. We talked about how he was able to announce himself last year, his performance in the final, the World Juniors as well, which is pretty epic. Just on his surfing, on his turns, what is it that really stands out to you, Greg? Are we talking timing, control? What is it that makes him kind of special, maybe surf quite mature for his years? We'll revisit that while we check this replay of Franco. Getting real busy, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. That first turn was really nice through heaps of water. Feels like he's a really lively surfer, and he just wants sections in front of him to really lay into. So I like the surfing he's bringing, especially on those one big open water sections he's getting.
So well suited for these kind of conditions. But yeah, Winter Vincent, what makes him special?
I think exactly that. The timing, the placement, the pivot on the lip. How once he pivots, it's so quick. If you had like a stopwatch and timed it, it would be like split seconds of how quick he is. And he doesn't just stop there, he just keeps that board almost sliding through that pivot, so it gives it that extra bit of whip of spray and just makes it lightning fast, and it also puts a little bit of innovation into that maneuver. That's what I see from it.
I just don't mind it either. A couple of decent mid-fives from him. His totals, it's healthy, 11.24 at the midway point of the heat, and particularly in the context of what the chasing trio have been able to throw up. No one really getting particularly close to him for the moment. A little bit of cushion from his point of view. Definitely look to try and ram home further advantage in terms of going up 6s to 7s beyond that as well. As we think about Franco with that second spot currently, with energy really and kind of buzz to his surfing. I just wonder, that'll get you so far into those mid-ranges, but at some point you're going to have to show a little bit more quality, maybe let your turns breathe a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's a factor we've seen a lot throughout today. It's definitely a reoccurring theme of maybe less is more, you know, and those big scores have been coming from big bum maneuvers. Even that last year, I touched on it at the start, Bronson Mady with that massive alley-oop. Let's see it. Let's find that person in this hoot who's going to bring that game just based on those one big maneuvers. Mikey McDonough, he's staying extra patient, so maybe he's going to roll the dice in that way. So Mikey, he's got equal highest wave score of the heat so far and doesn't need much. But I'd love to see him just lay into one massive layback turn.
If there was 5 minutes left in this heat now, what would happen? Because haven't you noticed the last 5 minutes of every heat has just been chaos, like just surfers are just up and down this lineup, just forcing scores, and they're finding the scores wherever they need to. You just wonder, if there was only 5 minutes now, what would the attitude of the surfers be, and what scores would they get in the next 5 minutes?
It's quite rare these days to be watching something on a screen and not be able to fast forward it a bit as well to the good bit. We just have to be patient here, see what goes down in the remaining 13. Thinking about Mikey though, with that 5.67 locked in, he's got a good score. Here he is. He had prio. He uses it really well. Nice drift as he extends through that. Ball got away from him a touch. And he was unable to finish off. In terms of his season last year, Jess, what he was able to do, getting that massive win, it was really emotional for him. And then from there, struggled really. He didn't need loads in terms of heats that he needed to make the rest of the year. What about the emotional toll of that? How's he dealt with that, in your opinion?
Yeah, I feel like that win was insane for Mikey. I mean, it was definitely the highlight of his career so far. And then I just feel like the pressure maybe just got to him. He had a couple really close heats, and he didn't make it out of this round again from his win. The very first event, he didn't make it out of this round. So he went into Brazil, and it does... I know he didn't get the outcome he was looking for, but having those high-pressure situations, it does prep you for when you get onto that championship tour and you're in those high-pressure situations at least once an event, you know? So it may not have worked out for him last year, but it would have helped him become a better competitor to come back this year.
Mad speed for opening manoeuvres for Winter Vincent, as he just takes it all in his stride, just kind of galloping, maybe more of a canter in terms of the pace through the end of that wave, but looking very polished and composed as ever. And that golden sunlight as that sun sort of dips behind the land here. Sets over there to the northwest. Just framing things pretty nicely as he paddles out. We'll take a quick commercial break here. Winter Vincent at the moment in a pretty commanding position towards heading to the next round. Find out how the rest of this heat plays out when we come back.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Ballito looking delightful this afternoon. It's Tuesday here and it's shred o'clock. If you're in a heat and you're trying to get through to the next round and stay alive on stop 2 of the Challenger Series, it's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Their team riders, he's going all right at the moment. His name's Winter Vincent. He's got a couple of solid 5s under his belt. He's got plenty more as well. He's barely gone through the gears thus far. He hasn't really needed to. It's been relatively modest elsewhere in the heat in terms of scores, but the good news for Mikey Madonna, just backed up his good early work, got him that 3.67. So he's got a bit of momentum behind him as we check out Franco Radziunas. A bit of a foamy one on the inside. I feel like maybe just a bit of impatience from him. He kind of hadn't pulled the trigger for a while, saw a wave. Was it a good choice, Jess?
Yeah, probably not the best choice. I mean, I feel like Franco seems to be the type of surfer who likes to stay busy, maybe doesn't like to sit and wait and think about that priority rotation. But looking at this heat, you know, Igor and Franco, they both had their first ever Challenger Series event at Newcastle. Unfortunately, they both got knocked in this round, so it's one of those things where you have to be a really adaptive surfer on the Challenger Series. You have to learn from your losses really quickly and know that it's always going to be 110% to make heats, especially when you're dealing with someone like Mikey, who's won one of these events before, and Winter Vincent, who has just come off second in the world for the juniors, Margaret River wild card for the CT, and he's had a third place at this event before. So when you're on the Challenger Series for the first time, I think the biggest lesson these guys are going to learn, it's all systems go every single heat.
I bet they hope not to learn a lesson, though, and get through.
Yeah, they're probably learning as they do.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Igor hasn't really found too much of that open face on the backhand. And Franco, I like his approach. He just needs to find better sections, you know, bigger sections on those waves to get that sharp board really working through it. Maybe connect a little bit better on those turns. Get that spray shooting up into the air for the judges. The other thing is late afternoon now. We spoke about the early morning heats and how tough it can be. You're waking up and you're thrown out there. I find the late afternoon ones tough because you start getting a bit tired. It's been a long day, maybe been watching friends, and it's like almost dinner time. It's like, I just want to get through this heat. I want it behind me. I want to get into tomorrow.
Can play havoc with your nap time as well. You kind of planned a nap, but now you got to surf a heat on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it gets in the way of the nap, right?
Then you get grumpy.
Yeah. Again, though, some people will prefer the afternoon, some will prefer the mornings. Right now, Winter and Mikey are not too bad, yeah, in the afternoon.
Yeah, they're going all right so far. 6.5 remaining in this. A big round of surfing, some real statement performances. You can't win the event at this stage. And what you can do is bow out if your performance is either unlucky or lackluster. You could also put down a little bit of a marker. We've seen a few of those today. There will be some talking points in our Corona Zero post show coming in just under 40 minutes time. A lot to break down from this field of surfers, eclectic field really, and some of the biggest names, some real standouts over the recent years on the championship tour, and then some of the new names. Here we go, Franco, nice spark, little double up energy for him, and he'll spank it, it'll stay hit for a while. That was crisp, and it feels really good.
That was really nice, and that had that perfect cupped out bowl for him to just tee off really nice, and it was like, it had a lot of grunt behind it too, that second turn. You could tell he really wanted it. He was pushing really hard. I'm excited to see the replay of that because really fast, lightning 2 turns there for Franco, and that's what we want to see in this heat.
And this is what I spoke about. If he could just connect a bit cleaner with the lip like that, the spray will shoot in the air, and in front of the judges, that's going to look good. I thought that was a fantastic 2-turn combo. He gripped that wall. He really powered through those maneuvers through buckets of spray, and it was a great combination of turns.
Winter with some pop, put cash. He won't stick that. His numbers will remain as they were. A little bit more clock time. He's been real busy in this. Wave number 9 for Winter. Still trying to look for that improvement.
Is that Yago warming up on the beach? Getting ready for the next one. Lightning fast goofy footer.
Yeah, for the little backhand Rio in the mirror. We've all done it. Haven't we?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, the
Help me out here. I'm dying over here.
Paul's like, I'll do it.
Oh, look at this number, 6-1 for Franco. Jumps to seconds. And this is what we like to see in this stages of the heat. Greggy talked about it, that 5 minutes to go, and everyone just seems to fire up.
Absolutely. How's that? Eh? On the 5 minutes, let's get going. I want to get through this one. I've got 5 minutes to do it. Time to act.
Yeah, pressure's back on Mikey now. This is where it comes into play. If you're Mikey Madonna, okay, have I learnt my lessons from last year? I need a 4.44 to get through this heat. Am I going to let the pressure get to me, or am I going to stay cool, calm, collected, know exactly where I went wrong last year and apply those lessons learnt on those mistakes and get himself a big score in these next 3.5 minutes?
Well, Mikey and Vincent, because you know Franco needs a 5.14 to go up to first, and Vincent's sitting with basically 2 mid-range 5s, so So he's sort of moving away from the other guys. I think he wants to sort of extend that lead if he can. He's trying to make a little bit of distance there. He's on fourth priority as well.
Yeah, an interesting test of nerve as well for Igor. He's got prio. He's in fourth at the moment, not where he wants to be. We saw the passion yesterday. Now we're going to need to see another performance from him in the remaining time left in the heat and the competition. If things remain as they are, that's his requirements. Not huge, actually. Anyone can bash a 6, really, on any kind of wave. I mean, a good solid turn will do it.
Winter up again. So he's on his 6th wave now in a row without improving his scoreline. So that's a sort of position you got to worry about as well. He wants, he's trying to force it, but yeah, he's been stuck now for 6 waves in a row without going better.
We'll have a look at a paddle from Igor, backhand. So he'll do some S work from a high line, and then he'll punt and he'll land it, stomp it, chest out to the tower. Meanwhile, full flow. Radziunas, as he tries to tee off on a lip. The wave just faded. Didn't quite have the strength to carry him. This is Mikey. He'll spank one and then just try and gather the wave. Creases and folds and wobbles a bit. He does really well to rally and get there and give it a little sting to finish as well.
He likes it too. You can see Mikey's like, okay, come on. And at 4.44, it's actually kind of been a hard score to get today, if I'm being honest. 4s and 5s. I mean, the judges definitely want one big X factor. I really loved that first turn. He really had to fight for that second section as well, but Mikey's asking the question for sure. Igor is asking the question as well.
Yeah, good hustle going on here. No one kind of sitting around and waiting for their luck to change. It really is about being master of your own destiny and making something happen. You might have to force the issue. It doesn't need really to necessarily be overly pretty. It needs to be impactful. Here we go again. Franco, smaller wave, not what he's looking for. He's in second right now. We've got numbers to come in for 3 of our surfers. Final minute here. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one finishes. Bear in mind the context of that last heat that we saw go down, 4th to 1st. Let's another look here at Igor.
Yeah, used a lot of speed, widens his stance, gets an air rotation there, so gets the full rotation to the beach. I mean, the nose was clean at the front on the landing. It definitely was a nice spin. This is a 2-turner from Mikey. He got a lot of pop off that first turn, had to fight through some wobble and then really push the bins out, like you said, Paul, and just gave it that little extra kick on that one to try and get himself across the line. Looks like Franco, he's taken one all the way to the shore here, so keen to see what he did out the back. This has been, we have the last 5-minute frenzy. This has kind of been the last 90-second frenzy. It was super cool, calm and collected until the last minute, basically.
I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sold on any of those last couple of waves. They could be there, maybe not, but they were all a bit tricky. They all had to sort of wrestle those waves a bit and find those maneuvers. They weren't like the 6.1 that we saw from Franco, where those lips really presented themselves to him. It was a little bit of a battle through those maneuvers.
Well, you're right on Igor. I mean, it came in at a 4.03, so unfortunately we're going to lose Igor Moraes in the round of 64 here. So it is really going to come down to these last few rides between Mikey and Franco, and this is where we see the judges time and time again spend more time looking at these waves, making sure they're getting it 100% right. Winter, you'd have to think he's safe. The silence is like, maybe not.
Yeah. Well, we didn't really see last of White's wave from the start, right? So it's hard to comment on that. He did work it all the way to the beach. Mikey, I thought, really had to battle those turns.
Not going to be enough for Mikey. It's in for him, and it's 3.97, not the requirement, so it doesn't really matter what happened for Franco. And disappointment from him, really. Got himself that wave and actually surfed it really well, but just that downtime in the middle, perhaps hindering his score a bit. Didn't really do anything wrong at all on it. He gave it the full power treatment. Debrief there from Otts with Winter. And it's really a case for Franco where his score goes, whether he gets first or second, and whether he gets an interview or not. 5 will get him there. But we know who's advancing from the heat, and we're all caught up with scores as well. It will be Another heat win for Winter Vincent. We'll take that advice on from Kai Otten with all of his CT experience. To come back strong as well, and a learning curve from some tricky conditions against opponents that pose a range of threats, ultimately give us this result. Decent win there for Winter Vincent. Franco Radziunas just hustled up. Good energy from him. Time to go for a break. Our final heat of the day coming up next. Looking forward to
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Also brought to you by a bunch of legends here on the ground that make it happen. Some of the finest shredders on the planet. Having a look at them in our last heat of the day. We'll check out George Pittar. Really enjoyed what we've seen so far in his relatively early stages of his career. Burst onto the scene and he's ripped in hard. He's entertaining, but he'll have a tough heat on his hand. He's taken on the likes of Taro Watanabe, also Luca Messinas. Solid experience under his belt already, and a bunch of power and some good competitive chops. Really looking forward to Iago Dominguez as well from Euskadi, the Basque Country. Part of a strong contingent for that part of the world. They've not had a great day today, actually, in terms of their surfers bowing out. A couple of them went down in one heat. Let's see how Iago can go about this today. He's an exciting surfer. And it looks like him in live action here. He'll whip a soft section and then he'll go underwater. Exactly what I was hoping to get kicked off with. You see on your scoreboards, Taro into it. Already got 4.83. And he'll deal with some bounce here. And that's what we're looking at in terms of conditions. All about picking the right waves.
Yeah, it is. We still got that, you know, I mean, look at this paddle battle. Love this. But we still have this kind of lump in the wave where there's a lot of downtime sometimes in between turns. And those big scores and those key moments that we're seeing people get through is because of finding those waves and identifying two big turns, that wave that's carrying the energy from start to finish. And feels like as well, taking off slightly behind the peak has been a bit of a part of the winning formula today.
Messinas, they'll open up, a little angry. First snap, and then a real vicious hit. Maybe a little too much so. Just over exuberant there with the pressure. He's down.
That could have been a nice opening score for him. I loved that second maneuver. I thought he had it. And there we go, replay from, this is Taro. Oh, how was that little connection? So tight on that last turn. So that was a 4.83. This is George Pitar opening up those shoulders. I love those maneuvers. Slams the inside finished. So that was just a well put together wave. But how's those turns? Is that natural or is it coached?
Natural. He's always been supernaturally talented, George.
No, I know he's naturally talented, but to open those shoulders so wide and so wrapped around, it just seems like more sort of pronounced than most.
Yeah, no, he's been doing that pretty much since we were Groms, doing state titles and everything. Yeah, George has always had that same style, and he's really been able to lay into his rail, the same as this guy here.
Here goes Taro. The wave will disappear. His style is extremely polished as well. The technique, brilliant from him. And he gets the right section. We'll bear witness to it. A little sticky, bit of a bog from Pitar. And at the moment, really, surfers not being overly fast, just trying to put something on the board, build themselves a bit of a platform, then get more selective. So you'll see them just kind of go at things that maybe towards the mid part of the heat they'll be a little more selective on, and then if things follow the natural rhythm of things, we'll get a little frenzy as well at the end. And we realise that basically anyone can get a score to get them through. Let's see how it plays out. That's been the narrative that we've seen, certainly for the last few. There are still points to be had out there. Find those sections. Obviously getting completion's crucial as well. You're not going to get many chances to make mistakes here.
No, definitely not. And I think even thinking about Yago's first wave, Luca's first wave, that second turn, it would have had big points on it if he had really rode out in front of the foam there. So he knows this, and he'll be trying again on his next wave.
Someone that found good opportunities and executed on them was Winter Vincent. He's standing by for a chat with the Frou Brew.
Winter, great heat win. You had to wait a long time. You had to wait for the onshore to come in. It got quite tricky out there. Give us an update from the water.
Oh, it is tricky. Went into it and I was like, just catch a bunch of waves, and man, it's hard to catch waves out there. It's just all over the place. Tide's filling in, but I mean, stoked I got it done.
And in Winter, everyone's been looking forward to you coming back to Ballito, first time last year. What were you looking forward to, and who are you traveling with this year?
Yeah, I had a great time last year. Different people this time, staying with Kai Otten, George Pitters out in the heat just there, and Timmy Mack, and then Geordie Lawler, Dylan Moss, so big group. I mean, the Aussies always travel together, so that's cool. And yeah, I mean, I loved South Africa last year. Got to go to J Bay as well, and had a good result, so I mean, I'm pretty happy to be back.
Well done, Winter. Can't wait to see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Look at this, just tearing in. Taro all over it, covering ground, and that bounce, he smooths it out with some really nice body position over the board to maintain the speed and make sure he aims it at the sections. Well put together wave. And he's been busy so far in this, not hanging around at all.
Yeah, how's the energy he's carrying between turns? And he's surfing faster than the wave, really. He's pushing so hard off his turns, and the judges are going to love this one because that first turn, it was really quick and whippy and got here and almost projected out. It looked like he bounced out of that turn. It was so tight and solid in the pocket. George behind him got this one as well. Wow, really great opening turn here. He pushes so hard off that back foot, even more so on that second turn, and just really drifted and got those fins re-engaged there for George. So two great waves back to back there. This is the thing that's really separating them right now. I mean, obviously Lucas and Yago have it too, but they are surfing with so much speed.
So up and riding, that's George again. So he's been super busy in this one. That last wave of Tara, as you mentioned, just dynamic. I love how vertical he got as well on that first maneuver in such a small space to get that board straight up. Always looks impressive for the judges, and comboed it up very quickly with that closeout turn. Surfers are getting busy pretty early in this one. Still plenty of time. And here we go. Watch the replay. Watch this first maneuver. Eyes it straight up in that first section. Sets it up and gets a nice click. Well timed for the finish. Solid. That one, waiting for that score to come. So it's the last of blue and last of red. So currently in first and second already, so pressure will be on white and green. So Luca and Iago need to start hunting some waves out on this lineup.
How much of an adjustment do you think the panel of our judges are going to have to make here in terms of what's happening in conditions right now?
An adjustment definitely is going to have to be made. I mean, if you can get 2 turns that are really fast and throw heaps of water, it's probably going to sit a bit higher than what we saw in those really clean conditions this morning. I mean, if we think about yesterday's conditions, it was night and day between the morning and afternoon. So these guys know. I mean, they've got to just stay pretty reactive to what the conditions are offering. And these are the best of the best that are here right now. And that last wave for George, I think that comes in exactly where it was supposed to for those 2 turns, a 5-5. You know, we saw this morning a 5-5 was pretty hard to get. They're keeping the scale quite low. So it's definitely been brought up a little this afternoon, but that has everything to do with the conditions.
I think Taro's was the better of the exchange, right? Or not?
Still waiting on that one for Taro.
I thought the wave was slightly bigger, maybe, than George's. Maybe it's just the angle I'm sitting at, but I thought it was slightly more...
Could be the glasses.
Might be, could be. It came a bit closer, but I thought it was the better of the exchange.
I think the judges agree with you, mate. It's about to drop in, 5.93. And it is the high score of the heat so far. And he's really rolled up the sleeves, literally. Just found opportunities out here with sharp, speedy surfing. Plenty of aggression, but it's always smooth as well. And even with a wave with quite a bit of wobble through the middle, you can almost kind of feel the score sort of draining a little bit away whenever you do have those kind of gaps between the sections. But such was his application to the task and how crisp the finish was. He'll still get a good number. All right, Messinas needs to get involved here. And doesn't.
Pressure. Scoreboard pressure getting him, maybe.
Looking a little bit down the line, possibly. What happened there, Jess?
I just think, you know, sometimes you just have those waves where you get a little bit lost potentially, and maybe he's seen a lot of waves from this guy especially. Wow! Massive turn there from Taro. So sometimes I feel like when you're watching your competitors around you just get these sick 2-turners and lay into it, you're thinking, oh, those waves are out there, but I actually think Taro and George are surfing these waves up, and so Lucas just has to do the same thing, and he has all the talent in the world to be able to do that as well.
What happened on that last wave? I mean, that was crazy. Taro, I mean, that's the best turn we've seen in the heat, right? I mean, that was dynamic.
Hammer time, wasn't it?
I mean, can that be the best single score of the day and not going to the air, just one maneuver? That board, that tail went right back towards the beach. I mean, I love a big single turn that's got, you know, progression, innovation without going to the air. I love it.
Yeah, it felt like a bigger version of that turn that really took us all the way of Sammy Pupo's on that wave we saw this morning. It felt like there was a bigger section coming out towards him, and he just did not hold back. He pushed so hard through that, and I think, you know, early indications, they're saying that it's going to be the best wave of the heat for one turn. How many times today have we said the heat can be changed just based on one turn, especially when you have windy, choppy conditions like this? And Taro, he's not holding back in this heat and gets a 6.5 for one turn, best wave of the heat, and now he's sitting pretty healthy in the lead coming down to that halfway mark.
Yeah, that's 6.5 all day for me. The way he blew that tail, degree of difficulty in the pocket of that wave, he actually hit that thing so hard that the tail on power pointed itself to the beach.
Where does this come from? The confidence to be able to do that, the audacity, is that from what's happened so far in the heat? Is that something that he brought with him into this heat when he paddled out? Where does he get that self-confidence from?
Maybe from the scoreline. He had the 5.93 the wave before, which he surfed just strong and solid. He had a 4.83 on his first one as a backup, so it gave him a little stepping stone to blow that tail.
I feel like as well, once you do, I agree, once you do start having those scores in your lineup, it takes the pressure off a little bit more, and it gives you the confidence just to loosen up, because as a free surf clip, every single one of these guys has the talent to win one of these things when the pressure's off and you can really create those moments. This turn, this was like Taro free surfing. That was crazy, that turn. He pushed so hard into that as the lip was coming down. It's the hardest place to lay that turn, and he just made it look so easy. And, you know, Taro's one of those surfers who could have a career as a free surfer as well. He drops crazy edits, thinking of Zipper last year, but he chooses to compete, and we are so lucky he does, because we get to have moments like that just based on single maneuvers from Taro.
So Lucas up here on this one. We go back to his first wave at 1.4 where he went incomplete. We think about that. If he had just completed that wave, he would have had a score similar to what we saw from Taro, the 4.83, and that would have given him a base to build onto something else. And it's not always about keeping that first score, it's just about building a base to improve on and then really loosen up at the end and put in a big number with not that much pressure on you. The importance of completing your waves.
Pitar gives it a good whack to kick off, and another better, harder, more dynamic. So not a lot of space to swing there, and he gets two punches, the little jab and then the across.
I loved how we saw the fins on that last turn, how he really pushed it. I wonder if he saw Taro's turn and gone, wow, okay, we've got to push it here. Let me try and match with that, you know. So let's check this replay. Sets it up, slices, fins out the back, and then this one, just drifts those fins beautifully. So dynamic on that one.
I feel like the judges are going to love that as well, because there was no downtime between those two turns, really smooth, and Taro is just looking so revved up this heat. I mean, didn't get the result he was looking for over at Newcastle, and this is what we spoke about in the early stages of yesterday, having that angst to compete again and show your best again and show exactly what you've been working on in the off season. Taro has found it. Whatever that edge is for this heat, he's found it.
Whoa. And this is a replay. He got 3 turns on this wave. Oh my word. So just putting the combos together, it's almost as if George and Taro have been given an extra couple of gears in their vehicle, and they're pulling away now with a bit of extra speed. I like it.
Yeah, real spring in his step, and he's enjoying himself out there. You could just tell, even as he gets to his feet on waves, that extra juice he has. First pump, just instant acceleration. It looks dramatic. It also opens up opportunities in terms of where you can get to on the wave, your sort of repertoire, what's available to you. And it's been a really momentum heat, particularly from him. Pitar as well. Waiting for a score for a pair of them. Bit of a shocker so far from Messinas. Dominguez as yet hasn't covered himself in glory. 12 to go on the clock. Let's see if that pair can turn this around. Time to watch Luca. A continuing theme for him. We'll go to a break here. When we come back, we'll wrap this heat. The Corona Zero post show coming out here as well. We're going to break down a massive day of competition here in Ballito. More action, the conclusion of the day, right after this.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide,
Doesn't get better than that.
this episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically, exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Red, third priority. It's the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. About 10 minutes to go in the final heat of the day. I'm here on the Corona bar, enjoying a bit of the action of the last heat of the day, but it's certainly not the end of the broadcast, because we've still got the Corona post-show where we'll be breaking down the highlights of the day, re-looking at waves, conditions, forecasts for the week, and we're going to get a lot of insight there. So stick with us after this heat. It's been a fantastic day in Ballito for the Corona post-show.
Yeah, Mike Frew, we love and appreciate you and everything you do. He's had a great day today on ground, hasn't he? Been all over it. Bringing the big stories, bringing the energy. Corona Zero Pro Show. Top 5 moments.
He's going to bring the Coronas just now as well.
What are some of those top 5 moments? Yeah. Gotta be a one. There's a lot to go through, isn't there? Our editors are furiously beavering away at their screens, as is Georgie Pittar, as he'll just slide to skid for a finish. It's been nice and busy. He's leading this heat. A big number in his scoreboard.
Yeah, well, look at this. Tied for points, George and Tara. It goes back to George because he got the highest score for that last wave. It was a 7.07, so George has the edge, but only ever so slightly. So now Luca looking for a 9.24 and Yago a 9.4 to get through this heat with 8 minutes to go. Crazy scores.
We actually haven't seen a heat today where first and second have run away with the lead like this.
No.
They've all been really tight. But these two surfers, I mean, we spoke about it possibly being a last heat of the day, a bit sleepy, but George and Tara have come out the gates firing.
Yeah, well, you know,
just run away.
Sometimes you get those horse races and the gate opens and the horse just doesn't actually run. Or sometimes the gate gets stuck and then when it does open, they just stay there. It's been a little bit like that if you just look at the scoreboard, because it's been like really contrasting fortunes, energy, the waves caught, the surfing done. Pittar, Watanabe have just been tearing in. They've been all over it. And I mean, Macinas, we know how good he is. He's shown us sort of very little at all. Dominguez as well. Nothing to get excited about so far, but good news from their point of view. He's still got 7 minutes and 20, and we have seen quite a lot of late frenzied flurries of action.
Yeah.
That's what they'll be needing.
We still got the 5-minute frenzy to go in this heat. These guys are going to ramp up in the next 2 minutes. You're going to see them catch about 14 waves. It's been the common theme in those last 5 minutes. I bet you a lot of coaches are going, why didn't you just catch that many waves for the last 25 minutes before it? Luca, he's starting us off early with 7 minutes to go.
The 5-minute frenzy. I love it.
Oh, nicely done here. We'll bring this to an inside bowl. Really smooth connections from him and just chipping away there and wanting to get involved. He's going to need quite a bit more where that came from, but he's got the right idea here and he does have time. It is a short paddle back and he can get at least a couple more waves in 6.5 minutes, particularly with a kind of a crossed up lineup. Let's have a look.
This wave had way more on offer than I thought it did when he was paddling in. Drifted the fins on that first one, got a calf back, and it just kept on giving. I mean, it came through this inside section. He belted it for a third turn, went up and over on the foam for the fourth. I didn't see 4 turns in that wave when he was paddling in.
It's almost like the sushi train, wasn't it? It's like, I'll have one of them. I'll have one of them. He just kept picking.
I'll take it. I mean, it's got himself the best wave of the heat so far. Best wave for his heat so far. 4.23. It's less than that requirement more, but an 8.34 in these conditions is going to have to be something pretty crazy. I mean, it was a 7.17 for Bronson's alley-oop, so you're going to have to think an 8.34 single maneuver or a turn into a big maneuver like we saw of Taro or George's. That's what it's going to be to get there.
He's going to hope the sushi train comes with the cake and the desserts now, right? And go big. Get the finish.
Yeah.
Just about enough time to get a couple of 6s though as well, probably, but I mean that'll change if he doesn't get one of those real soon.
Yeah, it's about now. He's got to find himself one of those 6s. And then again for Yago, you don't want to be hearing I need a 9.4 with 5 minutes to go. It's not ideal. This is one of those situations for Jago where he has to put into practice what you do in the off-season. You know, you put yourself in these high-pressure scenarios to know how to get out of these situations. Good news for him is he has priority. I mean, there isn't anything else you'd want for 5 minutes to go. Now he's just hoping that a bomb set comes through that just offers even 2 really nice waves, just 2 big copings for him to just tee off on, because we know he's a great surfer. He just hasn't found those waves where he can really open up on more than once. We've seen a lot of one-turners from Jago in this heat, so he needs to find a good 2-turner here.
A bit of energy pulsing through here in Ballito to finish up a really fun day of competition. Feeling the pressure. Will be this guy at the moment. He'll use his prio. It goes to Minguez. Nice, incisive, crisp surfing on the backhand. Good combo from him as well. So much better. It's definitely not the 9 that he needs to go up into an advancing position, but it's sort of momentum that he needs to try and find here. Here's Taro. He's had momentum throughout.
I do think it is a lot tougher out there now on the backhand than the forehand. You see the forehanders are just having fun bouncing over the sections, whacking into the little oncoming bowls and jumping to the next bowl. The backhand, you get a little bit stuck trying to do that. It's harder with your back to the wave to get into those maneuvers.
Yeah, and just to see those 2 last waves from George and Taro as well, they can afford to make mistakes. They can afford to speculate on choices. Their work's kind of done. They've got their scores locked in, so they can surf for that bit of freedom. Think about that pressure they'll be building by the second as time will tick away. Messinas with priority. His task needs to go into that excellent range right now. You need to go really big. Do you think about that score when you're in this situation, or are you really just thinking about surfing what the wave offers you?
I think at this point you're probably thinking, I just want to show what I can do. I just want to get a moment in this heat where I can just belt it, and if that moment is enough to get you up into that excellent range, even better. But I feel like Jago probably just wanted to showcase, you know, something that he can really do.
A Perso wave?
A Perso wave, 100%. I mean, 2 minutes 50, obviously he's got a score to lock in, and it's going to more than likely lower that requirement. It does. It's a 5.33, so now he needs a 7.24. If it's a 7.24 bonus, but let's just see him go big.
Hello. He'll kick that away. With some energy coming through and responding to it. Here's Luca. Similar sort of thing from the opposite stance as well. Just kicking away rotations on lefts that went out with a bit of a whimper, really. All the energy sort of on that takeoff bowl from there. Not loads to really aim at.
Yeah, the only way to actually get those scores, in my opinion, is to find a really good-sized right-hander and do one of the craziest turns of the day, because those are some of the better numbers of the day that they're needing. So there's no other way but to find a good wave and to go really big.
Yeah, and that turn is probably above the lip. I mean, when you're looking at the scores that they need, they're above the 7 range. I mean, and for Luca, it's above the 8. They're doing the right thing, going to the air on those last 2 waves. With that wind, though, it's going to push the board away from their feet. So they need to, like you mentioned, Greg, just go towards the wind. Keep that board attached to your feet and just go big, just boost up in the air. And we've seen crazy things happen, let's be real. We've seen heats turn on their head in the last 5-10 seconds. But Taro, even though Jago's chasing a 7.24, he's not leaving him alone. Look, he's following him like cat and mouse.
Yeah, this is the Changers. It's serious stuff. If you're advancing through a heat, you're not going to give up any position. You're going to make sure you basically seal the deal properly. Did I say that right? The
Changers nailed it. Nailed it. I was like, yes.
What words have you learned today? Kif?
Kif, which means good.
Yeah.
Yeah, kif and chow.
Which is food.
Yeah, the chow's kif, eh?
Sounding good. And I'm loving watching the Changers.
We're just swapping lingo. Paul, what did you learn today?
Well, I wouldn't say we're watching the Changers. I mean, we are it. I mean, we're immersed in it,
we
aren't we?
We are the Changers.
I'm just, my fortunes are just absolutely in sync with the fortunes of the Changers. You know, when they thrive, so do we. Right now, I'm enjoying this. It's been a really fun heat. I think a bit of a clinic, really. Qatar Montana Bay really just showed that strong start that we've been talking up, but just rhythm really with an ocean, and how you can find that rhythm when there aren't many opportunities out there. I think anyone can kind of shred and tear it apart if they get priority and sets coming to them, but when you're kind of duking it out and scrapping it a bit, it's interesting to see who has got the mojo. This guy's looked really good throughout. He's tied for first, but how smooth he's been in an ocean that's been, I mean, a little ugly at times here. He's just looked great value, and now it'll be a case of trying to bring that back for pointy end of competition. As we get towards that, we'll wrap things up here, and it's the CT class of the likes of George Pittar. Got that 7.07. And if you can find scores like that, those proverbial diamonds in the rough, it just sort of says a lot about where you are in terms of your read with the ocean. Crucial in any surf event. Well done to him and to Taro as well.
That was exceptional surfing in those waves from the two.
Definitely.
I mean, that was just impressive.
I mean, how you get a 7 out there really for George just really impresses me. Similar to Taro as well, what he was able to do. We're going to go to a break here, but we ain't done yet. We've got plenty of talking points. Do stick around for the Corona Zero post show. Top 5 moments. We'll get a debrief for George Pittar, hopefully, as well. We'll be right back.
I spent my life traveling since I was 12 years old.
Absolutely eating this up, celebrating in style.
For the most part, how this trip came about, I mean, I haven't been home for a winter in 13 years. I've started my career here. It's the waves, it's the places that have molded me into the person that I am today.
I was thinking about just kind of striking a mission up the coast.
Oh, that sounds epic.
Dig to have you along for the ride.
Yeah, no, I've been locked down for the last 50 days, and yeah, let's link up and go surfing.
This thing looks sick. Man, I reckon I just stood in f***ing dog shit. Nice. Look at this, bro. I just stood in that freaking doo-doo.
I know what to do, yeah.
Sky traffic jam. From Durban to Cape Town and traveling throughout South Africa. For me to be able to come and experience that, I don't think could have come at a better time.
We have the best waves right on our doorstep. We're all blessed to be surfing in South Africa.
It's the greatest high ever.
I'm just cooling in the
are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
I don't know if you've heard, that's a broadcasting. a very warm welcome into the Corona Zero post-show. My second favourite time of the day is when I see the big red orb rise over the Indian Ocean in the morning. But my very favourite time of the day is when it's Corona 0 o'clock and I'm sitting with friends or colleagues as well, like you guys. You've done all right today. Cheers. Well done. You've done okay. Not bad.
Cheers, guys.
We've earned a little sip of this stuff. Who's enjoyed the surfing today? Has it been fun?
Me. I have. I really have, actually, today. It's been so fun.
Yeah. Not quite the contrast we saw yesterday in terms of conditions, but a similar sort of theme in terms of that switch, Greg.
It's been a great day. I think back to the day, we've seen some really strong power turns. We'll talk through that. We've seen innovation. We've seen a couple of massive airs. We've seen a mix of conditions. It looked like a day when you were on the beach, it was fun. We saw people enjoying the beach, but the water was so warm today. It had that clean look, and you wanted to grab a surfboard and join the competitors. It just had that really fun look to it.
I agree.
Yeah, you can't win the comp today, but you can bow out a competition. So it's all about staying alive. Someone that did that was George Pittar. I think he's ready for a chat. He's standing by. Let's go chat with him.
Mic test. George, you've had a great run in Ballito. You've been here for a couple of years before, and it's turned into a really good venue for you. Another great heat there, but condition looks pretty tough. It's a bit of a dying swell, multiple peaks all over. What was your heat strategy out there?
Yeah, it was hard. I was watching it all day. It was fun in the morning, and then I saw that wind coming up, and I was like, I sort of knew what it was going to look like. So I was definitely prepared for it to be pretty average conditions, but I don't know, two people have got to get through the heat, and I just wanted to make some good decisions, and I don't know, click the sections when I could, and I was super happy I was able to do that, because I don't know, last heat of the day can be a little stressful sometimes, just watching all around, and you're waiting. So I'm stoked.
Who are you traveling with this year, coming across to South Africa, and what was your setup in preparation for the event coming over here?
Yeah, I'm traveling with Winter, Vincent, Kyle Otten, and Timmy. That's just who I'm staying with. But obviously we've got a big Aussie contingency down here, and we're all down here supporting. But I don't know, in terms of my preparation, I feel like after falling off tour, it was like a bit of a shock for me. Like, I don't know, just going straight into Niue, and it was hard to regather myself. So I don't know, I'm just trying to enjoy this place. I love South Africa. I've come here a few times now, and such an amazing venue, and just enjoying it outside of the water as much as I can, and just hoping that sort of translates to inside the water. But it's nice to get the ball rolling.
Well done, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, shot. Interesting theme he touched upon there, getting that work-life balance as well, because you want to enjoy the places. We come to amazing locations, like this is one, but actually, you know what? Career's at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for George, that's a really great way of looking at it, because there's a few people on the Challenger Series who know what it's like to fall off tour and then get back on it, and know how much energy that's going to take. I actually love the fact that he's trying to find that work-life balance down here, and there's so much to do outside of being in a rushy, you know, for 20 minutes a day. There is so much to do here. It's such a great part of the world.
Well, some of the surfers that have fallen off tour, of course, they got CT caliber, and they tend to bring us our best moments, and that was the theme as well today. One of our highlight moments, one of our outstanding heats of the day. We were looking at this one, and we expected it to deliver. It did not disappoint us one bit.
This was my favourite heat of the day, 100%. Sammy and Jackson got a 7 and a 7.07 to start off, and Jacko was just laying into huge turns here, and they just didn't hold back from the start. It just kept getting better and better from these two. I mean, Sammy Pupo is so lightning fast, and that is the turn that reminded me of what Taro did in that last heat. I was like, wow, that has shades of Sammy Pupo. Didn't have an easy heat though. You have a lot of CT experience in this heat, and then you have the young gun Luke Swanson, but it was Jacko and Sammy who got the jump in this heat.
Probably the best waves of the day, and this was the power heat, the biggest power turns of the day as well. Amazing heat. I loved how much water was pushed out back to sea on those turns. Really strong surfing.
Yeah, it's become a theme really as well. I mean, look at those numbers for Sam. Well, no one's really surprised at all to see it. You kind of expect him to go out and get at least a couple of sevens. This is kind of par for the course for him on this tour. He has been lethal on it. He looks to continue that theme in 2025. Great to see Jacko Baker as well. You mentioned it when we called it live as well. That injury hit him last season. He kind of got some momentum at the back half, but right back with it here in 2025.
Yeah, he didn't look out of place when he came back after his injury too. He had a long time out of the water. I think it was close to 4 months. And then even watching him at Brazil, I just remember thinking, gosh, he hasn't lost a beat since he's fallen off tour. He is so good. And just to see his performance today really solidified the fact that he belongs on that championship tour, and I hope he just brings it like he did today for the rest of the event.
Yeah, different ways we can bring the entertainment as well. That one a really high scoring heat, but sometimes when they're really close as well and lower scoring heats, we get a lot of drama. That's fun too. Heat 12 of the round, and this one came right down to the end. We talked about this guy and how electric he's been. Bit of a surprise to see Nolan go out, Greg.
Yeah, he's just been so good at Ballito. We expected a big result from him, but current number one on the Changers is Jacob Wilcox, and he just fought back. He got those big maneuvers, and I absolutely loved how Kai's King, wave number 5 and 6, his last 2 waves, got him the score to go to first, and he just plugged away, got those maneuvers, big strong forehand turns, and then together with Jacob Wilcox also fighting hard to get into that advancing position. It was a really top-notch heat.
There was a lot of do or die towards the end of this heat too. This is that 5-minute frenzy we're talking about. This heat was kind of the pinnacle of it as well. There was so much that went on, including that wave for Caius and Jacob. And I mean, they were the two really informed surfers of that heat. And unfortunately today, it means we lost 1 and 2 of last year's final in competition with Ian Gouveia and Nolan Raposa. So we're in for a new champion this year.
Strong Aussie contingent represent well in that heat. Wilcox coming into this rated number 1 on the Challenger Series. He'd love to leave South Africa with that kind of status. He's got a few heats to get through if he's going to stay there, but he's well poised indeed as well. And the overall, we talk about what they do in the water, but their general sort of comportment on land as well. Jacob seems like he's in a really good place.
Yeah, I agree. And he looks really strong. He looks confident in his surfing. And I think Newcastle, obviously the win is amazing, but it's a massive step in the right direction for him to get back on that championship tour. And we think about when he did qualify, no one looked more ready than he did. And now it seems like he's in that really great form again.
Yeah, we're stoked with the waves that we've had, Greg. We've been expecting conditions have been pretty much on cue, exactly with that wind to kick in. Let's think about what we're going to get for the rest of our competition window. Time to have a little peek at the Surfline forecast. Tell us what you're seeing here, mate. What can we look forward to?
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of activity in the deep south. Just how much of it's going to wrap up into Ballito. I see the next couple of days a little bit on the smaller side, still that broken up swell. I think we're really going to have to hunt the lower tides, maybe bits and pieces. And then as we get closer into the weekend, I think we're going to see really good surf, sort of maybe Friday, Saturday. I still think Saturday, Sunday, there's a bit of a more lined up swell, but I think there's going to be good mix of swells every day up until then. Light winds, which is a bonus, sunshine, and on that low tide, there's going to be lots of good opportunities.
Yeah, plenty of waves to come on. And for a competitor, you look at the forecast much, you're just trying to focus on your next heat. I mean, it's hard not to look forward. Everyone checks the forecast, don't they? We're all addicted to our phones.
Everyone does check
some
the
more
forecast.
Than others, Jess.
Some more than others. Him. No, I do think that a lot of people do check the forecast, but I think it's just a matter of you got to get the job done no matter what. So you just got to show up and do it. And I think all of these guys know that.
Let's dive into some top 5 moments of the day. There's a lot to get through. Once again, plenty of surfing, a lot of action. The South Africans, well, we expect them to show up and blow up. That's what they did. Maddie McGillivray here, Greg, on top 4.
Yeah, Maddie was just absolutely flying. He was riding that carbon epoxy. That thing was so light. It's a 2 happy. And just ripping through this final wave with priority to make sure he advanced. So solid from the South African.
Wow, Aiden Mason-Camp. He was an impressive South African today too, with massive turns like this. I mean, He was in such fine form today, coming back from injury, looking better than ever. His coach said it almost made him slow down his surfing that little bit more, and it was exactly what he needed. And if that's the glimpses we're seeing of Aiden Mazenkamp, he is going to have a great event.
Buzzer beater here for Lucas Silveira. Clutch performance, Greg.
Yeah, a massive turn there to finish, and he was happy, and he got the score. That was just so solid right in the dying minutes of the heat, and that's what it means. Every heat that you can advance means so much to these guys.
David Silva, he is one of those guys who definitely is going to go deep in this draw. Highest wave score of the day right now, 8-point ride with those 3 massive turns. He's won here before. He's super comfortable here in Africa, and he's looking sharp.
Yeah, top moment. Bronson literally flying above the competition.
Yeah, this was part of the 5-minute frenzy as well, and just going absolutely massive with that alley-oop. Perfect landing, and that was just incredible. Your world junior champion coming here and showing us why he's just that.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the scary thing as well about the rest of that wave, he landed that massive alley-oop rotation. He went straight into the air reverse, and he nearly stuck that as well. And he's the kind of surfer that will do those multiple airs with different rotations on one wave. We saw it over in the Philippines.
10-point ride for a wave, almost identical. Did an alley-oop into an air reverse, got a 10-point ride.
Love it.
Crazy.
Let's see how we go. We've got waves for the rest of the week, so we're confident about that. Good chance of getting some action going tomorrow morning. 8:15 will be the call local time. We'll look forward to seeing you guys back down here tomorrow. We're going to send you out some highlights for the day. Cheers, you guys.
Cheers,
been fun.
team. It's been so fun. Beautiful stuff.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.